How's everyone doing? Did y'all enjoy the episode?
I did. Okay, I'm just gonna make it Rhaenyra's because I've been talking about Helena all morning, so I've got to give Rhaenyra like credit where credit is due. I'm going to get to making videos about Emma's performance. I'm just tackling what is going on with Helena because that seems to be where a lot of the issues are coming from, which is blowing my mind. I mean, I was talking to you guys about it last night and today. Like, I thought they did a really good job.
I thought they did too.
I felt like it
nowhere.
was.
I just. Sorry, we have a little unseen host here.
Oh.
I just don't know who put it on the spectrum that Blood and Cheese was going to be like the Red Wedding. It was never going to be like the Red Wedding.
I'm telling you, listen, I put out that video that said, hey, everybody, by the way, it's not going to be the Red Wedding 2.0. And people were still disappointed that it wasn't. I was like, did I not explain it very well? Like, was it, did I not go into it well enough?
A child brutally murdered?
Why do people want to? Okay, so I think a lot of people, because they're like, oh my gosh, I didn't want to see a child unalive like that. I just don't think that she reacted the right way. How did you want her to react? She dreamt about it. She knew it was going to happen. And she knew that she was powerless to stop it. Like Jojen Reed, she knows that her dreams are going to happen regardless of what she tries to do to stop them. So what did you expect? The necklace thing was a last-ditch effort to prevent something that she knew was going to happen anyway.
But Helena didn't offer her life like she did in the books.
Because she knew her life was pointless. It did not matter to them. Like, people really need to remember that Fire and Blood is not reliable and that she's a dreamer in the show. So she knew that her life meant nothing to them. Absolutely nothing. But a necklace worth monetary value, she thought that she might have, even if she thought she even had a sliver of a chance, the necklace was offered in an attempt to prevent something that she knew was going to happen anyway. It's such a sad, tragic attempt at preventing it.
Yeah. And the people who wanted to see her more like emotionally explosive, like, not my children, no, really haven't lived real life.
No. And the way when she grabbed Jahara and ran out of there, I cried. I was done. I said I wasn't going to cry, and I did. As soon as she did that, because I knew, I was like, you are grabbing your baby to keep her from seeing that. I could not get over it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people say that it was like anticlimactic, which I guess that's just super subjective because I felt like I was really in Helena's experience. Like, and people saying that like the Alicent coming in on Alicent and Cole like distracted and overshadowed Blood and Cheese, like that just wasn't true for me. Like, I felt like Helena in that scene, like I was focused on her, you know, like.
I honestly did not, it took me a second to realize what was happening in that bed because I literally did not care. I was, the only thing that mattered to me was, I honestly thought she was walking in on Aegon.
Yeah, right. Wouldn't have surprised me.
That's what
him being fucking drunk,
yeah, that would be
and like all over the fucking throne with the boys who are all like circle jerking him. Like, it was just so telling. Like,
that was telling. The point. Where were the guards? Well, the guards were probably in the throne room goofing off with Aegon. And where was Aemond? Well, Aemond and Otto were arguing.
Yeah, I mean, there were no. Oh, she lagged. She's lagging.
Well, Ashley,
mistakes.
You lagged.
We lost you a little bit, Ashley.
Okay. So, am I back?
Yes.
Yes.
There we are.
Okay.
I think the point for me is that where was everybody during all of this, during what was happening? Alicent was getting busy. Aegon was circle jerking. Aemond was getting scolded, and the guards were probably in there with Aegon circle jerking. So
no guards outside of Alicent's room, the regent, nobody outside of the
audacity.
chambers. nobody outside of the heirs chambers. Like there was nobody.
The arrogance and the audacity of thinking that you are that safe.
That safe and that
After you-
untouchable after you just killed. Like, yeah,
In that way. That
it's
is
the arrogance, really. Okay, and there's a lot of comments that I don't know if you guys talked about before I got here, but I want to catch up on them.
Oh, hold on. Yeah,
I was
I haven't
about to
even.
say we have not done any
I'm so
comments,
sorry,
so I was
guys.
wondering.
Okay,
wanted to-
first we got Dirty Dan. Blood and Cheese was
And
done
then
badly.
First off,
Hold
I'd
on.
like to address. Hopefully, everybody understands that this is complete spoiler warning. We are not going to.
Oh, yeah.
We're not.
Yeah.
We are going to be talking about future events for this season, as well as future seasons of House of the Dragon, as well as anything else in the main series.
Yeah, all
So-
that stuff.
Yeah, we're going to
Yeah,
be talking
spoiler
about it
warning.
all, so things are going to get into detail.
We're going to talk about the balls.
Yeah, the
The
balls.
ball.
Trust me, I have thoughts about these balls.
I know. Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay, so yes, originally she was supposed to be forced to choose, but you have to think that in the book she's not a dreamer, or we don't know that she's a dreamer because it's never said. I mean, Helena gets so little time in the book, we don't really know anything about her. So in the show, she's a dreamer. She likely knows that Jaehaerys is the target, that he is the one who is going to die. And she knows that there's nothing that she can do to stop it. That's why she didn't lie. Because she knew that even if she did lie, most likely that would have ended up with them both being killed. So she knew that she had to tell the truth. There was no way of getting around it. And there's no use in having Maelor there if she already knows that Jaehaerys is the one who's meant to die. So
And
why
honestly,
even have him there in that scene?
I'm not upset that they cut Maelor because I also don't need to see the implied him being ripped apart thing. Like, I can live without that. I'm okay with them taking that out. Like,
I am 100% fine if they decide to not include Maelor at all. I'm totally fine with that.
I highly doubt they're gonna include Daeron either.
Yeah, I think, it kind of led to that. Like, when I was watching episode 1 last night, it kind of figured because Alicent is talking about her sons and she never mentions Daeron. So I'm like, yeah, they're probably cutting him out. And then Maelor, I'm kind of back and forth. Like, I think that Maelor is important to have as a second heir, but also at the same time, I don't want to see him go out that way. So I'm good if he's not in the show.
Bela, thank you. I just saw you said you liked my hair. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen.
Yes, your hair looks like
It looks
gorgeous.
so great.
Sumali, yes. Why is the Red Keep always so empty?
'Cause nobody
Yeah.
would be there.
It's just something that I think they just don't think about when they're making the show.
I don't think so either, because like there would be Kingsguard, there would be guards all over the place. Like, especially when you think about Game of Thrones. I mean, they were always surrounded by guards all over the place. So
I mean, there would be people like all the Renly, Littlefinger, Loras at that time, like all those people. They all lived in the castle. Tyrion
Yes.
was there at a certain point, like, and they all have people around them. Like, where are all the? And it's interesting because you can see this in some of the behind the scenes stuff. The concept art shows crowds of people in all these to show the scale, obviously, of the sets. But then they're just kind of empty when they get filmed sometimes.
well, maybe they're trying to show too that a lot of the Gold Cloaks abandoned Aegon for Daemon. So
But it's
maybe
true.
Don't care to be there. Like,
There
I
was
feel like
also
they're still in the
a whole-
city,
they're
but
trying to, like
They
when
rounded everybody up.
yeah.
when one of the Gold Cloaks looks at Daemon and he's like, screw the High Towers. I mean, yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking at the comments again.
I mean, he looks at him and he's like, "Commander." Like, Daemon's still the commander.
Immediately, just like,
City
oh,
Watch.
hey.
Yeah, I know. And he has that. I mean, and it's so funny too that Otto was the one who suggested that. So like, you're in charge of your own demise.
Okay, so there's a comment that I want to talk about. Dirty Dan says, just disappointing considering it was hyped up to be on par, like as horrifying as the Red Wedding. And I think that was a shitty comparison to make from the beginning. Because number one, in Fire and Blood, it doesn't read like the fucking Red Wedding.
No.
You're not attached to these characters. You are inside Catelyn's fucking POV as you watch her child die, and you feel
We have
her
for 3
go
books.
mad. And you're like having that experience with her, but that's not true with the way that Fire and Blood is written. So I don't know why people had that expectation. Like, it is a horrifying event, but it's not like a horrifying event that we are emotionally experiencing, emotionally attached to. Not in the book, but like I felt like the show gave that. Like I felt like I was having Helena's experience. And like I've seen a lot of people say like it wasn't like suspenseful enough, but like I was in it. I was in it from the beginning. I was like anticipating it.
I was completely on board with it. And I feel like, and I made a video about it. Guys, don't expect it to be the Red Wedding 2.0 because it's not. We had Catelyn for so long and we watched her lose her husband, lose what she thought was losing all of her children except for 2. And then going through watching Sansa be betrothed to Tyrion and having to marry Tyrion and thinking about all of the horrors Sansa must be experiencing in King's Landing. And then she watches her child die that way. Like,
I mean, and it's like you're in her head and she's like, don't cut my hair. Ned loves my hair. Like the way that Fire and Blood is written could never.
No,
yeah,
honestly,
can't compare 3 novels and an internal POV to, 2 chapters of historical summaries. Like you can't compare the 2 at all.
And like, okay, so I get that like a lot of people were kind of expecting this literal Sophie's Choice. Like, I don't know if y'all have seen that movie or read the book, whatever. Like, that's what people were expecting. They were expecting something like that. But I think this speaks to how the show, you were talking about this earlier, gave her this background story as a dreamer. And that's going to change her reaction. And how she reacted was so in line with everything that we've seen of show Helena so far. Like,
she knew it was going to happen. And she still offered the necklace. Like, that's what kills me. And I know I keep talking about that, but to know that you're powerless to prevent it, but to still try.
Well, and like, Jen Hurts had posted a video earlier talking about like how they don't, and I agree, they don't think that Helena, it's not like Helena, these dreams are playing out like a fucking movie. Like we've seen from Dany how these dreams are. They're very confusing. Like, and so what's happening with Helena is she didn't know exactly what was going to happen, but she knew something bad was going to happen. You wake up from a nightmare and you're like, oh my God, rats, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Something really bad happened. And I think it's possible that she had multiple versions of that dream, right? And so she had an idea, like you were saying, that there was no point fighting it because she probably had a dream in which they all died, right? Or something to that effect.
Like, or where the rats are coming for Jaehaerys. Like she sees them running for Jaehaerys and she knows that he is the specific target. And like, it's kind of like the ocean coming in to wash out Winterfell. And like, he knew, Jojen told Bran, you can't stop my dreams. They're going to happen. There's nothing that you can do to prevent it.
Yeah, not
and
like weird.
Helena knew that. Yeah, Helena knew that. Like I said, if she chose Jaehaera, she risked losing them both. So she chose Jaehaerys because she knew that that was it. And people are like, "Oh, well, why would they even ask her?" They asked her, and this is the most awful part. They asked her to prevent him from screaming. If they checked to see which one was the boy, they risked him waking up and screaming. They didn't want him to have time to scream. So I want people to really sit with that for a minute.
I have a necklace. Like, okay, so here's my thinking behind the I have a necklace is she's seeing these guys who are like fucking rat catchers. Like in her mind, she's like, maybe I can outbuy whoever bought them. Because she knows they're not there because they just want to kill. Like, someone sent them.
It's money.
And that means someone paid them. And so I think she's just like, what if I can, it's very valuable. Like, this is so valuable. Maybe it's more than what they paid you to do this. Like,
exactly. Her life meant nothing. And she knew that. She knew her life meant absolutely nothing to them.
Well, and they had already said that. Like, they already said that because he was like, I have the queen. And he's like, what fucking good is that? He said a son for a son. They say that right in front of her. So they just told her life is valueless in this. She's not an even exchange. She knows that. Like, I don't know. I personally was not bothered by that. And I also do not understand the request for like more gore. Like I've literally seen people being like, it wasn't visual enough. It wasn't violent enough. And I'm like, this is a child being beheaded. Like, what do you want?
It's like, you know, it honestly reminded me of The Witch, how we get the knife, we get the child, we get the gist. They don't need to show anything else. Like, it's unnecessary. It's implied. We know what happens.
Oh, hey, is it Estefana says, do you think Laris had something to do with the no guards?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Him saying that all of your servants are no longer breathing the same air and that he has everybody in there. He's handpicked them.
Yeah.
As soon as he said that, I mean, you guys, I sent you guys a message and I was like, huh, interesting. And I know that it was Eric who originally said that Laris was going to have something to do with it. And I was like, Eric?
Well, like, I wanted Laris to be cheese, but that's too magical. So we don't need to deal with that.
It's too on the nose.
It's true in my heart.
It's true.
I think, you know, I think the show could have had him be cheese, but then I think it's more fun that he's still kind of behind the scenes at this point. But we know what he's doing. We know that he's moving around.
We don't know what he's doing, and that's what's so fun. Is like, you know that he's destabilizing. That's what you know he's doing.
Yeah,
you know he's like a little finger. His chaos is a ladder. He's doing that whole bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah, I really like Laris. As in, I like how much I hate him. You know.
Oh yeah, and it's interesting to see how he's going to kind of play both sides of the fence as we get further along in the show, because he's ultimately responsible for spoiler. Aegon the Second's demise.
I mean, but is he? So I've kind of surrendered. I've surrendered this idea of thinking that I like know what's going to happen. Like I have a general sense, but like it's very clear they're removing whole characters. They could remove whole events. Like, you know what I mean? And they're going to, assuming that. So out of all the characters that we've seemingly lost, Maelor, Daron, it's Nettles that is most personally like disappointing for me. Should we lose her, which it seems like we're going to.
That's the only character I care about.
That's the only character I care about missing out on. And because to me, it's very important to the lore, as you know, I feel strongly about that. And like, the one saving grace, I think, is if Rhaena claims Nettles and gets to be hands-on. I would like that change. I mean, like, there's stuff to be said about mourning and her being like the last dragon to hatch and all that kind of stuff. But I would like to see, otherwise Rhaena's not really present. She's in the Vale the whole time. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing the dragon twins do some dragon twinny things.
Julia said, I don't understand the utility of having Helena be a dreamer. I'm trying to get it, but I just don't. I actually love that they didn't, because Helena is a dreamer, and much like Jojen Reed in the current series, she's dreaming these things and she has no power to stop it. The only thing she's doing is seeing these events happen in a way, but she knows there's nothing to be done. The only thing she's doing is saying these like cryptic things, and everyone around her is dismissing it as, oh, she's crazy, and no one's hearing her.
And I think too, it gives us that sort of signature George dramatic irony, because it's giving us information. It's giving us a wink, wink that like the characters in the story are ignoring. And so I think that her being a dreamer is really meant to be for our benefit a little bit. And also to like flesh out her character, because what the fuck is her character in the book? She's just a chubby queen.
She's chubby and pleasant.
Yeah, like they had to make her have a defining characteristic.
I love that she's a dreamer, and I think it gives so much impact to her character, and I think it's great. I think it's tragic and great. I love the direction they're going with it.
And I feel like it ties back to Dany. Like, I like seeing those connections, because that's a whole fucking point. That's a whole
Thank you for
point.
including more magic. They are including a lot more magic than D&D did, and I will give them that. So thank you.
I think,
and also kind of that dig at D&D at the beginning of Cregan saying that the two dragons go beyond the wall.
I paused it. Because I watched with my mom, and my mom has seen Game of Thrones. She really liked Game of Thrones, except for the end. She feels very strongly about the end, which it's always fun, like, to have that perspective with someone, like someone you know personally, not some stranger on the internet who's an asshole, but like your mom. And so she doesn't care when I like lore drop on her, right? So that happened, and I squealed, and I paused it, and I was like, I'm so glad they included that, because like, you know, season 7 or 8 undermined that. And I think that's so cool and so important and gives so much like mystery to the fucking lore of the wall.
As soon as he said that, I thought of you. I was like, Chelsea's gonna see that and squeal.
I did, for real. I paused it and my mom was like, what? You tell me right now what?
That's it.
And I was like, so remember how Viserion died all ridiculously? Yeah, well, that can't even happen according to the lore. So, you know. And she was like, yeah.
Y'all know how I feel about ice dragons. And like, oh, the ice dragon lore that was butchered. They butchered it so badly. Ice dragons are not undead, and they do not come from the others. They have nothing to do with that stuff. And like,
they're way cooler than that.
They're so much cooler. So no, the only thing I didn't like is that, and I'm sure we will have more time with Cregan. People need to calm down. I think we're going to get more time with him.
How did we like that portrait? I didn't love it.
I didn't like what was being said because he's talking about the others as if this is even like a relevant thing. And I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. This hasn't been a thing. The others have not been a thing for centuries. Cregan Stark would not give two shits about the others at this point.
I mean, okay. Yes, I agree. The others, yes. But I do think that the Starks have always known there's a thing, right? Like maybe they over time, as they became less of an issue, right? It was less explicit. But I mean, even in the main series, like the Starks know what the others are.
Oh like, yeah, no, for sure. They do know what the others are. It's just, I don't think that Cregan would be as worried about it as he comes off as being in the premiere of the show. I'm like, but would he really be that concerned about the others? I mean,
but maybe that's why he's the late Cregan Stark, is because that was his concern. Like he was more concerned with that.
Ned definitely didn't care about them.
Again, like, and I'm gonna reread.
Ned wasn't worried. Exactly, Taryn. Ned was not worried.
True, but that's also later.
But I mean, I will say that Ned is also a second son, and we don't know.
We've seen what happens with how prophecies like are handed down or whatever.
Yeah, we don't get a chance to see what Brandon's reaction was to the others.
Brittany in the chat. So by the way, we have like a lot of comments. Brittany in the chat says, in the behind the scenes, they say that Helena draws her dreams on her walls, and you can see some things there. I think that's cool. I never watched the behind the scenes stuff because I kind of get irritated. So I think that to my advantage, I don't really listen or seek out what the writers have to say. Like I just don't care. Like I'm just gonna watch it, and I'm gonna interpret it how I interpret it. I don't really care how they meant it.
The only reason I watch it is just to know what other people are hearing.
True.
Yeah.
Because like, okay,
mostly because
Ryan Condal, I did catch like a little bit of this one, the behind the scenes of this episode, and he was talking about how that scene with Jaehaerys, and now we can talk about the balls, Eric. The scene with Jaehaerys is supposed to be like endearing for Aegon. Like you're supposed to be like, oh, he brings him and he does this thing that his daddy never did for him because he's so traumatized and sad. And it's like, okay, this kid is 5 or whatever. Like he is a baby. Why is he like what are you doing? It was just very childish. And then
he interrupted his education, which I don't like. I mean, that's deliberately what Helena told him not to do, is don't interrupt him like while he's
alone. Yeah, this is how he learns to become king, not like sitting in a council where he has no fucking idea what you're talking about. Like, and he's just being
distracted. His ABCs and his 1, 2, 3s first, dude.
So I already disagreed with how Ryan Condal was positioning this scene. The like he wrote, I'm like, that's not. But then the thing with the Lannister and him being like, give him a pony ride, like that's disgusting. Like that's behavior you want out of your king. That is how you get a Dany's brother, Viserys. That is how you get a pompous little shithead who thinks that everyone is beneath him, that he can ride them like a pony in his fucking small council. Like, how dare you teach your kid that?
Yeah,
like, I did not think that was cute.
Yeah.
So Chelsea, I agree with what you're saying about the scene. I had a different interpretation of Ryan's words.
Okay.
Because he's kind of making the point that Aegon doesn't know what he's doing. And he's going through the motions. So it's like the trauma is like informing him like he has to have his kid at the small council, even though it's the worst idea ever.
I see what you mean.
So it's like, and then Tom goes on to talk about how he's been playing Aegon as the kind of guy who would be in a competition with his kid to be the most annoying.
Yes. Oh
So
my
it's
God,
like
so true. And they did that well in that scene. Like,
yeah,
how
and
they
that's
said,
immediate.
that's my son. That's my son. Like,
That's
cool.
a directly compared to because the whole time Jaehaerys is like trying to get the ball away from Tyland, and then that's what leads into the maybe Tyland is a horse actually. Um, but then the scene ends with Aegon like slumping in his chair, and then he starts playing with the ball.
Like a kid. Like a little kid. He's
So
acting like
it's very direct.
Well,
He is
like,
a petulant child.
I want to point out too, in like when he originally goes to the room where Helena is embroidering and he sees Jaehaera, and he has to check, by the way, really quick. Like, I would think that you would know which child is which because you're their father. So even though they're twins, you should know. But he checks and sees that it is Jaehaera, and he's like, oh, whatever. Where's Jaehaerys?
fuck her. Yeah, no kidding.
Screw my daughter. I don't want to be bothered with this little. Ugh.
So
Like,
in
where's
the
Jaehaerys?
chat, Mother Royne, which I love your user handle. I love that very much. Says you'd think Jace would know about the dragons in the wall, and that's a fair point. Like, he's Targaryen. It was his what? Grandma?
Yeah, exactly.
I think he'd know.
That
But
wasn't
they
that
needed
long
us
ago.
to know. They needed us to know. I think that was a way to convey that information to the
Yeah.
audience in a way that made sense. Like, because in the context of the scene, it made sense to reveal that information. And I'm honestly just happy it was fucking included so that they could like retcon what happened with Viserion. I'm so tired of people commenting on my shit. Viserion died. Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you.
Please, like, and I don't even know how many times we have to do it because I mean I know that we talk about the show occasionally, but for the most part, everyone here's a book talk creator.
We're book talk. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ashamed to admit it.
I'm ashamed to admit. I never wanted to be here,
I
but
never wanted to be here, but here I am.
Yeah,
okay. Chat.
yeah, I know we need to catch up so bad.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna say I made notes on like basically every scene. Do we want to just like go through the entire thing?
I do. I really do. And I just want to catch up on the chat. Ties well into the needing. Yeah, I agree. Julia said, I think that the others' discourse ties well into the needing a united realm for the dream. Like, I think they kind of had to make Ashley is technically correct. You know what I mean? About like the timeline of it. And like you wouldn't be seeing activity from the others yet because there are dragons. That's all very true. But I think for the show itself, because they're including the Prince Who Was Promised prophecy, they kind of had to have some kind of representation of that threat. So that's totally true.
What would you rate the episode? I mean, I haven't really thought. I guess an 8. I would say it was pretty solid.
I was gonna say 8.5 out of 10 because I was missing that Cregan and the North aspect. I don't think that that's the last time we are going to see him, or at least I hope not. I hope that wasn't the last.
While though.
It's an 8 from me.
Although they may. You didn't like it? Is that what you're saying, Taryn?
No, it's an 8.
8. Okay. I thought you said it's a nay for me.
Nay.
You said something different earlier.
Eric, yes, you did.
Okay.
What?
No, I was saying you did.
Wait, what did I say?
If I
Oh,
heard
sorry.
wrong.
I'm chasing someone around the house that keeps lighting the fireplace, so hold on.
It's Jurassic Park in there.
Nice.
Yes, I also really
Jurassic Park up in here.
in the chat, he was clapping back, Cregan, he was clapping back against Jace undermining the purpose of the wall. Loved that. Did love that because I'm gonna need them Targaryens to take this shit a little more seriously if they know about this fucking Prince Who Was Promised prophecy.
I do think it's really cool when Jace sees over the wall, he's like, crap, this is crazy. And he was like, yeah, like the impact.
That's George's reaction to realizing he wrote a 700-foot wall.
Exactly.
I also I want to see more discussion in the show because we get it in the book about the magic of the wall, the spells. Melisandre and Cold Hands talk at length about how intense the magic is. And that's why I was so happy to see they included the dragons, because I'm more inclined to think that they couldn't cross than that they wouldn't cross.
Okay,
I think that there's some kind of magic.
What do we think about Aegon in the throne room, listening to people make complaints and try to talk, and him try to make negotiations, and Otto's like, oh no, you can't do that.
Oh, I have so many thoughts about the scene. Number one, this was actually the scene that made me feel endeared toward Aegon. And it's not because he's a good leader. Like, this was showing that he is not equipped to be a king. He cannot make those decisions. But it was seeing this, like, this innocence of, like, well, it's just some sheep. Like we took them, we should give them back. And, like they won't hear about it. And Otto's standing there just like, what the fuck do you mean they won't hear about it? What do you mean they won't hear about it? You know, and that was honestly the only scene. And I heard a lot of discourse from people who had seen it or the leaks or whatever that this was going to be the episode that made you feel endeared toward Aegon. And like I said, like the Jaehaerys thing did not endear me at all.
No.
But this scene did. It did, because the way he just wanted to give them what they wanted. Like, and it's not necessarily even because I think he's a good person. I think it's like he just here you go, move on. But I don't know. I see what they're trying to do there with his character, and that to me was like honestly the most genuine.
I don't think it was a power move. I honestly think he was just trying to do something he thought was nice.
Yes.
He wants to be like.
I see Aegon as kind of being.
He wants people to like him, and
Yes.
before
Aegon is.
It's so complicated because on the one hand he did not want this at all, but now that he has it, like there's that desire to be liked, to be better than Rhaenyra. And
so far, like, Aegon is not, and people are going to freak out. Yes, he's a rapist. Hello, I'm not, that's bad. But compared to the cruelty that we have seen in other characters, he's not particularly cruel. Like, he's not out here, like, pulling people's fingernails off, you know, or like, and that doesn't make him a good king. Lack of cruelty does not make you a good king, and it still makes you a rapist. But, like, I don't feel like, you know, he's not the Mad King burning people and getting an erection and then
it's
going
almost like a 6-year-old. It's almost like a 6-year-old demanding everything that he wants. And, like,
right, because the rape.
Gimme, get. And that's what I'm seeing him. He's got like a 6-year-old mentality. Like, even with the way that he takes these women, it's
exactly.
like, oh, this is
entitlement. It's entitlement and power, which, I mean, that is what rape is about. Like, you know, it's not really genuinely about sex.
I almost see it as like weaponized incompetence.
Oh, that too. He's master fucking feigned incompetence. Like, he's ugh. Okay, going back to the chat. Sorry.
So Aegon, yeah, I see him as kind of a, I don't know, I see him as a little bit cruel. He's got at least that instinct to be a little bit of a bully and to be kind of just like a problem for everybody. I think he wants attention and he wants to be loved. So I did love that scene where you see that, where he has this like innocence of just wanting to be loved. So he's like, well, we can just give you back your sheep. Well,
yeah, I guess that's
give them back to him.
Yeah,
I mean, it should work, right? But then I like in the scene that I feel like he understands that his cruelty is actually kind of incentivized, because he kind of starts doing this little like politic line. That's what I think is going on when Otto does a little heel turn when he's about to walk up and tell him something else at the very end.
Yes. Do any of you think that Daemon told Blood and Cheese to take out Jaehaerys if they couldn't find Aemond? I don't think he did.
No, I think the instructions were Aemond, and Blood and Cheese just incentivized. Like, well, we can't get.
It was
Aemond,
just they just couldn't find him. They weren't making the proper effort to try to find him.
True. They went to his room. Oh, he's not here. Okay, let's move on and find someone else.
If I had to guess, he just repeated a son for a son. You know,
yep.
With the context being, if you can't find one, find another. And then I think that was the intention of, like, I have my own critiques about how they did Blood and Cheese, but they're like way beyond what most people are talking about. And this is one of those, like, we can't have nice things discussions where the entire fandom is distracted by what I think are the wrong issues, because, you know, we've already discussed a lot of these things. Like, it's like, I personally liked a lot of the execution. I just have my critiques with some of the writing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Also, I kind of have to. I forgot about how he watched the kid fights. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so he's got like, it's all like the cruelty itself is about like entitlement.
That's why I say that Aegon is like a 6-year-old. He doesn't take anything seriously, and everything is a game. It's all just a
serious
big joke to him. So
also, this comment says Aegon seems to like watching violence, but not to do it himself. I think that's going to change, but that's very much been true. He likes to set minions, kind of a thing. Like you see it with
we'll set Vhagar. Oh, we'll do this. Oh, Vhagar will go burn them. And
true, yeah, and then you see it with that too. Like, my brother is so loyal, he'll do whatever I say, and I'm like, that's not going to age well.
He's always got like 4 guys behind him shouting nicknames at him.
Oh my god, I was so glad that at least even he was like magnanimous. Like,
yeah.
Magnanimous.
What I really want to see is I want to see Aemond come late to saving Aegon's ass and arrive late. Because, I mean, I feel like Aemond, or at least it's kind of hinted at in the book, very vaguely, like if you read between the lines, he's coveting his brother's throne. He is.
I think Aemond might do a little side chomp on Sunfire.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
it might be another like Lucerys kind of.
It's more than hinted at.
Aemond is really feeling. He doesn't want to do it, but he because I think it's notable, right, that Sunfire's wing gets messed up. So I don't know. That's what I'm like. What if that's like at the very end they defeat Rhaenys and then just snap, and then he just goes down.
To me, it's like I look at and I see what Aemond is saying in season 1 of the show, and it's matching up to what he does in Fire and Blood. Because someone who is just stepping in as subbing for their brother and ruling in his stead, you don't see Tywin Lannister wearing Aerys II's crown. He doesn't do that. Nobody does that, but Aemond does, and it's that specific crown. And what do I say about the Conqueror's crown? Yeah. It is for those who covet what does not belong to them. And that is so well suited to Aemond's character, who is already voiced in season 1 of the show that Aegon shouldn't be king, he should be king.
Right.
And I think they're reflecting this in the scene where Aemond and Kristen are making a plan to take to Aegon about invading the Riverlands. They first Kristen like kind of hints at it. And then later on, it seems like Otto's trying to tell him to pump the brakes. But then at the very end, he has this line that's saying, you need to control your impulses because we know your brother can't. And it's like, even Otto's thinking about this. Even Otto's thinking about how they can't hang on to Aegon.
Okay, so you know how I made that video the other day about Tyrion and how he has that conversation with Haldon about during the Dance of Dragons who tries to use the shield thing? Do you think we'll see that? Is it going to tell us which dragon it was? Was it Vhagar? Was it fucking Cyrax?
I wonder if they're going to do that because it's such a side story. I don't, you know what I mean? Like it's out of it's one of those things that George just had an idea for and he just dropped it in there.
Lady of Ashai, what do I think Larys's true intentions are? I think Larys is out for Larys. Kind of like Patar, Baelish, Patar.
Yeah, it could be like generic revenge.
But for Dotrice, it's always Patar, so it's going to be Patar for me. So kind of like for Patar Baelish, Larys is out for Larys's benefit and to whatever end that ends up being. So he's going to pick the side that he feels like has the most chance of winning. And so right now that side does appear to be Aegon because Aegon's already on the throne. They have Vhagar, and they right now they have King's Landing. So it looks better for them.
Do y'all think Alicent is a hypocrite for sleeping with the Kingsguard? Yes.
Yes, of course. That's her entire character.
That's literally her defining trait.
Sloppy
hypocrite did hypocritical things. A hypocrite did hypocritical things.
She is the
that
definition.
Surprises you.
They really
she's got Rhaenyra's sloppy seconds. She I'm just like that's messy, girl. It's messy.
I think it's very much that they're both obsessed with Rhaenyra and being together brings them closer to Rhaenyra. I very much feel that way about the relationship.
Bond.
And you know what's funny? And I told you guys this in the group chat. My mom from season 1 was like, Alicent is in love with Cole. She called that from the tourney where she goes, my God, he's Dornish. She's like, yeah, we know. And so for her, she was like, she was like, yeah. And they very abruptly threw you into that scene, though.
Yeah.
Yes,
I really
I was
really
kind
think
of
that
expecting a
people
little more
remember-
build up, but
I think people need to often remember that you can have, especially as a teenage girl, you can have a crush on multiple people. I think that Alicent did have a huge crush on Rhaenyra, but I also think that she had it bad for Kristen as well. So two things can be true.
Yes. As a bisexual, yes.
Exactly.
But yeah, I loved that addition. You know, it's a good little thing to add to their character of being just hypocrites, because I'm a lapsed Catholic as well, so I'm very much into everything that George has to say about the faith of the Seven and knighthood and all this kind of stuff about. Yeah, and
the hypocrisy.
it's just so fitting that especially in the show, considering the route they took with Kristen and Rhaenyra.
Yes.
Because Estella, you were bringing up wish they had seen Kristen got to that point. I think that's what we see in his relationship with Rhaenyra, is that he's kind of like broken out of that. Because he feel I bet he just feels soiled at this point. So he's now he's just like filled with hatred, I think.
Well, then we have the irony of, can you help me out with this? And Alicent putting on his white cloak, like, bro, you don't have a white
putting
cloak.
on the white cloak was
that was like, it was kind of over the top, but I kind of loved it. The fact that
I get what they were doing with that. I get what they were doing with that by having Alicent do it and him saying, "Do you mind?" Yeah, I get it.
Also, I have seen already entirely too many fucking edits that are using stills of Olivia in like compromising sexual positions. Like,
we talked about it this morning.
Can we not do that? Can we not do that? Like,
it's disgusting. It's disrespectful.
I've seen some really, really funny memes already about the scenes that are funny. Like, that are funny. I'm not like a prude. Like, I'm not like a Puritan. I want the Seven to fall. Hello, I'm a witch. But like, she's an actress. She's a human being. Like, do you think she really likes seeing these edits of her where she's like mid-orgasm? Like,
yeah, please don't use her face. If you're gonna make fun of it, I love it. I think I sent you guys that one video this morning. It was hilarious. I think it was like Kris Jenner like walking in and like running out of there. That is hilarious. But please, for the love of the old gods and new, do not use Olivia Cook's face. That is so disrespectful. And that's such a vulnerable, sensitive scene as it is. And it was probably already very difficult for her to film. And then you're going to sit there and disrespect her that way. Like, that's disgusting. It's really gross.
Like I said, I get the inclination to want to make humor of it. Like,
then make humor of it with
hypocrisy, all of that kind of stuff.
Don't include her face. Please don't include her face. Like, give her a break. That's
Can we talk about how sassy Rhaenys is now?
Oh.
Yes, so in that scene,
if you were the king. Oh well. Too freaking bad. Get over it, Damon. And I love how all these women are telling him to, like, whatever, get the hell out of here, like Mysaria thing.
He's just like, he's projecting it out on me. Anything will like stick. He's like, how about you? How about you? Never once.
Everybody, literally Eric, Rhaenys, and Mysaria are all like, get out of here, man. Like, we feel very confident in where we stood on this. I know you're upset, but I'm not going to be your punching bag. I'm just not.
I don't know what movie that's from, but it's that TikTok sound where it's like, you're right, it's not my fault, it's your fault.
It's your fault.
He's just doing that to everybody.
When they shoot somebody and they're like, look at what you made me do. Like,
I understand where Damon's coming from, because his frustration at this point has to be massive. He just lost his daughter.
Yeah.
And then his wife has completely fallen apart. And he doesn't know what to do to make it better. It's kind of like the whole situation with Lena all over again. Like, he did not know how to fix the situation with Lena, and he couldn't. He just had to stand by powerless as Vhagar burned her because there was nothing to do. And he feels powerless. And for Daemon to feel like he can't do anything and that he's out of control and he's lost so much, he's going to start lashing out in every possible way that he can. And that's a similar response that most people have. You want to lash out when you feel like you do not have control over your own grief and there's no outlet for you.
And it makes so much more sense. It makes so much more sense with that behind the scene that everybody freaked out about, that, you know, Daemon is wanting to go to war. He is bloodthirsty. He wants revenge. He wants to kill Aemond. So if that scene does make it into the show, I mean, there's your context. We saw it in episode 1, like how he is driven.
Right.
I mean, we watched a man get his head sliced in half because he insulted his wife. Like, that is not someone who's operating with a long fuse. Okay.
Yeah.
This is a tiny, tiny fuse, and the fuse is gone. The fuse
is gone. Yeah, he doesn't even have one anymore at this point.
It's gone.
Yeah, so something that I actually really liked were the interactions between Daemon and Mysaria. And not because, like, he was just, the entire episode, I understood Daemon, like, I understood where he was coming from, but he was so annoying the whole episode. I was just like, bro, I need you to chill the fuck out. And he was most annoying, in my opinion, with Mysaria. And, you know, the whole, like, well, I'll give you your freedom. Like, okay. Like, so you admit she was your slave then when you were with her. Okay.
Exactly.
So I hated that, but I loved her. And
oh yeah, she was wonderful.
This comment says, I like how Mysaria kind of knew how to handle him. Like, there he goes, all angry again. Like, yeah, but she was also terrified of him. Because when he gets up in her face, she's holding strong. She's like, got her back up, you know, and she's saying what she's saying. But then as soon as he walks away from her, she just, like, she was scared of him. Like,
but I loved how she handled it.
Yep.
Because I mean, that's so admirable to be like, nope, screw you, I'm standing up to you, while also being terrified about what might happen to her.
Because she's like, you're gonna
up and did it.
Like, fine.
Yeah.
I keep getting fucking stuck back with you. Do it then. Like,
yeah. But can we also really I really want to talk about Emma's performance as a grieving mother, because I cannot get my head wrapped around it. The look that they had, the way they, like, the hair, the makeup, the face, the just staring into oblivion, and then also panicking when the wing was found and rushing over there so quickly, and then seeing Cyrax react to her baby being discovered. Like, Cyrax is emotional, Rhaenyra is emotional, because at that point they know Rhaenyra sees the cloak and she knows that Vhagar must have consumed him, and Cyrax sees the wing and she knows that Arax is gone. And it's just, I was dying inside watching Emma and watching this CGI dragon nail this performance.
It's the way, yeah, right. It's the way she dropped to her knees. Like, it was so just, like, it was like she literally lost her legs from out.
Rhaenyra this was such I was like, are we sure that Emma doesn't have children? Because, like, this is so impactful.
And that's just the extent of their acting ability. Like,
I just could not believe how they did this with a grieving mother, because it was so just eerily spot on, and how you would expect a mom to react in that kind of situation. They are like, Rhaenyra is blind with grief, and she barely got out in that council meeting. I want Aemond gone. I want Aemond taken out. And then she had to leave immediately
that
after.
Scene was so sad, like how everyone was just like, you know, like trying to kind of act normal, like they didn't know how to receive her in that moment, her counsel, and they're just trying to tell her, like, the things that she needs to know, and then they all just kind of stand there silently, like, waiting. Like, that scene was really impactful. But
and she the one that anything else other than, I want Aemond Targaryen, and that's it. And then Jace coming in there and trying to give her information, like, I cried. That was another one. I cried during Helena when she scooped up Jaehaera. I cried during that, and I also cried beforehand when Jace was trying to give Rhaenyra that information, and he was breaking, and I was like, oh, I'm done.
And it echoes what I was just talking about, the throat, or whatever you call it, the council room scene, where, like, he comes at her initially as the queen, right? Because you're not approaching her as a woman, as a mother. He's trying to tell her what he's done as a prince to his queen, and it's very much like what Rhaenys and Daemon were trying to do when she walked into the room, and it's just because like that's safer, like before you dive into the emotion of it, you know, like just him trying to like, yeah, bolster himself that way to have the conversation was very touching and sad.
Oh, it was like, and the look of just pure devastation on his face. I was like, you're killing me, okay? Stop.
And the funeral, of course. Joffrey putting the little horse on there was just like, shut up. You shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I don't want to think
I
about
thought-
why we have to have a shot of Jace holding Joffrey.
Stop. Okay, that when I think about the things that will genuinely be difficult to watch, it's that it was Maelor, but I don't think that's going to happen now, so I don't have to worry about that. And the dragon pit. Like, those are the things that I'm just like, I don't want to see that.
I'm so glad that we do not have to see the dragon pit this season. Like, I'm relieved.
I'm not ready.
No. I could go another 2 years without seeing that. Thank you.
I'm curious how they'll do it. Like, how gory is it going to be?
Oh, probably freaking awful. I'm probably going to be like, I'm looking away. I'm looking away. I can't.
Is Ramen going to give us a devastating banger while it's happening?
Always.
So, like, yeah, I mean, I think that Blood and Cheese was more impactful than I thought it was going to be, but I think that the Dragon Pit is going to be worse.
Oh, way worse. I'm more attached to the dragons than I am to fucking Aegon.
I know. I was worried about the dog, okay? The dog and the Blood and Cheese thing. I was like, the baby mommy.
Yeah.
What are they doing with the
Got the fuck
dog?
out of there. He got the, I know, my mom was like, they're gonna feed it to a dragon. What the fuck? Is this a distraction? I hate it. Stop it. She was just like, the whole time. And then they kicked the dog and she was like, ugh.
Yeah, exactly.
The more I think of the Blood and Cheese sequence, the more issues I have with it. The plan itself is like, why? So why send these two guys to go after a knight? And then
I know
in the
how
show,
Daemon like very casually says like he's a pretty good fighter, so be careful. Like,
and then in the show, Damon knows these passages as well. Or at least he knows some of them, and he probably knows the royal apartments better. Why doesn't
That's
he
what
just
I'm
sneak in?
saying, and that's what I'm saying. Like, they had no idea what they were doing. And they
That's just
it
I
didn't
keep
even
thinking
feel
it's like a
they
little
made
bit
an
of a
attempt-
misfire. I don't know.
It didn't even feel like they made an attempt to look for Aemond. Like, they didn't even try. They just found the queen. They found the first person they could get to, and they're like, "Oh, look, there's a son. Let's go ahead and kill him."
so he had, okay, I remember now. He had him and Otto had just been in that first room that Blood and Cheese come into.
Yeah.
Right, 'cause they see the table with and Kristen Cole had been in there. That whole scene happened in that room just before Blood and Cheese came in.
Yeah. So, I mean, I feel like if they didn't find Aemond, then leave the castle and come back the next day or another day, you know? Like, that's where I get confused. I realize it has to happen that way because it has to be Jaehaerys. I get it. But it still doesn't make any sense just logistically thinking that they could have just come back under the pretense that, oh, yeah, they're rat catchers. I mean, it's a castle. There are going to be rats. So no one's going to bat an eyelash at some rat catchers in a castle.
This is my main like.
Okay, wait,
critique
really
with-
quick before you say that, was the other guy that was with him? He was like Gold Cloak, right?
Yeah, he
Yes.
in the show he is.
Yeah.
In the
Okay.
book
in the show
he's
he's
an old gold cloak.
so like presumably he can maybe fight, right?
Yes.
Maybe.
I mean, he's not Aemon, but if they took him unawares, I mean, was that what Damon was thinking?
I
That's
get,
why he
you
said
know
it
what? That's
over.
probably the logic they use when writing the scene.
Mhm.
Because then Sumali says, you know, the bumbling nature of Blood and Cheese through her, and I agree, and so I'm kind of trying to like think like, I think maybe that's kind of the point is like how reckless Damon was in this.
Yeah.
Like, he was very impulsive. He
I-
went straight to King's Landing. He went to this gold cloak. I don't think he put a lot of fucking thought into it. And I
No.
don't think I think, you know, he said Aemon was the target. I also think he was just like, I want somebody dead.
You know
I
what?
think in
Now
that's-
that I think about it, if we think about how impulsive Damon is, that actually makes a lot more sense. And especially when we look at the preview afterwards of Rhaenyra like chastising him for it, it's because Damon does things. He just does it. When he can't control anything, he's like, "Oh, I'm just going to do this really quick," and damn the consequences. And that's exactly what happened here. I think that, I mean, maybe he did. Maybe he said, "Hey, if you can't find Aemond, just kill somebody. Kill Aegon, the heir to the throne. Kill somebody. Whoever you
because
find
I think
who's
Sorry,
an
Sarah.
heir, kill a prince. Like, just make sure that it's a prince."
what were you
Oh,
gonna
I
say?
have to hop off here. Things are getting a little squirrely over here.
Oh, okay.
But I love you all, and I love talking about this, and I look forward to having our next Monday live for episode
Yay.
2.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Karen.
Oh, God, I don't know how to get off. My ex is gone.
My ex is gone.
It should be at the top right.
Can you, there's nothing there. Eric, can you take me out?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a comment that says, by turn, Damon is supposed to be a good commander, but he makes mistakes that someone with no experience would. And again, like, context, he's grieving. He's not thinking straight. He's not thinking like a commander. He's thinking like, a father, a stepfather, a husband, a brother. Like, that's his context. And I think we're going to see, like, nothing Damon does this season makes sense. Or
And
is...
think about how he sees Rhaenyra, especially when she comes back into the scene, and how they like put their heads together, and he can like feel that grief emitting off of her. All he wants to do, all Damon wants to do, because despite everything, despite it all, he loves her. He loves her so much.
And
He loves his family.
It's
And
one of those
even though
self-fulfilling things. Like,
Yeah.
he's
we're gonna
becoming
see
what...
him do stuff like how he loses his temper and gets nasty, but he still loves his family. You can be a flawed human being and still love your family.
Yeah.
And he wants to fix it. He just wants
Doesn't
to
know how.
for her.
He
And
doesn't
he doesn't care how he gets it done. He's like, I just want to fix it. If I can just fix it, she'll come back to me. She'll come out of this grief and I can fix it and I can make it better.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of those things where, like, the harder he tries, the more he's going to do things erratically that are going to push her away. Like, I very much think that what we saw in the trailer of her being like, you've undermined my position, my standing as queen, I definitely think that's her response to the outcome of Blood and Cheese, because her point is, what Damon commanded didn't fucking matter because of how reckless this plan was, or the, like, lack thereof. And now the Greens are going to be able to control this fucking narrative
Which we see
about
them do.
the purpose and the motivations behind Jaehaerys's murder. Like,
And we're already seeing them doing it with this very public funeral. Like, they're taking control of the narrative and displaying this in a way that's not Targaryen tradition at all, in order to say, look at what Rhaenyra did, look at what she did. And the thing about it is I don't think Rhaenyra would have cared if it took a week, a month, a year. As long as Aemond ended up dead, that's what she really wanted. She did not want Jaehaerys dead. She wanted Aemond.
that's literally what she said.
Yeah.
She could not have made it
Everybody else
any
dead.
more clear.
A son for a son would mean, hey, Alicent, your child took my child, so I'm taking yours. That's what a son for a son meant to her. And I think that that's what it meant to Daemon as well. I think he was just thinking, oh, well, if we can't get Aemond, we're going to get somebody. And I'll just get Aemond later. But,
I think he didn't care. Like, I think he wanted Aemon, that was the goal, but he also is an agent of chaos. Like, any way you sliced it, something was gonna happen from this. Like, something, the action. And that's what he wanted, because he felt like there had been nothing but inaction on their part.
exactly.
And so this was just his, like, knee-jerk reaction. Like, we're gonna see him get so fucking out of control and impulsive. Like, he's not gonna make any fucking sense.
And that's kind of the point. And I think that, up until the end, when he does the last thing that he does that makes the most sense, everything else is going to be just crazy.
Well, that last thing is pretty impulsive. I
And
gotta
it's
say.
totally impulsive. And
It's impulsive, but I think it's an act of desperation. And I think it's going to have gotten to the point where we get to the end of Daemon's story. Rhaenyra is going to have been fed up with him, and he's going to be like, oh, she doesn't love me anymore. Let me do this one thing, and maybe she'll still love me after.
Well, it's that like he's up against the wall. The last thing he has to give her is his life. You know, so he's like,
yeah.
I'll give you that then, my queen. Yeah. Like, because all of the criticisms, all of the grooming, all of these things aside, and what makes their relationship so fucking complicated is like, he loves her. Like, I very much feel he loves her. It's just what his love looks like is not healthy. And, you know, it speaks to how there is, you know, people talk about love as if like there's some fucking definition of it, right? And that it looks a particular way, it behaves a particular way, and that's just like not fucking reality.
Love does not always have to be healthy.
It often isn't. It
can be very unhealthy. It can be oftentimes unhealthy, actually. It's so rare that love does get a chance to be healthy. But Estella, yeah, we had spoken about this earlier, but I cannot speak about it enough. Harry and Emma together, that performance was just heartbreaking. Oh, look at the baby kitty.
Well, I do think that they were, she thought they were on the same page. Like, she explicitly said, I want Aemond. And
she didn't say, oh, but if you can't find Aemond, go and kill this child for me.
She didn't say a son for a son. She said, I want Aemond. Like, and so yeah, she looks at him like, we're on the same page, right? Right?
I said I want Aemond, and I feel like you're just hearing a son for a son.
Yeah.
Even Daemon says,
I want
Daemon
Aemond.
says early on in the episode, a son for a son, like, let's go get Aemond. So he understood the assignment. He was just like, oh, well, if you can't find this guy, go ahead and kill the kid, because at least that's something, right? Right.
He's more impulsive. He doesn't care.
Doesn't Aemond say he was going after Vhagar and Aemon? Honestly, wasn't he just, it was Vhagar that he wanted. I don't even think he said anything.
Vhagar and his rider.
Okay.
And her rider, a son for a son. I think that was the line.
Which is kind of crazy, because it's like, why are we holding Vhagar accountable for Aemon's actions?
He's not. He knows that Vhagar is their greatest asset, like their deadliest weapon. Like, and so he's like, I gotta go.
But like, just take out Aemon. Take out Aemon.
Yeah, he said, you want Aemon? Best I can do is Jaehaerys.
Best I can do is Jaehaerys.
Please make that meme, Estella. Please make that meme. Because that's like pawn wars or something like that, right? It's like in a pawn shop.
Exactly.
And it's like, best you can do.
What did everybody think of the new credit sequence?
I liked it.
I loved it.
I think it's better. I didn't like the first one.
It was too, I couldn't, I didn't care for it.
I know. Daemon over there being mean to Vhagar. It's like, okay, Vhagar is a granny. She's been through some things. Leave my girl alone. Like, she just did what she thought she was supposed to do. She was killing the Dornish kid and his dragon that she didn't know he was supposed to have.
We got him. I didn't know the Dornish had dragons.
I got the Dornish, Messenia. I got him. Like,
when did
look
they get
at
dragons?
me.
Sumali, I totally actually thought of your banner, because before I saw the credit sequence, I had seen your video where you're like stitching like phrase. I was just like watching it like, oh my God, I could never. But like it just, yes, I thought of you. I was like, I hope she likes this.
Let's see. There's so much in the chat that we're missing. I'm trying to go
the
back.
motif of stitching weaving is way more relevant to the story. I mean, that's a line in the show in season 1. Helena says, what is thread of black, thread of green, weaving.
Yeah, like that's another thing for me. Like someone said, also no one seems upset with Aemond for killing Luke in the council scene. Yeah, everybody making excuses for it. I mean, yeah, Allison's like, let me light a little candle for him. Like, that's gonna do anything.
Fuck your gods. Don't you light a candle. Those aren't his gods. Like, shut up.
It's like, you need to stop. You need to, like, you can see that she's upset with Aemond, but not in the way that she should be. Like, what he did was, you can't sit there and try to make excuses for it. Your son did something that impacted this war beyond all belief. Like, he messed this up enormously. So, it does not matter. Like, he took his eye. big freaking whoop-de-doo. It's an eye. You've got to spare. You took his life.
Well, also you
dead.
you said you were over it.
Yeah, you have an extra eye, my dude, and I'm gonna go ahead and say this. You look cooler. You look cooler. You should really be thanking him for it. But like, at the end of the day, you take a dinosaur into the sky. It doesn't even matter if it was an accident. It, like, context doesn't matter. You knew what was gonna happen. It wasn't gonna be good. No matter how, like, the outcome was never gonna be good. Don't look so surprised. And
Yeah, he was driving drunk, essentially.
No, yeah. I'm driving drunk. I'm so surprised that I hit a wall. Like, how did I hit that wall? I was just drinking a little bit. Like, it's crazy.
Allison is honestly so fucking pathetic, and I think it's just gonna get worse. And like, I've seen a lot of people like say that is because they don't know what to do with her character, and I disagree. I think it's commentary on how she did the thing, and now no one gives a fuck about what she has to say or think. Like, and that's the point. Like, she did this thinking what the fuck did she think was gonna happen? You are a dowager queen now. Cersei is teaching us how important the dowager queen is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, queen regent, dowager queen, like, what power do you think she has?
Well, that's what happens with Cersei, and then as she starts to like surround herself with guys who do listen to her, it's not enough. It's not enough power.
Well, and look at where it gets her.
Yeah, and they all fold. No one's there for her, and then her story takes the path that it does.
Yeah, and it's just crazy to me because, like, yeah, she worked so hard and she sacrificed so much, and then now she's realizing that it doesn't really mean a whole lot of shit because her dad's in charge. And now nothing that she's...
Not even her dad anymore. Like, that's the thing. Is like, they created a fucking monster, and it's beyond both of their control. Like, Otto is about to get fucking fired. Like, they thought they had all this fucking control. They thought they were playing the fucking Game of Thrones like professionals, like masters, and now they put this incompetent fucking moron in charge, and his right-hand man is a impulsive fucking tryhard with a humongous fucking dragon. Like... And guess what? Congratulations, Otto and Allison. You played yourselves. Like,
no one is properly holding Aemond accountable. Like, if someone would look at Aemond and be like, you know what? You're an idiot. But no one is saying that to him. Allison's like, oh, well, he took his eye and he wasn't properly punished. And it's like, no one actually cares. Do you not understand what your son has done? Your son...
What she said about Aegon, about how when the novelty of ruling wears off, we won't have to worry about him. I was like, who are you trying to convince, bitch? Not me. That's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard.
It's just crazy
really quick,
to me.
Estella said she saw people breaking down the symbolism of the intro, and that someone said Nisa is in it. I know, I like recognized some things, but it moved pretty fast, and I only watched it the one time. Like, I saw the Doom, and like, I thought I saw Dany, right? Like, I swear to God, I saw the fire.
I saw Daenerys as well. Like, I thought
it was like one of the first things you see.
Yeah,
because I think it goes like backwards, or I don't know.
I thought that was Dany's, but I could be wrong because I thought she was dreaming, and then the Doom
that's
happened.
What it was. Maybe that's
Estella said obsessively scrubbing her skin, wanting some level of control. I noticed that as well. And as someone who gets like aggravated and does stuff like that to like have some semblance of control in my own life, I can understand like what she was doing there. It just is like anger and frustration. A lot of people were probably confused by that, like her scrubbing her skin incessantly like that. It is frustration and anger and not being able to really direct that anywhere. So she's just scrubbing away at her skin, and
it's also shame
out of the room.
I saw the shame and guilt because
like she's trying to get food.
It's tied to the servants, which she dismisses. She's dismissing them because she doesn't trust them, because Larys, when he tells her that he replaced everybody, he also says that he knows she was indisposed.
Yes.
So he knows.
He knows.
And they all know. And it's like, yeah, she was feeling very seen at that point.
Because yes, she's a hypocrite, but she also she knows she's a fucking hypocrite. And that's what that scene is telling us. She's scrubbing herself because she's like, I hated Rhaenyra for this. And it's all of it. Like, she just feels so much shame. It's the shame for me, because shame is Alicent's like defining like it's what drives her. Shame and like this need to like, family honor, whatever that fuck she goes on about all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
duty,
exactly.
sacrifice.
Simile said Lady Macbeth, and exactly.
Yeah. Also, Sam, pointed out that Allison's always been a skin picker, so that's obviously her scrubbing and like that kind of self-harm thing is very. Oh, Alan Velaryon. I mean, we don't really see much yet, and it's out. Alan Velaryon.
Okay, here's something I thought of, because they haven't said anything about him being Corliss's son, but they have this scene with him being like, "I'm indebted to you, Alan, because you saved my life." Is he just going to raise it? Like, is he going to lie? Like, is he just going to raise them up? I don't know. It got me thinking, because I'm like, are they really his kid? Like, I'm of the opinion, in the book at least, that Alan and Adam are Laenor's kids. That Laenor had an affair with Marilda.
I mean, they seem kind of old though. At least Alan. Like,
well, no. In the show, they definitely. In the books, I don't think they're that old. In the
No,
show,
in the book, and
they definitely
the books are only like teenagers.
Yeah, in the show, they are. They definitely went, at least if they are bastards, then they are Corliss's kids. I think they went that route.
Yeah, they would have to be Corliss's kids. That man is at least in his early 30s, late 20s, somewhere around that.
So I feel like that's hiding his blonde hair, probably, right?
Mm-hmm.
The shaving, yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, so
If he's like bald as a cue ball. That's like you make yourself bald, not you're balding.
Mm-hmm.
And we know we all know what they're hiding when they're shaving the head. Varys. Varys is a
egg.
black
Why don't we
fire.
say egg? Because
Oh
we
my
know
god!
about
Oh
egg.
my god! Someone came into my comments because I made that fucking meme a while ago that was like Tobey Maguire who put that there, and it's like Varys and fucking Illyrio when they get a Blackfire on the throne, and someone was like, "There's no evidence in the book that he's a Blackfire." First of all, one of the first fucking videos I'm making is all of the evidence as to why he is a Blackfire and why that makes the most narrative sense. But then they go on to say there's more evidence that he's truly Aegon. There is literally no evidence. None. That he's truly Aegon.
It's all
Besides just what they say, that's it.
There's
it's
not more
all
evidence.
over the place. It makes so much sense narratively to have a 6 Blackfire rebellion. Otherwise, why even have the Blackfire rebellions in the first place?
And it's not just, okay, so this is what I noticed this time with this reread, is he is supposedly the 6th Aegon, but he is actually the 6th Blackfire pretender. You cannot tell me that that's a coincidence, that he would have been the 6th Aegon, but it's actually the 6th rebellion. No, shut up. That's not a coincidence.
Yeah, it's set up.
Yep.
It's one
Also,
of those
like,
things.
what the fuck then would be the point of the Mummer's Dragon and the Slayer of Lies? Like, people don't know how to think of things in like a larger narrative scheme. Like, we've talked about this before, how so many of these fucking theories, like, they only make sense in a vacuum. Like, yeah, okay, it makes sense in that singular storyline, but what then happens to the whole story?
Hold on.
The other thing is like the examining like how the story is written. Like, it is very obvious the Blackfire stuff comes out of nowhere, and it's like basically like what the purpose of like the Sworn Sword is just to establish a lot of this Blackfire story, and then that we have more Blackfire story in the next one, in the Mystery Knight, and this all is happening in between A Storm of Swords and A Feast for Crows, A Dance with Dragons. So it's like George is definitely thinking about all this. Like, he did not write all this stuff down for no reason.
You get a lot of information about the Blackfires in the main series. Like, and it's also not a coincidence that Barristan killed whatever the monster is, the last Blackfire, and he's now with Dany. Like, come on, like.
Well, you have Egg who's shaving his head in A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That's like Varys. That's a hint at Varys. You have Daemon Blackfire II, who is dyeing his hair, as is young Griff, to hide the silver hair. So it's all coming to, although I think Daemon II is cool, young Griff, you could never. You only wish you could be that cool. So
he's going to have the sword. That's the thing. That's going to be the difference.
The king who won.
He's gonna have the crown.
That's also what makes Aegon the 6th a bigger fraud. So I think that genuinely Daemon II could have been a great king. Young Griff would have just been, or will just be a Viserys type king. And when I say Viserys, I mean Viserys I guess he would have been Viserys the Third.
Viserys the Uncrowned.
Exactly.
Or no, Viserys the Crowned.
One said, should Rhaenys have joined Daemon and attacked Vhagar together? I mean, it probably would have worked. I would think it would have worked. I do think that you have to have Rhaenyra signing off on something like that before you just rush off and do it. And I think that that's Rhaenys' point, is you cannot call the shots, my dude. Like, you can't say shit.
Did you not see the state of Rhaenys and Meleys? Like, no. Going out immediately right then, that moment when he was demanding it.
Yeah, I trust Rhaenys. She says they need to eat and they need to rest.
No.
I like how she said, Meleys needs to gorge. And I was like, girl, same.
And then she's like, and so do I.
So do I. Yeah, exactly.
I need my rest. I need my sleep. I need to eat. And so does my dragon. Like, I love how connected the two of them are, and how, like, that is why it is so impactful that they go out together, because, like, Rhaenys was never going to leave her. Like, Rhaenys and Meleys are one.
I really hope, like I said, I try not to have too many expectations for what we'll see in the show based on the book, because I'm trying to just treat them very separately so I have a better time with the show. But I really hope that they like stay true to Rhaenys, knowing she's gonna die and not backing down anyway. Like,
yeah, she doesn't get off her dragon, and that's the point.
Yeah,
she never abandons her dragon. We see Baela as well. Baela follows in her grandmother's footsteps and does not abandon her dragon. Whereas Aegon, the one who supposedly had this great relationship with his dragon, is like, nope, psych. Psst.
Do we think that we'll see Laenor again?
Oh,
I don't know.
I go either way.
That is something that I used to have a better answer for, and now I really don't know. I thought for sure we should.
I think we should see him again, because dragon lore, if they're going off dragons not being able to go beyond the wall, then dude, you cannot have a dragon get claimed when he already has a rider. That's not how that works. If you know about the wall thing, then you have to know that a dragon cannot have another rider while the current one still lives. That's not how that works.
Yeah, so, I thought Adam was just gonna be Laenor in one of them, like a Groucho Marx glasses.
Too. I was like, he's gonna be in hiding. I totally had the same thought.
Well, I had thought originally that, like, what they were gonna do was replace Adam with Laenor in, like, a completely different story. Like, just like, because he really only tags along, and the main thing he does is he leaves King's Landing when he's suspected, and then he interferes in, what is it, Tumbletown? And he kills the Turncloaks, Hugh and Ulf. So it's like, those two things are what he does. You could totally give those two things to other people and just make a different story. So I thought that there was going to be like this whole thing of, like, when the Triarchy gets involved, Laenor's going to come over, he's going to steal Sea Smoke, and then he's gonna be loyal because he's going to come back for Rhaenyra and fix it.
So there are two things I want to talk about in the chat. So Juan, we kind of already talked about this. It says the dragon's not going beyond the wall was weird since we saw that in the original show. Mm-hmm. I think that this is them trying to retcon that, because that was a mistake. That didn't make sense with the lore. Viserion going beyond the wall should have never happened. And to me, putting it in the show, especially when it now says George's name on the intro, like, he co-signed that. He wanted that in there. And to me, that's like a nod of him being like, yeah, that was shame.
I love it. And I think it points out that D&D, listen, I'm not going to shit all over Game of Thrones, because some of it was really, really good. But a lot
of less as time goes by.
Plus, I'm a little over it.
The entire second half of the show was an absolute shit show. And as someone who read Daenerys after season 1, like, I joined Book Danny after season 1.
Right.
And so I saw the differences in season 2 and beyond I'm not surprised they went with Mad Daenerys in the show. I'm really not, because I feel like her emotional reactions and the things that she does and the decisions she makes constantly throughout the seasons of 2 and 8, all the way to 8, I think it's always alluding to where they were going with this. And I think it's just a shame because you see none of that in the books at all. There's not even a hint of it.
They were making those changes to her character in season 1. Season 1.
Yeah. I really think that, like, it was her reaction to Viserys because it just felt differently. It felt more like this sense of just.
I didn't mind the show's version. I didn't mind the show's version of Viserys' death and Dany's reaction. That was a hard one to convey because, like, we're in her head when it happens. Yeah. I'm talking about in the book, she says that whole spiel about they will die screaming, and she is talking about Mago, and it is because him and his men brutally raped and murdered Ioria, or whatever her name is, her handmaid, right? So it was a very specific threat. But in the show, they tack it on to her speech before she gets in the pyre. And she tells all of her people that those who will harm you will die screaming, which makes it this broad general statement because Dany is just so fucking violent. She'll bring fire and blood to anybody who gets in her way. And, like, that's not fucking true. That change told me everything about where they were going with Dany's character. Like, that was such an unnecessary fucking change. Like, wildly unnecessary, completely changed the context and tone of the statement. And they do that with her all the time. They take things that she says in one context, have her say it in a different context that makes it worse, or they give it, if it's a really good one, they give it to a different male character. Like, I go on at length about this.
Her sense of entitlement, the sense of entitlement in season 2.
Literal playlist.
The sense of entitlement from Show Dany in season 2 is where they really lost me.
Season 2 Dany is not Dany. I don't know her. Like, I've never met her. I don't know anything about that girl.
Season 1 through 3 is, like, above and beyond, like, the best
seasons
of Game of Thrones. But even season 2 is a dip in
1 and 3.
quality.
3 for me is my favorite season of Game of Thrones, and it's because that's Dany's Liberator of Slaver's Bay arc. Like, but that's, I fucking love it.
Which they never mind. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
So then someone else said, have we ever seen a writer abandon a dragon? I don't think there's a precedent, and that's true. Does that do anything to the bond?
I mean, we see Aegon abandon Sunfire, so I mean, yes, it does happen.
But, like, this is different. Like, hi, Taryn.
Yay!
We're getting Taryn right back in.
So I would say that I guess we don't know. And we can't really say because
That's true. It's new.
I can't think of like an example that he literally abandoned him. Like, Sunfire.
Well, I mean, he jumped ship. Like, okay, so I guess I think of it as like.
Where is Sea Smoke? Do we even know?
He's got to be chilling on
he just, like,
Dragonstone.
Somewhere? Is he with Laenor? Like, do
he's
we even
fucking
know?
off. He's fucking. No, he is. Can you imagine?
Okay.
He's with Laenor.
Really quick.
With Laenor. They're on some island somewhere. They're just chilling. Sea Smoke
gay,
has a cocktail.
Yeah.
Sea Smoke has a cocktail in one claw.
I mean, I'm totally fine with never seeing Laenor again and just thinking that this gay black character got a fucking happy ending, that he just got to go be gay, nameless, and you know, do his thing on boats and, like, just do his thing. Like, I'm okay with that ending for him, but if he were to come back, I think the most poignant way to have him come back is the Jace, Viserys, the ship scene, like, that he comes to try and save his children. That it's like this like, he went away and he's, like, heard that Lucerys has died and his children are in danger, and so he, like, comes back. Like,
that was my immediate thought, is if he finds out what happens to Lucerys, coming back to try to help them for that specific reason. He
loved those boys. Like,
he loved them.
You know, like, I always think
children.
I think of how he was when Joffrey was born. Like, obviously he's a dumbass with, like, did it hurt? And, like, you know, he's a man talking to a woman who just fucking had a baby, but, like, he's excited, even though this is not biologically his child and he knows it. Like, he's holding him and, like, you know, and then hands him over to Harwin. Like, he loved those boys. Like, and so it doesn't line up for what we saw of his character for him to just fuck off after he hears about what's happened to Luke. Like, I could see him staying away if it was just Rhaenyra's throne got usurped. I could see him being like, not my circus, not my monkeys anymore. You marry Daemon, that's your problem. But these are his kids. So I wouldn't be
I
surprised.
saw what you're talking about. Like that's immediately the story I saw when I saw the episode that Laenor gets away. I was so shocked at how everybody was reacting to that at the time because it was hair on fire. Everyone was like, how much it ruined the story, and I'm like, it's just different. Come on.
Yeah, I mean,
That
in
bad?
all honesty, I loved it.
You froze.
Oh, no.
Monstrous. Like, Rhaenyra loved Laenor enough to get him out of there. And that to me is what's important.
Yeah, I agree. It was like dual purpose. It was like it got him out of there, and she knew that he was never going to be the king consort she needed. Like he wasn't. He just wasn't capable of it.
Exactly.
There was a question I wanted to answer because I feel strongly about it. Where did it go? It was about right here. How did Jon Snow ride Dany's dragons then if they were her dragons? So a few things. That's in the show. So that's
Yep. It didn't happen.
And number two, in the books, I don't think that Jon will ever ride a dragon.
No.
And also, they are Dany's dragons, right? They are her children. But she has only claimed Drogon. She has not claimed Rhaegal or Viserion. She's not their rider. Not yet. It could happen. I don't think it will, but it could happen. But I think one of the lessons, unfortunately, that Dany will have to learn is that the dragon chooses the rider. And Rhaegal is going to choose a rider who doesn't have Dany's best interests at heart. And that's going to suck. So there's that. That's how I feel about it. They are her dragons, but they're not.
He's going to be the first and only Blackfire dragon.
Like, come
Blackfire
on.
Rebellion, the sixth Blackfire Rebellion, the Dance
Hello.
2.0, the Amethyst Empress versus the
Hi, Dany.
Bloodstone Emperor is all the same thing.
It has to happen.
So I was okay.
I'm trying to go through. I think we basically hit every bit of the episode already. Like, just we didn't do it in order, but we just went all over the place. We hit every scene, I believe. Like, we talked about everything basically.
Okay, so
What do you guys hope to see in episode 2 this Sunday? What do we hope to see?
God, I don't even know.
For this Sunday, I mean, I don't have any specific expectations. I've been trying to not have expectations so that I can just see what they want us to see, and like I want to see. I'm very interested in what the showrunners have as far as their perspective on this story, because you have to interpret the story. So it's just I'm interested to see what because I have ideas on what it could be. So it's just, and this gets into like the discussion, like somebody in the comments mentioned like how hard is it to stick to the book, which is like that's the discussion I guess we're going to be having till the end of time when it comes to House of the Dragon and Fire and Blood, about interpreting this loose narrative that is the book. It's not as simple as just following the book.
Right. Which is what Game of Thrones should have done.
Which is, and there was stuff for Game of Thrones to do, and they didn't do it. So.
It doesn't make any sense. Okay, I just want to cover a couple things in the comments. Someone else said he hides Viserys too, which, yes, that is exactly what I was getting at. That if Laenor comes back, I think he's going to be who is responsible for Viserys' return, because he saves him, that kind of a thing. That's how I could see him coming back.
See, I like that. I like that a lot.
I like it. I would not be mad about it. And then someone else asked, unrelated to House of the Dragon, but I can't help myself. Who are the three heads then? I'm curious to hear who you think it is. It's Dany. Dany is all three.
Dany does all three. But it doesn't mean that Jon and young Griff are not a part of her child of three aspect. So I have a whole video on how Dany has to defeat the black dragon, save the ice dragon, and face the red dragon. And in facing the red dragon, that means understanding her family history and where she came from and what she has to do differently to not ultimately end up having the same fate.
I want to speak to that really quickly because I just read, I can't remember what chapter it is or even whose POV it is, but it's where you get the info dump. It's got to be Tyrion. It's where you get the info dump about, no, it's Arya in the House of the Black and White. It's the man, the gentleman or whatever she calls him.
The homely man.
Tells her the whole history of Valyria and like the faceless man and how these slaves were literally put in the bowels of hell. Like that is literally the conditions these slaves were put in. And that essentially all slavery in Essos is the result of the Valyrian Empire. Like Dany has to learn that information. She has
Facing
to
the
learn
red
that information.
dragon.
Like, she is naturally and inherently predisposed to go against that because she's an altruistic, empathetic person. But in order for her to be the liberator that she needs to be, she has to consciously know these things. Like, she has to know about the Valyrian history. She has to know the truth about her father. And she has to know all of these things. But also going back to the three heads, like, the three heads are her three dragons. Like, she literally wears a three-headed crown. She is the child of three. She fulfills three prophecies. She's Azor Ahai, the prince who was promised, the stallion who mounts the world. Like,
remember that Aegon and Rhaenyra, all of that boils down to the Amethyst Empress versus the Bloodstone Emperor. And while the main focus of the show and of the book is Alicent versus Rhaenyra, like, we don't get Aegon versus Rhaenyra without that, it still boils down to that. And for Dany to truly break that, she has to be the one to prevent, to defeat her Bloodstone Emperor for the first time ever.
Yeah,
so that is the defeating of the Black Dragon.
So if you're curious about, like, the Child of Three, the dragon has three heads, I have a playlist called Dany Child of Three, where I talk a lot about that. And then also the Legacy Opposition Lightbringer series of videos is about the three heads of the dragon.
How does everybody feel about Melisandre as Massaria?
Ooh, that's a good one.
No. I
She's
think it's
alive.
actually even. I think, like, no,
Quickly becoming a
Melisandre. I
popular
don't
idea.
think we're gonna see Melisandre at all. I don't.
If they do, it's like a cameo. She's like in and out. There's no significance to her. Just
No.
a fan service there.
Who is the last hero? I think it's Bran.
It's Bran.
Bran.
Brooke, we already kind of addressed it, but I said that Helena told the truth because she knew that Jaehaerys was going to die anyway, and she didn't want to risk losing both of them. So she just, because she's a dreamer, so she knew that Jaehaerys was going to be the one because she'd already seen it. In a way, she probably had already seen it. Like,
Yeah, so
when she says that she's afraid of the rats, it could have been that she had a dream about rats devouring Jaehaerys. It could have been that the rats were chasing after him. It could have been really anything. But something tells me by the look on her face, she knew that it had to be him and that there was nothing she could do.
No, she definitely had already come to terms with it. It's like in Juggy's video earlier that I was talking about, that you see the moment of recognition on Helena's face when she's like, oh my God, this is my dream. It's happening. This is it. It's happening right now. And that recognition, that moment of recognition is when she's like, I don't have a choice. Because we act like she had a choice. She didn't have a choice. They made the choice for her. Like, people make this big deal about, oh, she didn't make the choice. But in the end, her choice didn't fucking matter. It didn't matter because she didn't really have a choice. None of these women have choices. Y'all make me so angry when you have these conversations about women's agency. I don't know how much fucking power you think these women actually would have had.
That's the point.
No sense.
That's the point.
That's the
point
entire
of the
story.
entire story.
Like, people keep wanting to see this subversion of the wrongs of women when the entire story is about a woman being murdered for being a fucking woman. You're not going to see the
That's the point of it. All boils down to Daenerys, and I've talked to you guys about this before. Fire and Blood exists for Daenerys.
Yes.
That's the only reason why George wrote it, was for Dany. This is all about her facing the Red Dragon, her family history, where she comes from. This is what a part of the things that Dany is going to have to learn. And so, yeah.
Okay, so who is the last hero? I think it's Bran. The reason for that is because, like, the whole point of the last hero is the relationship with the children of the forest. Bran is the only fucking character that even knows they exist right now. Like, he's the one forming the relationship. He's the Green Seer. He's going to be the equilibrium, the god on earth. Like, that's his thing. Like, I know everyone is like, Jon needs a title if he's not the last hero and he's not Azor Ahai.
Night's King. He's going to be the Night's King 2.0. So
and,
there you go.
He's supposed to, even if he's not anything, like, Jon is supposed to look like the hero. He's supposed to look like Aragorn, and he's not.
He's Aragorn.
He's supposed to not be that. That's
Well, okay,
at the
but
broad stroke speaking, that's what's going on.
The whole point to him being the second attempt at Azor Ahai, Mel's second attempt at Azor Ahai, is for her to muck it up again. How is she going to mess this up? She's going to resurrect him with a baby who she thinks is King's blood, but it's going to have turned out to be the baby that the others are actively looking for. So now Jon is going to be their new thing, which makes Jon their Night's King. Because they're not just turning Craster's babies into undead zombies. No, they are turning them into like Ice Fae.
Yeah.
That's what they are. So that is what Jon's destiny is going to be the Night's King 2.0.
Yeah, I like to conceptualize Jon as like the inverse Azor Ahai. Because like he's what's going to happen is Melisandre trying to force this prophecy is going to perverse it. Because what we learn over and over again from Melisandre, from Rhaegar, from all these different characters, even Dany to a certain extent, once you know about a prophecy, you're going to fuck it up. Which is the entire reason why Dany fulfills the prophecy without her or us ever hearing it. We do not hear it until after it's done. And that's the only reason it fucking works, is because she didn't know.
That's why I think it's so cool that Helena doesn't really tell people about these dreams that she's having. She kind of does in a way, but in a way she also doesn't, because she knows what's the point. Like, I could tell them, but one, they're probably going to think I sound crazy. And two,
they do think she sounds crazy. Oh, that was another thing I wanted to talk about, is that fucking another scene that was supposed to be endearing is like that exchange between him and Helena when Aegon and Helena, when she tells him like, I'm not scared of dragons, I'm scared of rats. And he says something like, our endearing quirky queen, or whatever the fuck he says. Like, I don't think that's cute. I think that's him being fucking dismissive. She's literally telling him to his face that like something is coming, and he doesn't even care to like stay for 5 seconds to ask her a few more follow-up questions, despite knowing he has to close an eye. What happens? He loses his fucking eye. You know, the beast under the board. What happens? Like,
how is Alicent of all people? Like, how are you listening to your daughter say this?
Because she's not listening. Alicent is so
far. Your daughter has told you twice. She's told you twice. She said it to Alicent both times. How are you not putting the piece together that your daughter is seeing things?
Are Aegon and Rhaenyra reincarnations of the Amethyst Empress and Bloodstone Emperor?
Yes.
Like, I go back and forth on like, is it a literal actual reincarnation? I think maybe.
I don't think it has to be a reincarnation, so to speak.
Yeah.
I just think it's a parallel.
It's more about like, it's narratively, thematically like parallel. It's supposed to emphasize that we are in a cycle and the system is keeping us in the cycle.
Because is Dany the actual literal Amethyst Empress? No, there was only ever one. But she is repeating that history. She has become an Amethyst Empress come again, just as Rhaenyra has kind of come again with the Amethyst Empress. But it's happening to where, like, Rhaenyra is no exception to the rule. She's dying just as the OG Amethyst Empress does. But the thing about it is that's so cool about my theory that Aegon Young Griff will have the crown. He'll have the same crown that Aegon II had. And in the books, the crown is surrounded by red rubies, the Bloodstone Emperor. And it is only ever worn by people who embody the Bloodstone Emperor in one way or another. Aegon the Conqueror embodied the Bloodstone Emperor because he was literally taking Westeros against their will. He said, surrender to me or I'm burning you. Maegor the Cruel wore the crown. Surrender to me or I'm burning you. Like, he literally killed people to get to his throne. He killed his own nephew to get to his throne. So let's think about this for a second. I mean, everybody, Daeron the young dragon, who called himself, we don't need a dragon, I'm a dragon, going over to Dorne and taking over Dorne, trying to take something that did not belong to him. It's the theme worn by, like, everybody who wears this crown is doing it. Even Aemond, who isn't technically king, who's coveting his brother's throne, is trying to take something that doesn't belong to him. And you cannot tell me, if he did not survive the God's Eye, that Aegon wouldn't have had a little accident. Because I think Aemond's plan, what Aemond had in mind was that Aegon's injuries were he was going to succumb to that. And the fact that that wasn't happening as quickly as he would have liked, he would have taken what he wanted. So I think that was always the plan.
I mean, he was already a kinslayer, so.
Exactly. Why not do it again?
Lisa's asked a few times what we think of Old Nan. Like, do we think that she's anybody else, like anything like that? I don't think so. I think she's literally just an old lady who's been around a long time. And she's meant to tell us like the importance of stories and like oral history.
I do think she's right. I think everything she says is correct. And it's again like show Helena, everybody's like whatever, but everything that Old Nan says is correct. And she's the one who calls it. She's like, "Oh, the red comet, it means dragons."
While George isn't the best at numbers, years, and stuff, if you do the math on Old Nan, she is far too old to be Hodor's mother. I think she would have to be like Hodor's great grandmother.
Yeah.
So she came to Winterfell like 2 generations before Ned, I believe. She's old.
She's old. Yeah, I think her and Aemon are, you know, these figures who are so wise and have so much information, and it's kind of George's commentary on how in our like Western culture, how we treat elders, and you know, how we discredit and belittle all of the wisdom and oral history that they hold for us.
How we treat anybody who isn't like a man who can wage war.
Yeah, exactly.
Anybody who isn't Randall Carl.
It's so important to me that Bran is the last hero as, you know, a young crippled boy. Daenerys is Azor Ahai, the prince who was promised, because she is a girl. And that Jon is the villain because he was supposed to be the hero. Like, that's subversion, baby. Like, I'm sorry. Jon emerging as the hero, there is absolutely nothing, not one damn thing that is subversive about that. Not one thing.
Yeah.
I think it would be cool if she and Sir Duncan the Tall had a relationship, though, since Dunk kind of got around. I think it'd be pretty cool if they had
she's
something.
too old. She'd be like in her... Well, you're right. All right. He hooks up with 60-year-old or 50, which would be...
Wait. No. Dunk...
No, she would be...
She's right. No, she would be young at the time.
No. That's the thing. She would be too young at that point.
Would she really, though? Would she really?
She would, because that's about 100 years before. So it's like...
Hold on. Like, if she's...
Hold on.
Like,
I'm going to bring up the time.
How old is she, though?
Oh, gosh. I'm bringing up the timeline.
How old is Lisa?
Lisa followed up.
Is Dan older than Aemond?
So this is... Oh, I remember what this is. So it's like...
I think Dan is older than Aemond.
That's what I say. So I think that it's very possible that she and Sir Duncan the Tall had a thing. I mean, like, it's kind of been hinted by George that he got around.
So Lisa followed up and said, I wondered if she was a wildling, Old Nan, a wildling for like how much more she knew. And I think that kind of speaks to, this is something my mom I love the random stuff my mom points out because she, you know, has different set of eyes when she's watching it. So when Cregan came on and he started talking, she was like, he sounds like a wildling. And I was like, yeah, well, because, you know, that wall wasn't always there. That wall wasn't always there. And so I think, you know, there's something to speak to about like borders and how throwing up these borders, throwing up the wall, how it divided people, that kind of thing. I think, you know, was she a wildling? I don't know. But like, did she have access in her heritage to wildling oral history? Definitely.
I mean, it's possible.
But like Ygritte and Mance both say, and I think even Val, like all three of them at different times say like, the free folk remember what the Southerners have forgotten. And that very much reminds me of Old Nan.
Yeah.
She remembers what everyone's forgotten.
Yeah. I agree. Sorry, there's so much stuff going on over here. I'm trying to participate. Oh, thank you.
I was in the trash can.
Oh, it was in the trash can? Okay.
On the side of it. Like how they moved the doors.
Where'd Ashley go? Then she probably had to go to the bathroom. Oh, there she is. There she goes. Do you want to say hi, Skylar?
Hi.
Do you think Aemon will feel guilt for Jaehaerys since it's revenge for Luke? No, I don't.
Can y'all talk about the tapestry in the background? Yeah, didn't we see, isn't there like a depiction of Daenerys in there? Like she's on fire, like it depicts her, when she like walks out of the Dosh Kaleen on fire. I don't know, I have to take a second look at it, but it looked like Daenerys. Like she has seen Daenerys. And then, can we talk about the intro tapestry? I think that was badass.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it better than what We disagree. I wish that there had been a new song.
Not me.
Yes, I'm
I love
tired
it.
of the whatever.
Not me. I can hear
Sorry,
that.
I was getting kind of drowsy, so
I've had that ringtone since 2015. I will never tire of it. They can make it the intro of Dunk and Egg and I wouldn't care. I know that's controversial. I love it so much.
I love it. When I was at Ren Fair last weekend, they went by, like the King's procession went by or whatever, and you're supposed to like bow to them, and like I did nothing of the sort, but they were playing the Game of Thrones theme song.
Ah,
And he's like, I know that song. Be funnier if it was Reigns of Castamere, but
this is fun. Thank you though. That's very clever. Sorry, I was talking to Skylar.
I thought you were talking to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
clever.
clever.
Yes, very clever. Yeah, anytime I hear that anywhere out in the wild, my ears just perk up. And I will listen to when I do a rewatch, when I watch 1 through 5, because that's how far I'll go. I will listen to the intro every time. I do not skip it. Please play it at the funeral.
I love that you had music from The Knight's Tale playing in the background, and I was like, Chelsea, it's from that movie. I love that movie. I don't care what anybody says. That movie was so good. It was so good. I could watch that over and over again. One of Heath Ledger's, one of my favorite movies that he ever did.
That's how I want them to do the Conquest show. Just have it be fun.
Okay, so A Knight's Tale is the vibe I want in Duck and Egg.
Yes, that would be great.
Lighthearted, that, like, I want that companionship, that friendship, that close, like, brotherhood between him and Egg. I need Chelsea to read it because she's killing my soul. Like, I need you to read this book because it's so good, and it's just, it makes you feel good. And then when you read Egg, you're like, oh, that's like Dany. Oh, Dany talks like Egg. Oh, look, that's something that Dany would say. And you're like, okay, well, I know where she gets her smart mouth. And it's like, I love it because he's so quirky and like dry in his humor and the things that he says. And you're like, that's like Daenerys.
Did you guys
get that inspiration?
Did you guys watch the like coming this season like trailer at the end of the episode? Those are Dany's eggs. You get a very good look at them.
And I was like,
those are fucking Dany's eggs. And you were, until the show tells me differently, those are Dany's eggs. Like, we need an origin story. It's not the origin story I would have chosen based on Fire and Blood. I like the Alyssa Farman stealing the 3 eggs. Like, that would have been my preferred origin story for Dany's eggs. Yeah. But I think the show they clearly want to capitalize on Daenerys. They did it from the beginning. And the whole story is about Daenerys and leading to those 3 eggs and leading to the return of the dragons. It makes complete sense that they would use House of the Dragon as an origin story for Dany's eggs. Like, that makes sense. And as long as those eggs come from Dreamfire, I'm happy.
You can't blame the show for wanting to capitalize on the titular character. Or what should have been the titular character of the story. So it's not their fault that Game of Thrones screwed that up.
Right, because like this commenter said, like what good are eggs right now? They're no good. Were you gonna hatch a bunch of little dragons and just be like bats? Like you know, it's like Daemon and Harrenhal instead of bats. It's like these little dragons. Like,
does anybody watch Vice Principals?
Yeah.
So it's a Danny McBride show. It's like Righteous Gemstones, but there's a part where he just like grabs a bunch of tacks, like, you know, thumbtacks, and he just throws them at Walton Goggins. He's just like, tacks. That's what I feel like. That's what it's going to be. Just little dragons. Just because dragons take time to grow.
I also think that's why they are probably going to make the decision to change Rhaena's story. Like I said, they want to make her a more hands-on character. She can't be hands-on if she has a tiny hatchling that sits on her shoulder. You know, if she claims fucking sheep stealer, all of a sudden we have another fucking dragon rider. Which actually, one thing we didn't talk about, and of course I've seen people upset about it because this fandom is insane. Hugh Hammer being in King's Landing, people are like, ah!
Yeah.
Oh, right. I remember people were upset about this because this was part of the Balon has fans, because apparently, like, people were really upset that Hugh could potentially be like a bastard son of Balon.
Oh my gosh.
Which I'm like, I don't think they're going to do that.
No.
First off, none of the TV audience knows who Balon is.
No. And
They
like,
should. They shouldn't have started. I think starting with the dance was a stupid choice. It was a choice, whatever. But unfortunately, no one's going to know who he is because we started with the dance.
and I think for the sake of the show and like the narrative of the show, like it made sense to have him just start in King's Landing. That made sense. It's just more straightforward.
It's
convoluted.
interesting. I want to see what they do with it, but I did think I was like, Hugh. Oh, that Hugh. Huh.
Hugh. Well,
I
the
wonder
hair,
why
hello.
they're bringing him in here. So, anyways, well, he's a hammer. He's a smith. Whatever. Tyland and Jaehaerys were so funny. Yes, that actor who plays Tyland is he's a very enjoyable guy to watch because he's I don't know, like, because he's in Game of Thrones as well as kind of a pompous asshole.
Yeah, he's also in Vikings, in the first few seasons of Vikings.
We had a really good question. Juan asked, can dreamers ever change the things they see? It looks like every prophecy is set in stone.
Well,
Okay, so the thing about prophecy and dreams is that it doesn't always play out exactly. That's why, like, these dreams are so complicated. So I made a video, like, probably like an hour or so ago, but posted it right before the live, where I talk about how Jojen Reed tells Bran in the books that he sees the ocean flooding Winterfell. Well, Winterfell is nowhere near the coast, and that's Bran's first argument is he's like, but the ocean isn't near Winterfell. Like, how is that even possible?
It's a metaphor.
No, I just see the ocean washing away in Winterfell. Everyone's drowning. Everyone's dying. I see you dead, Bran. This is just what I see in my dreams. They always happen. There's nothing you can do to prevent it. And Bran's like, well, can I just leave? And he's like, it doesn't matter. It's going to happen anyway.
Does he see Bran dead?
well, this is debated in the series between Jojen and Mira. Is that like because Jojen totally believes that there's no running away from fate. Meanwhile, Mira is like, why are they sending us a message if not to
If
do
we
anything?
can't,
about it?
yeah.
The thing about it is that, okay, so the Ironborn swoop in and they are clearly the ocean because they are the metaphorical ocean that's flooding Winterfell is all of these Ironborn. And then technically Bran does die because everybody believes he's dead. Everyone believes that he and Rickon are dead. So what Jojen saw, he saw the bodies likely in his dream, but they weren't Bran and Rickon. But he thought that they were because everybody else thinks they are.
Well, and like there's someone else that, I can't think of the details, there's someone else that they kill, and Bran realizes, he's like, oh, he drowned in blood. His own blood.
Was it Micken?
I think, or is that in the show?
Yes. No, that's
No,
that's
it's
in the
Roderick in the
books.
show.
I'm not sure because to me, like, they just needed to die. They didn't need to drown specifically because it's like, being killed by the Ironborn is the drowning.
Yeah.
'Cause
No,
the
I
sea
agree,
is-
but that's just a
But
connection that
look
Bran
at
makes.
Cersei,
Yes.
for example. Cersei tries to prevent what Maggie the Frog tells her is going to happen. And every time
Making it
she
happen.
tries to prevent it from happening, she ends up pushing
Bringing
it
it
further
closer.
into happening. So I think I agree personally with Jojen. There's nothing you can do. Like, you can try to manipulate the situation. Ultimately, it's just going to happen. Look at Melisandre. Melisandre takes out Renly to prevent Renly from defeating Stannis. And yet it is still someone in Renly's armor who
Yeah, how
does
she switches it. Oh my god, I love that. I fucking love
not
that.
matter. And I believe, had she not killed Renly, I think it would have been Renly who defeated Stannis. I
Yes.
think that no matter what you do, you cannot fix it. It is just going to
You
happen. In one
Your
way or
your interference will change it'll alter the machinations, but the outcome is always going to be the same.
the outcome.
And I think what the prophecy means, that can change. Like what the metaphor is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like
Absolutely.
you're not going to be able to change the outcome, which is why this commentary is being made on the difference between fulfilling a prophecy you've never heard versus trying to manufacture a prophecy to happen.
Mm-hmm. So I think
And
that ultimately,
going back to the Melisandre and Renly thing, she has this fucking quote that I just can't get over. That's like, if I have misinterpreted a prophecy for a warning, then the error is on me as the reader, not on the book, right? So she's saying, like, don't blame Rahlor, blame me. And I'm like, will do, check. But she literally tells us, like, that she knows she's capable of confusing this needs to happen with this is going to happen, right? And so that's what she does with the Renly thing, is she sees his death, and it's a warning. It's saying, don't do this. But she interprets it as, this needs to happen, or else you'll see Renly at the gates of King's Landing. She misinterpreted a prophecy for a warning for a prophecy. Like, we watch her do it, and then people really come into my space and say, John's going to be Azor Ahai because snow. Melisandre sees snow. Okay.
I also see snow when my television doesn't have signal.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what if this is static interference from the old gods? What if they're like, bitch, like, fuck your fire god? Like,
maybe, I mean, yeah, she is right there at the wall, so this is
right, she has this, like, weird, I think, false idea that, like, her powers are stronger at the wall, and I'm like, girl, I don't know why you think that.
No,
I would definitely, as a witch, I would think
something else. She's delving into something else, and I don't think it's Rahalor that's messing with her at this point.
No, and she doesn't realize that. Like,
there was something in the chat. Are the gods playing with these people? I don't think there are gods, and you can go to, like, George's other work too. He's written stuff that's similar, like conscious beings sending messages to people and controlling their minds. Nope. None of them are gods.
Nope.
They're all people.
This is shit that's, like, in the ether.
They all have motivations. They're all doing something.
This is shit that is in the ether.
For all we know, it's Bloodraven sending her these visions because he's like, I'm trying to make the Night King 2.0. Like, who knows, man?
I don't think he's intentionally trying to make the Night King. I think he thinks he's going to make Azor Ahai. That's the point. Is, like, he's another motherfucker who thinks he knows better and is just gonna fucking fuck with prophecy, even though he's, like, stuck in this tree. Like, what do you know? What do you know about anything right now?
But Shiera, Quaithe knows. You should have stuck to what you were good at, Bloodraven being her paramour. Like, that's what you were good at.
What you were good at.
You were good at being somebody.
Lady of Ashai, the faith is Catholicism.
Yeah. It's the institution of the church.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, even being as direct as
You
saying,
see
like,
us
there are multiple aspects of one God.
Yeah.
You know, it's the
Which
Trinity.
I love how
Except
Dany,
now-
when she...
Except in George's, it's everything's bigger, so now there's seven.
I love how
people.
when Dany, she has this, like, monologue where she's thinking about all the different gods, like, she thinks about Missandei's butterfly god, like, all that kind of stuff, and she thinks about the 7 aspects actually being one god, and she's like, that's just fucking confusing. Like, what's the point of that? And, like, because she's also, like, you know, a kid, so she's just like, that seems really confusing. Like, why? And I'm like,
I do think that the Maid of Light and the Lion of the Night, I think they're real. And I think that that's what...
I mean, they're real in that...
I think that they're going to be Jon and Dany, like you said. Like, I love that they're...
Okay, I agree. Gods are people. What these people are talking about as, like, gods, they're actually referring to people who did things, I think. And that Jon and Dany will be an equivalent of the Maid of Light and the Lion of the Night. But exactly. I'm with Eric that the gods are not real. The primordial forces of fire and ice are real. And they create life. It's life and death, right? And then there's something to fire meeting ice creates water. And so we also see water magic. Like, this is what's happening. But that magic, it's just shit that's in the ether. And it's humans who can use spells and blood magic and all these different things to, like, tap into that and manipulate it. And that's the fucking problem. The problem is humans. The problem is human interference. Not only human interference, but this idea that we can defeat the primordial forces of life and death. And that's why when people's conclusion is that one or the other has to be eradicated by the end of the series, or both of them, your human arrogance is showing. And it's silly. It's goofy.
So dumb. And I'm sorry, but, like, you have to use your brain at that point. Like, there has to be a balance, and that's the entire point. Like, there can't be more of one than the other. And we've seen what happens when there's too much of one. Look at what is happening in the current series. Right. So, like, it's not going to work that way.
Or the Doom. I mean, the Doom was another example. Like, that's what happens when you have too many fucking dragons in one place. That's what happens when you take the gift that was bestowed on you to defeat the Long Night to then create hell on earth for millions of slaves. Like, of course you're going to be fucking punished for that.
Yep.
You arrogant fuckheads. I'm sorry, I just get so, like, worked up.
So here, I've been seeing your comments in here about the Winterfell plot. That's the thing to me. Like, I don't, whatever. I'm unpopular opinion. I never liked how much people love Cregan Stark. I guess he's cool. I don't care for him.
I'm not like,
But it is interesting that they didn't bring up that they don't bring up the Pact of Ice and Fire, and they only bring up the Winter Wolves. I'm curious as to which direction they're going to go with Cregan, because in the book he doesn't do anything for 2 years. So what?
Had his eye on the north.
No, exactly. So what? Like Cregan is what? Like overseeing harvests for 2 years while a war is happening. You know what I mean? Like that.
No,
part
I think
of the story
that's
is
why they're
already done.
I
So
think that's why
I don't think they're going to go back. And it's interesting that they didn't bring any of this other stuff up.
So
Also, with no Sarah Snow, sorry to add on really quickly, with no Sarah Snow, this means that it is confirmed that Cregan is Sarah Snow.
confirmed canon.
yes,
Canon, exactly.
Cregan in a wig.
Die about it.
Okay.
So a court of good girls asked earlier. She was the only one that liked how the show ended, and then she also included, would y'all think if Dany were to meet the same fate in the books that she did in
Can
the
I take
show?
this? Can I take
Please, please, please.
She won't, but if George goes that direction, he is the most insidious, misogynistic piece of shit on the planet. And that is what I will say on that.
And we do not like the ending of the show.
Well,
We
I
don't-
mean, the thing is, show Daenerys, it's like we were talking about earlier. Show Daenerys and book Daenerys are two entirely different
Not the same
people.
character.
And
They're not the
so
same character.
there's no way for them to have the same ending when they are two different people. Like they don't have anything in common.
Here's why Dany's story ended the way it ended in the show. They needed to get rid of her because the goal was always for Jon to be the hero in the end. And they knew that from the beginning. And it was easier for them to do that because they took out all of the magic. I hear people go on at length about how magical Jon is, and it's like, yeah, he's a very powerful warg who won't accept it, who hasn't accepted it, who's been running from it. And that pales in comparison to the kind of magical character that Daenerys is. She is the magical character. She woke dragons from stone. Like, I don't know how to make this any clearer to people that, like, she's the end game. And having her end be being murdered in a moment of intimacy by a man that she trusted for doing what every other man on that show would have done is insulting.
Yeah.
Yeah, the seeing that ending in the best faith possible, assuming that we had the build up to it and we saw the transformation happen. It still like flies in the face of a lot of the themes that were already set up in both this book.
Yeah, but
and
themes
the
are for
show.
8th grade book reports.
Yeah, and it doesn't like reading the I always refer people to Estella Graves, who did a series on the Fire Cannot Kill a Dragon, the behind the scenes book, which is a puff piece. It's written with the collaboration of everybody involved, so it's not like a tell-all or whatever. But in there, they explain themselves, the difference between what they thought made Jon good and what made Dany like bad was that Dany needed to be convinced to do the right thing, and Jon just did the right thing, which
Goes against everything that
goes
happens.
against what they wrote, because Dany doesn't talk to anybody when she frees the slave. So is that the bad thing she did?
No, and just, I'm sorry, like, I don't know how you can enjoy the Mad Queen Dany narrative when it is just a repetitious retelling of every other tragic Targaryen woman in history. It is not subversive to have the daughter of the Mad King be mad. There's nothing subversive about that. What's more subversive is to have the kid who was raised as an honorable, blowhard Stark become the villain. That's subversive.
What kills me too is that you have so much, like, people really should try to give the books a chance if you have not already, because there are so many clues and so many foreshadowing events in Cersei's chapters and with her character and with Jaime's character and what he witnesses from Cersei.
Right.
In the books, Cersei burns down the Tower of the Hand after Tywin is killed by Tyrion. So in a similar way in the show, what happens in the show, for those of you who only watch the show, Tywin does die on the privy just as he does in the show, in the books. After that happens, and
We can't hear you.
for a second. After Cersei, what happens? She burns down the Tower of the Hand to make sure that Tyrion dies, because she believes
he's in the walls. Which
she believes she thinks that he is everywhere. She believes that Tyrion is all over the place at all times. And similarly, Jaime remembers Aerys, the Mad King, who originally tried to burn down King's Landing, and that is why Jaime kills him. So he remembers Aerys saying, "My enemies are in the walls. They're around me. Burn them all. Burn them all." And that is exactly what Cersei is saying. My enemy is in the walls. Burn him. Burn him.
I mean, George is he's not subtle about
Not subtle at all.
the Aerys parallel.
Fire.
Like, George, or not George, but Jaime, he says it. He says it to Cersei's face. You sound like Aerys. And she says, "Watch your tongue, sir."
And then he sees that wildfire in her eyes and that crazed look in her eyes. People have to understand that Cersei is the type of person, this is how she thinks in the books. She is actually freaking nuts. She believes that her handmaidens are plotting against her and that they're shrinking her gowns, despite the fact that this woman is shoveling food and drinking wine on a daily basis and gaining weight and doing nothing but sitting in the Red Keep bossing everyone around. She believes in her mind that they are shrinking her gowns. She also thinks that she is entitled to everything, that everything, like all of her ideas are the best. She's the smartest person in the room. All the men want her. It's everything else is everybody else's fault. And then we get to the point of the Walk of Shame. So the Walk of Shame is similar, but also a little bit different because you get it in Cersei's POV instead of just in the show. And it's very important to listen to Cersei's POV in the book during the Walk of Shame, because she is thinking about and realizing that she is not beautiful or perfect anymore. She has aged. Her body has changed because of childbirth, as naturally does happen when you have children, and she has gotten older. And Cersei, a narcissist, like the narcissist, is realizing that she is not perfect.
Okay,
and she's also being humiliated before these people that she hates. She has said specifically to Jaime and anybody who will listen that she hates the Red Keep. She hates King's Landing. She hates the whole fucking place. She just wants to wipe it all out and build a castle by the river because she cannot stand these people. So that right there tells you she will have no qualms in burning them. Now they have humiliated her. They've embarrassed her. They've laughed at her and made fun of her and thrown things at her. No. And then Kevin, her uncle, is taken out by Varys with a crossbow. Varys does this on purpose to make it look like Tyrion did it. And then he puts like coins from, I believe like coins from Tyrells, like to look like they are responsible as well. So he is implicating that Tyrion and the Tyrells are working against Cersei. Cersei is already on her last marble. And now she's going to discover that young Griff and John Connington are coming to take her throne. What do you think somebody with Aerys' type of mentality is going to do with all of this information? She's got Tyrion in the walls. He's confirmed now because Kevin's dead by a crossbow. Tyrion's in the walls. He's in the walls. The people of King's Landing have humiliated me and embarrassed me. And then I've got this asshole who thinks that he can boss me around. I put him in charge and he's turned on me. Like, how dare the High Sparrow do that to me? Cersei gave him all this power. Like, all of these things are happening at once, Cersei's going to combust. And the wildfire plot is going to happen, and she's going to take them all out.
Okay,
and
so
it's going to be the reason why Jaime ultimately becomes the Valancourt, because he's going to have to choke the life from her after she does what he killed Aerys to prevent him from doing. Sorry, that was a rant. I'm done.
And let's not forget that she made Arain Waters master of ships, and he built all these ships, and then he just took off with them.
So Juan asked, was Cersei always crazy, or is it the stress of ruling and her alcoholism? It's the prophecy. The prophecy, hearing that prophecy as a child is the root of her true madness. I think that Cersei was always going to be cruel. That was her predisposition. You see it as young as you see Cersei, and you see it from everybody else's perspective, but she's mean and cruel and entitled. But that prophecy is what sets her up.
Oh, yeah.
For failure, because the drinking and all of that comes from the stress of the fucking prophecy. And like, yeah. And it's also, in my mind, Cersei being the Mad Queen is so fucking vital, because the narrative that George is making is that madness is not like this inherited, reserved for one fucking family, only the Targaryens are mad. His point is that this power makes people fucking mad. And to have Tywin's daughter, right, Tywin, who helped depose this crazy king and thought he was just absolutely insane and hated everything he did, only to raise a child just like him, just like Aerys, right? That irony is like impeccable.
Thank you, by the way, everybody who liked the rant, because
but I also have to say,
emotionally attached to my girl. She has the right to burn King's Landing to the ground.
I was gonna say, was Cersei always crazy? This is, I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but I'm gonna answer it in this way. I do think this is kind of a late addition by George in Feast, because her character doesn't. I just don't buy that she would ever be that friendly with Tyrion if this was clanging around in her head that whole time. So it's just one of those like,
I do.
We just kind of got to go with it.
I believe it. Because I just think that she seems crazier because we're in her head. Like, I mean, what choice at that point in the story? What choice did she have but to collaborate, which she never was actually, with Tyrion? She was undermining and plotting behind his back the whole time. Only she's not as good at it as he is, so he knew everything that she was doing.
It's just one of those like I feel like it's George's like I just think he was writing a different character. Like another example of this is when Jon is described as very observant, because that's like what George wrote in like the early 90s before he even finished the Game of Thrones. And then in Jon's first chapter, like all he does is notice things about people. And then we get to the end of A Dance with Dragons where Jon knows nothing about what anything is going on around him. And it's because of that he kind of gets snuck up on. So it's like, it's one of those like, with Cersei, I think it doesn't bother me, but I do think it was kind of like a late addition that like, it's like, okay, no, she's actually just crazy.
I feel like
I don't know. She just doesn't strike me as like completely gone, and she's definitely not. There is something also to the escalation of everything. Basically, the entire rant that Ashley just went down on.
I think Jon had so many different hands in different pots at that point, though, in Dance, that I think that that's how he was able to not really see what was going on with that.
No, Stefania figured it out. He was too busy looking at Satin.
Yes.
Yes.
No, but I think that has more to do with Jon's character development. I think that's really intentional. I don't think that was happenstance, that he became less observant. I think that has to do with like what happens sometimes when you end up in a forced position of power, because he never asked to be Lord Commander. He didn't like ask people to vote for him. Like this was not a position he ever wanted to end up in. He's constantly thinking about like everyone's starving. What do I do with these wildlings? Like, I don't know. I just feel like Ashley said, he has his hand in so many different things. There's so many different things going on that like he's lost that peripheral vision that he had when he was nothing but a bastard. It's easy to be observant when no one pays attention to you.
And it's kind of like when somebody's telling you that something is going to happen. It's like with Helena in the show. She's like, hey, by the way, and nobody's really listening. And Melisandre is telling Jon, hey, I'm seeing this stuff. And Jon's like, ah. So I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, he is. He's focused on bigger issues and not seeing the ones in front of him. I completely agree.
Bigger issues like satin.
But I do think, Eric, that you are right in a way about Cersei. I don't think that it was always his intention to make her. I don't know where he was really going with that, but there's some things that like Sansa says to her early on that like would normally make Cersei flip out that don't. And that is kind of odd. Like that's.
Do you have an example?
Villain John after death. Yeah, I mean that would be the only interesting thing to happen.
Like when Sansa says she wants to be a good queen like her. Like I don't know. Like it feels.
Okay, so here's the thing: Cersei hasn't like lost her son or anything yet. Like the Feast is her descent into madness. Like
Yeah,
I think it makes sense that she didn't come across as crazy in the earlier books. One, because we don't have her POV, but two, because she hasn't lost anything yet.
I do think that she is meant to get progressively crazier. I do. I just think that would kind of been a more triggering comment from her. And it really did not seem to faze her at all. But, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe it's just like at that point she thought, like I don't have anything to worry about.
Also, isn't this like when the castle's under siege by Stannis?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. I'm not really... I don't know. I think there were too many other things going on, that her having a meltdown, that Sansa said she wanted to be like her. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think if Sansa said that to Cersei in Feast...
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we'd have a lot more to say about it.
Yeah,
but that's
I mean
because,
that's the thing
because
that
Cersei by Feast thinks that Sansa killed her son. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there are all these things that have happened that have made her feel crazier. Jamie lost his fucking hand, and she feels like she can't trust him anymore, and he's just getting in her way all the time and questioning her all the fucking time. And this was like supposed to be her other half that never questioned her, right? And like, she's lost Joffrey, she can't control Tommen and kind of thinks he's a weakling. Myrcella was taken away from her. Like, by the time we meet her in Feast, all that shit has happened.
Yeah. And I think
I personally I think that George has always wanted Cersei to be the Mad Queen. I think that's always been the case, and I think that he needed a foil for Dany. And that's what Cersei was. And she's not a very good foil if she's not the Mad Queen.
I think Cersei, when she discovers the plot by the Dornish to put Myrcella on the throne, that is where we are going to see Myrcella's demise. And you guys know what I think about that. I think that Cersei is going to not be inadvertently, but she's just going to be directly responsible for Myrcella's death. I think she's going to believe she's the younger, more beautiful queen, and she's going to kill her own child.
I see Cersei killing Tommen as more likely, because Myrcella becoming queen solidifies Cersei's claim to Casterly Rock.
Right.
There's a personal benefit, and that's why the Dornish think that Cersei will side with them, is because it benefits her. And what's his name? Eris Oakheart talks about how Myrcella is much more suitable for the throne than Tommen for a lot of different reasons. She's smarter, she's older, she's got a better temperament. Cersei hates Tommen. Like, I know in the show they were like, she loves all her kids, it's her only redeeming quality. Like, she thinks that Tommen is a waste of fucking space. And all that she really wishes is that he was Joffrey. And every time that he isn't Joffrey, she gets really fucking mad about it. And so, like, maybe she thinks that he's the younger brother, or maybe it's nothing even related to the prophecy because she's a fucking psycho. I don't know. But for me personally, I could see her killing Tommen before I could see her killing Myrcella.
Yeah, the Myrcella, like, I am very into like the Dornish plan involving getting Cersei to be cool with Myrcella, which is essentially the equality of the genders a little more. Because it would also mean that she's owed Casterly Rock. Yep. So it's like,
okay,
it would solve a lot of problems for Cersei.
Sure would.
Villain John after death would be so cool, snapping after going through so much. Yes, that's kind of what we have all alluded to, is that John has been through so much and has had every choice that he's ever tried to make taken away from him or manipulated, especially the choice to try to save both children, and then it ultimately ending up with Gilly's baby dying, even though that was never his intention. And just having everything taken away from him constantly and all the time, and even resurrected against his will. Like, he was killed against his will, and he's brought back to life against.
Oh, it's so much deeper than that. It's like, this is a man who's been actively resisting being a warg, and he just got shot into his second life, fit for a king, and then you take him away from it. It's like he didn't choose to go into it, didn't choose to come back. Like this idea that he's going to come back and be like mostly normal is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Well, he also died in a very similar way that Catelyn did, and people never really talk about that. Catelyn died of betrayal. Like she was betrayed. John was betrayed, and it's all happening in a very similar way.
Also, it's happening in a similar way in many different ways. For one thing, it's very George has said a lot about the shield hall being full of cobwebs and burnt up wood and all these old shields. And it's like at the Red Wedding, there were all them silk tents that were made specifically to burn and collapse in on the soldiers. There's probably going to be crossbowmen on the higher levels that are going to be shooting at all the wildlings. So it's like, it is very Red Wedding-esque going on at the wall right now, which I think is feeding into the way Jon is going to come back.
Well, and also for George to establish parallels between Jon and Cat. Come on. Come on. The narrative irony there is rich. Okay, really quick.
The only thing that I would wish for that I'm probably not going to get, and I've just kind of accepted this, is a Lady Stoneheart Darth Jon meetup. Like, I want it, but I know that most likely George is not going to give it to me. So I've just kind of come to terms with the fact that I won't get it.
Two things. There's something I want to talk about in the chat, and then I also just thought of something I have been paying more attention to that I've never paid attention to before when reading, is Jon and Rickon. And I think there's a lot of foreshadowing and evidence to suggest an immense conflict between those two. A big one. And by those two, I mean the agents who have control of Rickon, because he's like a child. So it's whoever is like owns him right now, right? And like he is savage, like since he was a child. And I think that this whole time he's been gone, he's been warging into Shaggy Dog, not even knowing it. And that's dangerous because there's not a separation between the two of them anymore. Like we see it with Arya and Jon, you see that separation of self, and Jon is like, no, I'm a man, not a wolf. LOL, that's not going to age well. But, you know, Rickon doesn't have the cognitive ability to do that kind of distinction. He's a literal actual child. So there's that. I've been thinking a lot about Rickon and an inevitable conflict for Winterfell with him and Jon. And then...
Oh. Chelsea, you're muted. Chelsea, you are muted right now. We can't hear you. No, I don't know what's... Your mic just cut out.
How about now?
I can hear you now.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay, it's because someone was calling me. So what was the last thing you heard? Sorry. Rhaegar, is he a dreamer? Yes, I think he is a dreamer. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay, so in the House of the Undying, when Dany sees Rhaegar and Elia and Aegon, and there's this whole bit that like he looks up and it's like he sees her. I think that he is seeing her. And I think that he's seeing her in her Carthene gown, so she's got a titty out, so he knows she's a girl. And she's got a dragon with her. And in his mind, he thinks he's seeing Visenya, his third child. The dragon has 3 heads. There must be one more. He's talking about, I need another kid. And this is why he seeks out Lyanna. This is how Jon comes to be. And the bitter, terrible irony is that he was just seeing his future baby sister, right? So he did all of this for nothing. And what reinforces this is her, like, yes, that she feels like he's looking at her, but something I noticed is when Pyat first introduces her into the House of the Undying, he tells her, you can interact with them and they can interact with you. Like, he tells her that. And there's also a really interesting lack of exchange in the vision she has of her father and Jaime on the Iron Throne, because Drogon gets incredibly disquieted. He gets really upset. He screams. And it's like, it talks about how the king on the throne doesn't notice, but you know he can hear it. And it's just like, anyway, I think the House of the Undying is a big cue in to Rhaegar being a dreamer. That and how he always goes to the ruins of Summerhall. And he comes back with these songs, and Barristan says you can't help but feel like he's singing of himself and his family, and he is. I think he's singing about his dreams and the doom of his family, because I think he knew it was coming.
Why do we think that no one, I mean, is it just because everybody's dead at this point that, I mean, there have been dreamers in the past, like Bloodraven even says that, you know, there have been Targaryens who dream. Well, I can't spoil it for you. It's a conversation that happens in Nugget Egg. So it's obvious that there have been Targaryens, there's been Blackfires who have been dreamers. And yet, like, somebody had to have known that dreams that can't be prevented, and yet you still have Rhaegar trying to manipulate what he's dreaming about, which ultimately leads to his demise. I think. I just wonder how he didn't know that trying to force dreams, trying to force things to happen was not going to work out.
Well, he's
it has to do
different.
with human arrogance.
No, he's different, right? That's what everyone thinks. I'm
That's what I'm
different.
saying.
Is it because there's no one around to tell him, or is it because I'm special?
No, I think he thinks he's like everybody who thinks like that. They think they're different. They think it's gonna work for me.
Yep.
I can do it.
Stannis.
Yeah.
This is the same fucking way. In the chat, someone said, why exactly does Cersei hate Tommen? How is she different from the show version? So she hates Tommen because he's weak. That's why she hates him. She views him as weak. A blubbering little child.
Not cruel or horrible, so...
And on several occasions...
And she needs that because she doesn't want him to learn how to fight either. She doesn't want him to learn how to ride a horse. Specifically because she doesn't want, the Tyrells to be ingratiated. Even though Loras is on the Kingsguard, it's all, she doesn't want him training with them.
And how is Cersei different in the book and the show? Number one, the show made her smarter. And even on the show, she's like not that smart. Like she still gets outsmarted left and right. But in the books, I mean, she's dumb. She's a fucking idiot. And she's crazy. Like she's genuinely like unwell.
Yeah.
Bloodraven knows about dreamers, but he doesn't talk to Daeron about his dreams. If you'll think about it, at least Egg talks about how Maekar was told to keep his distance from Bloodraven because bastards are born to deception. And even though Bloodraven's intelligent, like he's eventually going to deceive because he's that bastard, and it doesn't matter if he's legitimized, he's still dirty blood. So I don't think that Maekar or his sons would have had a whole lot to do with him. And you have to remember that Daeron's just concerned about drinking and doing his own thing and not really focusing on anything else. So I don't think that he and Bloodraven would have had too many interactions.
Hey guys, I gotta go again.
This is another. I have to.
Hi, Taryn.
I have to go. There's something wrong with my camera too.
Whoa, you look crazy.
Yeah. So also I gotta go, but this time I don't think I can come back by the time it ends. But I love you all, and
Bye.
I'll see y'all in the group chat.
See ya.
Bye everybody
We'll
in the
see you
chat.
later, Taryn.
Love you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so someone said making Jon's conception forced as well to force his prophecy. So this is what is so fucking funny to me when people try to get on the Dany is the female Paul Atreides, when it's like Jon was literally supposed to be a girl. Like it was a forced prophecy and he was supposed to be a girl, but he was a boy. Like that's literally Paul Atreides. Literally Paul Atreides. And like the whole like living amongst the wildlings is living amongst the Fremen, and like being a champion for the Fremen, like it's so fucking clear that Jon is the parallel. Like it's insane.
I was gonna say real quick about Daeron and Bloodraven. That's one of those things that I think I keep saying it over and over again. I think it's George's gardening because during the Hedge Night when we meet Daeron, Bloodraven doesn't exist. He's not in the main series yet. He and then at the same time, where was I going with this? Aemon. It's the same thing with Aemon. Like, why doesn't Aemon in all of Game of Thrones, Clash of Kings, and Storm, why doesn't he bring up anything about Bloodraven until Feast? It's because Bloodraven didn't exist until then.
Yes.
So it's just one of those it's one of those holes that why didn't Aemon? He was at the wall with Bloodraven for 13 years. He doesn't bring him up at all. So it's just we just got to go with it.
That's a good point. That's
Just
really
got to go with it. So why doesn't he talk to Daeron? Because it just didn't happen. I guess.
But I mean, Juan, you said that Cersei is technically right. There are people in the walls. I mean, Varys is in the walls, so it's not Tyrion.
In the walls.
But I mean, they have to be in the walls. Tyrion has to be in King's Landing. He has to be in the walls of the Red Keep. He has to literally be everywhere, because then Cersei has to burn down King's Landing to make sure that she gets him. She's gonna get him.
One of the questions is, do you guys think Dany will ever get a chance to encounter Cersei? No, I think that Cersei will be dead before Dany even gets to Westeros.
Cersei will be dead and King's Landing will be gone by the time Dany gets to Westeros.
Like,
So-
Dany is not setting foot in Westeros until the end of Winds or maybe even the beginning of Spring. Like, there's just entirely too much shit she has to do.
I would say at the very earliest, she leaves at the end of Winds.
Exactly. I could see her, like, landing, and that's the end. Like, that sort of thing. Or leaving, departing.
There's entirely too much going on. And I mean, it's not like the whole thing with young Griff and Cersei is just going to happen immediately. Like, that's going to take some time to play out. And then you have to get Griff. By the time Daenerys gets to King's Landing or gets to Westeros, I think Griff is already going to be well established as king, like he's intending to do, because that sets him up to be the most dangerous Bloodstone Emperor. So that's going to be the most volatile opposition that she will face at that point. So in order for this to play out the way that I hope that it does, he would have to be the strongest Bloodstone Emperor, and then we get the dance 2.0.
Okay, hold on. There's a bunch of questions.
By the way, how do we feel about young Griff? I oddly feel sympathy for him. I feel sympathy for him in a way because he's being deceived. He's being told one thing, and I believe he honestly thinks that he's the son of Rhaegar and Elia. I don't think
John Con.
as to what's going on and how he's being used. I think my sympathy for him is going to end when he discovers that he's a Blackfire and chooses to keep that information from Daenerys in order to stay king, because that is what is important to him. And he has displayed what is important to him is being in charge already. He has said this to Tyrion. Instead of going to Daenerys and offering his help, his assistance, he chooses to go to Westeros to show her, I'm strong.
What I love is it's not
too.
just that he's strong, it's that he's not a beggar.
Yeah.
And that is like a recurring theme because Viserys was the beggar king, and Dany watched that drive him to madness, and she reflects on how it will do the same thing to her if she lets it. Like, this I won't be a beggar, being a beggar is beneath me kind of like mindset. There are so many fucking red flags with young Griff. Like, he is a walking red flag.
Look at the differences between the two of them, because you already have Daenerys saying, oh, no, I'm not going to Westeros. I really need to focus on my problems right here, right now. And instead of doing that as well, young Griff is like, nope, I'm going to take over King's Landing because I want to be important too. I want to be valid too. I don't need her or her dragons in order to be important. I'm going to set myself up as impressive to this person who I want to marry because I want to be more important than her.
And it's like not just that, it's also like, you know, Varys has this idea that because he was raised as an exile, this will make him a good king. He was raised among the people, and we still see he's just as pompous. And it's because, despite that, he's still being told his entire life that he's the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, he's being told, like, this is his birthright, this was his father's, like, you know, all of those things are still in his head. Whereas, like, Dany believes it's her duty, because Viserys is dead, but she didn't grow up thinking that these things were for her. She thought that they were for Viserys. Like, and that's the big difference one of the big differences between Dany and young Griff. We talked about this in the group chat, but I do not understand how people read Tyrion's spiel to young Griff about Daenerys and how she is above all a rescuer, and let her hear that her fallen valiant brother's son is fighting a war in Westeros to reclaim the throne, and she will come. This is a man who doesn't even know her, but based on her actions and the fact that she couldn't turn her back on her liberation of Slaver's Bay, he's already assessed this about her. And yet you have people in the fandom who say that she is power hungry, she will never share, all of these things. When Dany prays regularly for a counterpart, for someone to share the burdens. She even thinks, the dragon has 3 heads, there are 2 men in the world I can trust if I can find them. And that breaks my heart, because the only person she can trust is herself. She's the 3 heads of the fucking dragon.
And that's, and when we think about it, Tyrion being the most, even though he's horrible, being the most observant, intelligent character and being able to see things for what they really are. I mean, he's making this assessment before even meeting her, just based off what he knows so far. I don't know.
How do we think Fagon will be as a king? A little pompous asshole. I see so
Yeah.
many parallels. I see so many parallels between him and Dany's brother Viserys, and I think she will start to see those parallels
Well,
too.
also,
They're gonna freak her out.
can we talk about the parallels between young Griff and Rhaegal?
Yeah. Well, you know how I feel about this one.
I
You
mean,
know how I feel about this
Rhaegal
one.
being as temperamental as he is and being quick to anger, quick to respond. I mean, the same thing we are seeing with young Griff as well is, oh, I'm losing at a board game and I'm pissed off that things are happening on shore that are out of my control, so I'm going to flip the table. Rhaegal gets mad, just gets a little bit irritated, and he's like, oh, I'm going to bite my mom.
Hard.
So yeah, no, it's not even like a little nip like the like Drogon and Viserion do.
Well,
No,
it's
this
so
is
much.
like,
It's like
this
so much.
is a bite.
It's like deeper than that too, because it's like he was born of Miri's murder. This predisposes him to be oppositional because
Well, yeah.
Viserion
like,
is born
betrayal.
Viserion
Oh,
is
sorry,
born.
sorry.
It's okay. Viserion is born of mercy. She mercy kills Khal Drogo. But he can't consent, right? Her walking into the fire is consent. She's giving herself to the flames. But Miri's the odd one out. It wasn't done for mercy. It wasn't done with consent. It was fucking vengeance and murder. And you cannot tell me that you can divorce the dragons, like where they're headed, from how they were born. You will never convince me those two things can be divorced, like ever.
That's why it's so important for, I think, like, I mean, when he's born of this betrayal, of this vengeance, I mean, what are the Blackfires if not vengeance? Like, I feel as if the Blackfire Rebellion, at its precipice, at its core, where it began, is for what happens to Dana. It is the karma against the Targaryens for doing exactly what they did to Rhaenyra. It is done again to Dana, and the Blackfires are their karma. Like, that is vengeance. So the Blackfire Rebellions at their core, at the beginning, is nothing if not vengeance. And that is what we are going to see happening with Rhaegal, is Miri's vengeance.
Mhm.
So, and what better way for him to do that than to side with a Blackfire, the vengeance against the Targaryens. It's too perfect. It's almost, I love it. I love it so much. I'm so excited.
So I've seen a couple of people ask about Euron in the comments. And so Euron for me is honestly one of my favorite characters.
Can you say it? Please just say it for me.
I've gotten really into Euron. And I view, so Ashley was talking about earlier, young Griff and Dany and that sort of like repeated Bloodstone Emperor, Amethyst Empress dynamic. And, but it will be subverted in that Dany, I think what we'll see, I know Eric doesn't agree with this one. I think what we will see is a battle between young Griff and Rhaegal versus Dany and Drogon, right? And I think Dany and Drogon will be successful. And that Dany will be panned in Westeros because she is a kinslayer. Like I don't think she's going to be well accepted in Westeros.
No.
And I think that it's going to have to do with that.
Yep.
And so I think that there's something to be said about Rhaegal being green, and Drogon being red and black, when red and black were Rhaenyra's colors and green was the
Hightower
Emperor's colors. So I think that there's something to that. But when it comes to Euron, I see Euron as a false Bloodstone Emperor. And what I mean by that is that's how he conceptualizes himself. And if we look at the Bloodstone Emperor as like a very literal character, Euron is doing exactly what we're told the Bloodstone Emperor has done.
To the T.
Like to the T. He's the only thing he needs is his tiger wife, and I think that he will find that in the Mad Maid when he gets to Old Town.
But who else is Euron?
Oh, well, yes. I'm not going to take that from you. Like, no. I'm talking about the false Bloodstone Emperor.
Mm-hmm.
And so Dany sees a vision in the House of the Undying. She has 3 visions associated with the moniker Slayer of Lies. And one of them is the Great Stone Beast taking wing, breathing shadow flame. I think that this refers to Euron. And the Slayer of Lies comes into play because he's the false Bloodstone Emperor to her, like, true Amethyst Empress. And I mean, I've got videos. I have a whole fucking conspiracy theory about Old Town being an outpost of the Church of Starry Wisdom. So that means that the Starry Sept and the Faith of the Seven and all of that kind of stuff has roots and connections to the Bloodstone Emperor. And that having the false Bloodstone Emperor come to Old Town and decimate those remnants of the true Bloodstone Emperor would be pretty phenomenal to see. If you are interested in that, I have videos about that.
That is, it's going to be very, like, I love this, how that's all going to come to fruition. And then obviously he and Daenerys are going to have to be reunited because he's Dario. And then I really do. I am cemented in my belief that Sam will be ultimately the one who defeats him.
Ooh, House Dane. I have very unpopular opinions about House Dane. So
they are corrupt.
Dawn was forged of the meteor that the Bloodstone Emperor worshipped. And I believe that House Dane is a descendant of the Bloodstone Emperor, whereas the Targaryens are descendants of the Amethyst Empress. Not reincarnations, but like literal like descendants. And I kind of lost my train of thought, sorry.
What else about House Dane?
Oh, right, House Dane. Okay, so the fucking sword. It's a lot of people are like, Dawn will bring the dawn because it has light, right? It gives off light. But we're told that Lightbringer should also give off heat. And it doesn't. Mm-hmm. And it also, the way it's described, like the pale glow and stuff, is very similar to the swords that the others use and the way that they're described.
But there's also so many other swords with like glowing swords. I mean, and we've noticed that in the reread. We've been taking notes on all of the Valyrian steel swords that glow.
Yeah, and so I think that's my unpopular opinion is I think it's funny that the Danes are like known as this like house of like the embodiment of like the lost times of heroes and knights and honor and all that shit because we know that George is critiquing those things.
That's one of my favorite Jaime quotes. I don't remember it exactly, but he says something like, those times were much simpler back then, or was I just younger? Like he's talking about like how things made sense when it was him versus the Smiling Knight and Arthur Dane's like letting him get a fresh weapon before he kills him. Like, is that real or was everything fucked up?
I know, and well, like I think Jaime's realizing it too because he was the only one who had a problem with Aerys beating the shit out of Rhaella. And then everybody else was just like, shut up, kid, and, get over it. Like, we can't do anything about it. Arthur Dane is included in that. Arthur Dane was a part of that Kingsguard. So he was one of the people telling Jaime to shut up.
Well, and also, like...
Please think about that.
To go back to my theory about, House Dane stemming from the Bloodstone Emperor, look at the main Dane character that we have in the series. It's Dark Star. Dark Star. Church of Starry Wisdom, Dark Star. And he goes on all of these like elaborate little like spiels about how he's of the night. And he is not Arthur Dane, he is his own man. And so I think that this is like, a return to the Bloodstone roots. Like I wouldn't be surprised if Dark Star ended up with Euron. That would not surprise me.
That would not surprise me at all, especially, and I showed you the art depictions of the original Bloodstone Emperor and the art depiction of Darkstar, and it almost, like, it looks a little too eerily similar. Right. Like, they look like the same person.
This is where I disagree with y'all. I think Darkstar is, no. I think Darkstar is just an edgelord. I think it's a misdirect. I don't think he did it.
Okay, he didn't do it because he was hot, okay?
Didn't do what? Maim Marcella?
Yeah, I don't think he did it.
Marcella.
I think it was
Marcella.
I think it was what's his face? Dre.
Oh no, Darkstar did it.
Nah, I don't think he did it. Duran said he did it. I don't think he did it.
Well, if Duran said it, then it just can't be true.
That's the vibe I'm going on, but also just like the amount of times he says I am of the night, I'm just like, shut up, dude.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
I like Darkstar's like I like his character. I want to see what
I don't
George has
dislike
planned there.
Darkstar, and I kind of do think it would be pretty cool if he ended up being better than Arthur Dane. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what George has planned because it really could go. I don't have a firm answer on what it is.
It would be really cool if Arthur Dayne just ended up being the dick and Darkstar was actually not a bad guy.
He's such a nice man, that Darkstar.
He was just trying to help her out. He accidentally cut her face. Whoops.
Yeah, our emo king, exactly.
Yeah, I like that insane theory that Darkstar is the great other because he is of the night.
Oh, okay.
Unpopular thing, and I think this goes back to, Eric, what you said about George's gardening. I don't think that we are going to learn as much about House Dane as we'd like to. I think Ashara Dane was originally supposed to be John's mom, and then it just didn't happen. And it just didn't happen.
That's my problem with R plus L equals J is it does not explain what Ashara is. So it's just like, man, it's probably true, but it's just like, what was George's plan? What does he have planned?
I think Ashara is just going to disappear into the distance, and we're just never going to know. Like,
well, I mean, I think the purpose of House Dane is to sort of be this like mysterious pillar of like that bygone era of knights and heroes and all that kind of stuff. And Ashara's purpose is to be the tragic fallen star of Starfall. Like, it's not, that's why she jumped out of the window. Like, it's poetic. She's a falling star. Like, you know, like, yeah,
that's terrible. But yes, I get where you're going with it. Yeah, it's
like, and that's the purpose of her character, and that's the purpose of Arthur Dane, is for us to ask questions like you were asking, Ashley. Like, what is honor? Was he really an honorable person? Do we know that? Like, and in what situations and contexts and under what oaths was he loyal and a good person? Like,
and I think
that's the thing is like you start swearing all these oaths, and all of a sudden you got two oaths that don't align, and now you're like, what do I do?
Well, look at Jaime, for example, like his fall from being really a good person and becoming what he is by the time we see him in a Game of Thrones. And then his redemption arc starts when he realizes that Brienne is actually a good person and that there is goodness in the world, whereas he thought that there was none. So I don't think that if Arthur Dane was this great person, you'd have Jaime doubting himself as much as he is. I mean, I know that a lot of it is because of Aerys, but also at the same time, I think that descent into being an asshole started long before Aerys died. I think
I love this comment. House Dane is like pure aura and no substance. I agree.
Exactly.
It's all vibes. Pure vibes.
So I think that for Jaime, that descent started long before Aerys. I think that's the reason why he was able to kill Aerys in the first place, because he was like, screw honor. Like, I'm not dealing with this anymore. I've seen where honor gets me. It gets a queen being beaten. It gets this guy over here
telling me to bring my dad's head.
People, I'm done.
Like he literally, actually what you're talking about is a perfect example of what I was saying about like the contradictory oaths. Like, and Jaime talks about it. Like, is my oath to my king or my father? Like, what was I supposed to do? Like, you know. And then I love that fucking speech he gives, because I think that Ned is such a, you know,
he's such.
I have no time for Ned Stark.
And up his ass, yeah.
And that part where Jaime says, like, you know, do you think that Ned wanted to hear what I had to say? Like, of course not. Fucking of course not. And you're gonna tell me that that's honorable? That's more honorable? Like,
and the fact that Ned realizes, I mean, I get it. He understands, as he understands Robert more and more, he's becoming more disgusted by him. But at the same time, you are still sitting there and allowing things to happen, and you are still supporting your friend and being a piece of shit.
You know, something I was so grateful for in the book, because this was when I have my feelings about Ned, but when this happened, when he had that huge falling out with Robert because he was so opposed to Daenerys being murdered, obviously that softened me to him a little bit. And I was very grateful that was something that Barristan was able to convey to Dany, because he tells her that when Robert made that order, that Ned was like, fuck that. Absolutely the fuck not, you know? And I like that. I like that. And you guys know Barristan is like, I love him. And I'm not saying that he's perfect. I'm not saying that he didn't make terrible mistakes. I think he's on a redemption arc. I love his fucking relationship with Dany, because it is the only appropriate relationship that girl has ever fucking known.
Yep.
Like, I just read the part where she's like, oh, she's got her boob out, right? And he's like,
Yep.
Try not to forget it, whereas like Jorah was like, titty, right? And she's thinking about those differences, and she's like, so, you know, he only sees me as queen. I'm sorry. That's what he was like.
We've lost.
This child is 14. Like, does she even have a titty yet? Like, what are you doing? Anyway.
Like, Eric's gone.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But like, I cannot wait for the sit down conversation with Dany and Barristan, where like he really levels with her. I mean, there is a possibility that he will die before they get to have that conversation, which is like a true, genuine concern of mine. Is like, when is Barristan going to die, and how is he going to die, and is he able to give Dany the information she needs before that happens?
Well, he better.
I think about that. That keeps me up at night.
He has to be able to tell her, like, please. The show did him so dirty. They did it was disgusting. It was disgusting. And he has to be able to tell her at least some of this information. I believe that Shara / Quaithe is going to fill in a lot of the holes. But after she reveals herself, of course, as
oh my gosh,
Shara
Sam, do not even put that into the ether. If Jorah kills Barristan, first of all, no way. Barristan cut through him like cake.
Exactly. That fight that's not even a fight. That's a joke. But I really hope that he at least gets to give her some information so that Shara can fill in the rest of the gaps, and then she can have everything that she needs to know moving forward.
Yeah, and I think with Dany and her gaining knowledge, particularly the knowledge she needs of old Valyria, one, I think Tyrion's vital. Like, I don't want him near Dany, but the amount of information that he has
to tell her stuff.
And when I talk about Viserion legacy, because I'm going to be making another video about that with all the fucking evidence that's in the book after this reread, I did it again. I'm stoned and I lost my train of thought.
We were talking with Viserion, right? Being
Viserion
and
your theory about Viserion and the legacy, Daenerys' legacy.
No, I've lost it. Because it also has something to do with Barristan, and
This is why you're getting it tattooed on your body.
Okay, but like Tyrion.
Can't forget it's right there.
I see what you mean. Tyrion has to be there.
Tyrion and Valyria. Oh my god, thank you so much.
Yes, Tyrion.
Yes, that's what it was. Okay, so, and that's how it ties into Viserion. Thank you so fucking much. I forgot where I was even going with this. So I just read the part where Tyrion is like, he's compiling all this information for Griff of what he can remember that he's read about dragons. And one of the things he explicitly hones in on is the differences and how there's no agreement on how dragons reproduce. Why would George even bring that up? Why would he even bring that up in the main series if one of those dragons is not a fucking girl? Exactly. If one of those dragons is not going to lay eggs? And I think it's going to be Tyrion who notices what Viserion is doing and is like, are you a girl? Are you a lady?
That's another thing that goes back to the conflict that's ultimately going to occur between Rhaegal and Drogon, because you have Rhaegal who could very well already be mating with Viserion.
And is that even required? We don't even know if they need to mate.
We don't know. But if it is required, if that is what is happening, then you have that added in conflict, because Drogon is clearly the alpha. Of the three of them, he is clearly top of the food chain.
You know what's so funny about that is he's also the baby. Viserion is the oldest.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
by what, minutes?
Mm-hmm. And Rhaegal is such a fucking middle child, poor thing. Like, he's such a middle child. Like, oh. But yeah, sorry, Ashley, you were saying if they did have to mate, like the tensions. Yeah, Drogon's
so the dance 2.0 is not just going to be between Daenerys and Aegon. And it's like some people have mentioned, that George said that it doesn't have to be Daenerys' invasion, because it's not going to be her invasion. She's going to come there under the pretense that everything's going to be fine. And it is going to be fine for like a minute until she figures out that Tyrion wasn't being dishonest, because Tyrion's going to be the one to tell her about young Griff and be like, hey, just so you know, this is what's up. And she's going to be like, no, this is my nephew. Like, I love him. We're going to be great. He's going to be so great. We're going to have this bond that I never had with my brother. I'm so excited. And then she's going to realize slowly but surely that Tyrion was right. She's going to discover the Blackfire plot. But also, it's not just going to be about the two of them. It's also going to be about this conflict between Rhaegal and Drogon that's eventually going to happen. These two dragons are already not going to get along when it's going to be discovered that Viserion is a female, because they are both going to be fighting for my girl's affections.
Right. Yes.
I mean, it sounds bad, but like
Brooke, if you're into this idea of like the order that the dragons were born in and like how that affects their personalities and stuff, I have a playlist called Dany and Her Dragons, and you should just start at the top. It's got really good stuff in like what sacrifice brought forth which dragon and why and how that's going to affect the story.
Yes.
Tampa Bay Rum, can we talk about the fact that we haven't seen any real evidence of the dragons hunting humans?
Chelsea,
I will always say it, and you know why I'll say it. Burnt bones prove nothing.
Prove nothing. Drogon was framed.
Yeah, I think Drogon was framed.
He was fucking framed.
Yeah, because a child could die in any way, and they could burn a body in any way. Like, it's a lot of.
Dany already knew that they were doing that with the sheep. That as soon as she said she would pay people for their sheep, all of a sudden, everybody's sheep are being eaten, right? Yeah. And like there is no in-world evidence that dragons just fucking hunt humans. Like, there's no fucking evidence for that. None. In fact, we have like contrary fucking evidence that there were all these wild dragons who just fucked off. You had Cannibal, he was eating other dragons. You had Sheep Stealer who was stealing some sheep. You had Grey Ghost who was like, leave me alone. Like,
yeah.
He was framed. Okay, Hi, It's Me has asked several times about the Ghost of High Heart. Is there anything specific you would like us to talk about?
Because that's a big topic. There's a big
topic. Like, are you asking, do we think she's a child of the forest? Are you asking about Jenny of Oldstones? Are you asking about like her visions?
That's a broad.
Well, also, they also eat.
Really quick.
That's true, but I would also say they also eat cooked meat too. So I don't know. Maybe it's not. At the same time, George is a sci-fi guy. He would definitely think about shit like that. So.
Shit like what? Like, oh, you mean like the literal logistics of like the meat?
Like about what would a dragon even go after a human? Like, is that even a good target? You know, why wouldn't they just go after an oryx or a pig? You know what I mean?
Or sheep, like they had been. Like,
or sheep, yes, exactly. They eat livestock.
And then also, like, for example, at the end of Dance, he doesn't go for one of the riders. He goes for the horse. When he wants something to eat. He doesn't go after one of the Dothraki riders running from him. He goes after a horse by itself without a rider.
Yeah, the wild dragons appear to add to the dance. I mean, I personally like just, and this is just vibes based on the story. We need to wrap it up. It's just, I think the 3 dragons we have now are going to be the last ones we see in the series.
Well, you know how I feel about the story of Sheep Stealer and Nettles, even though I can understand why they don't include it in the show. If they decide not to, that's totally fine. I get it, because it's the show. It's not, and we always, like, it's like Chelsea said, we've got to separate the two. It is not necessary to include everything from the book in the show. That's just how it's got to be sometimes. So I get where they're going with that. But as far as Nettles, when it pertains to the main story of A Song of Ice and Fire, I believe that the relationship between Nettles and Sheep Stealer is foreshadowing what it is going to take for people to claim a dragon in the future. So after Daenerys is gone, if anybody wants to hop on a dragon, it's going to have to be earned the way Nettles does, out of respect and merit. And it is going to have absolutely nothing to do with blood, because as I said, over a year ago, when Chelsea made this video and she was like talking about her favorite theories and her least favorite theories, and I stitched it and I made my own theories, like the least favorite and favorite theories. And one of my favorite theories was me, and I can't remember if this originally came from you, Chelsea, or I just came up with it. So correct me if you did. I'm not sure. But I said that after Daenerys dies, I want Viserion and her children to be free of the blood bond that bonds Valyrians and dragons.
Yeah, I think that'll be part of what happens from Dany's self-sacrifice in the end. So, is that her sacrificing herself will break the
So I think that Sheep Stealer and Nettles and that relationship as it plays out as it pertains to Fire and Blood, I do not believe that Nettles is Valyrian. I don't think she is a drop of Valyrian blood. I think she is so special because she's not special. I don't think that Daemon had a relationship with her. I think he was fascinated by her because there was no magic. There was nothing. She earned that dragon's love and respect through her own works. And you have to think Sheep Stealer killed more dragon seeds and killed everybody more than any other wild dragon combined. So that just goes to tell you, Grey Ghost and Cannibal didn't kill that many people. Sheep Stealer did. And yet Nettles was able to do it because she earned it. And that is what it is going to take to earn Viserion's children, offspring. If they ever want to be able to ride them, it's going to have to be that way.
And honestly, I don't.
So tacking on to that with this next question about the theory, is Nettles Leaf?
I don't like that.
Same thing with the Valyrian. Why we don't believe she's Valyrian is that if she's a child of the forest, that would negate the importance of the story because she's just another magical person now.
Yeah, and I think there's something.
Nettles went out. Nettles was a fire, she was worshipped as a fire witch. I think she went out exactly the way she wanted to. Sheep Stealer and Nettles died happily together in the mountains, being worshipped by the mountain clans. That's how it went down.
I think that there's a conversation to be had about Nettles is one of very, very few canonically characters of color. Mm-hmm. And I think it's really telling that the fandom is desperate to make her connection with the dragons magical. It can't possibly be that just a brown girl with no fucking magical blood was able to bond and do this extraordinary thing with a dragon. It has to become that she's fucking magical and she was using magic for it. I don't like that. I'm not.
It's what makes
and I get me personally, I shouldn't take it personally, but I get a little frustrated when I'm trying to have fun with a theory that says oh yeah, Jace had brown hair and a pug nose, but we don't know what Harwin's nose looks like. And we know what Laenor looks like, but we don't know how big he is. So there's a lot of close reading you could do there. But at the same time, I'm supposed to close read it Daemon is giving Nettles a mirror and stuff. And that's actually a clue that he's trying to teach a child of the forest how to be human.
I know.
What are we talking about?
No.
I don't know. I take it a little personally because it's ultimately the insulting thing is that it answers a question that really shouldn't need to be answered.
Nobody asked.
Why is Nettles special? The thing that makes her special is that she's not.
That's why. She's special because she's not special. She is common born of, I don't know if her mother was a whore. That's just what Mushroom says. She's born of nobody. It doesn't matter who her mother was. It doesn't matter who her father was. She's not Valyrian. She is special because she earned this dragon's love and respect all by herself. And you cannot tell me that they did not die together happily. And Sheep Stealer may have outlived her. I don't know, but Sheep Stealer was really old by the time she came along, so maybe not. I think that the two of them died together in the mountain clans being worshipped, and that's it. It's over. She claimed the dragon based on her own hard work and merit, and she died happy.
Ashley, that very much Nettles having that fate of retiring to the mountains to be a fire witch. That's what's going to happen with Viserion.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And to be deified by God.
And she'll be worshipped. And this is what I'm saying. Nettles' story is foreshadowing
for Dany and
Viserion's future.
Yes, Queen.
Nettles' future will be Viserion's future as well, except for it will continue to go on. Right. The dragons will be worshipped and revered by the Dothraki and loved by them, just as the mountain clans loved Nettles and Sheep Stealer. It's going to be how it goes down.
I agree.
I think that's why Nettles' story exists in the first place. George wrote it as a foreshadowing.
I agree. Most of the things he does is some kind of foreshadowing or parallel or inverted parallel.
Why else write her in the first place? Why else write her as someone who retired to the mountain clans and was worshipped afterwards? Why else write that in there?
Or just have a character bond with the dragon that way. There's
and she's the only one who's done it to date that we know of.
Okay, so we didn't really talk about Witch of High Heart. I feel like they asked several times for us to talk about it, and then we were like, oh yeah, which way high heart, okay, bye. Started talking about other stuff. So I pulled up my annotation notes. So I have like the visions. Is there a specific vision you're curious about? I think it was, hi, it's me. Are you still here?
Because
Yeah, I see it. Do you think any of the wild dragons? Yeah, they asked a question just now. Do you think any of the wild dragons exist in Daenerys' time? No, I don't. But please, we want to get back to the Witch of High Heart. If you still are curious about that.
Also, Sam, fuck yeah, the mountain clans and the Dothraki have so many cultural similarities. Same with the wildlings.
Yep. That's why, like,
All
I'm
the
telling
other
you, it's
groups.
Nettles and Sheepstealer are what's going to happen with Viserion.
I'm here for it. I'm so here for it.
That's why their story exists. And it's like with the Blackfire Rebellions. The Blackfire Rebellion story exists so we can have that final face off.
I'm sorry, Eric and I made like eye contact.
What happened?
Just look at the comments.
Oh, wait.
We were like, what?
Oh, God. It feels so good to be around other fellow Team Green supporters. What?
Who said that? Nobody here said that.
No. Yeah.
No, I didn't say. Why? Hold on. Why? What is this question? Why is Alicent fucking Sir Kristen when Alicent Grave Rhaenyra? Well, that's exactly why. That's exactly why. She's mad that she didn't get to do it, and she's mad that she felt like she got essentially punished for doing the right thing, and then Rhaenyra didn't get punished
for being a whore.
Wait, are the Team Green supporters in the room? Because like,
maybe they're in the comments. Yeah. They might be in the comments.
I am beyond being like you ask me to interpret the story. I mean, Team Black's obviously in the right, but the thing is, just I have an appreciation for all the characters and especially for all the actors.
I told you guys the character that I feel that I relate to a lot is Aemond. Of all freaking people, is like his struggle and his relationship with Alicent, because this is my relationship with my mother, so I understand where he's coming from. He's still a piece of shit, but I can see his frustration, and also calling his mother Alicent, the amount of times I've called my mom by her first name. So I can understand.
He's just Alicent in the group chat.
I can see the frustration. I can feel it. And I know what it is to come into the room while your mother is emotionally like dependent on you and also so disappointed in you at the same time. So it's like there's these conflicting things happening all the time and it's never enough. And you're so frustrated because it's never enough. And so that is why I relate to him so much. I'm still Team Black because it's her throne, and fuck off, Aegon.
Yeah, it's like when it comes to the core of the story, I'm Team Black. Like, it was Rhaenyra's throne. There aren't any questions about that. But that doesn't mean that like I'm not pulling apart the morality further in, right? Like I'm not. That's why like I don't even really like the Team Green, Team Black discourse. Like, and I think the marketing did a great job with it. Of course, it pulled people into the show, all that kind of stuff. But I also do think that it has allowed a lot of people to sort of miss the point a little bit.
Well, I think that at its core for me, I am Team Black because of what happens after the blood betrayal.
Right.
We get the Age of Darkness. Right. And the Age of Darkness is throwing this world out of balance. That is the main reason I am Team Black. The second main reason is that obviously it's Rhaenyra's throne. Her father left it to her, just as the Opal Emperor left his throne to the Amethyst Empress. So there's no question that it is hers. But it also goes back into that his blood betrayal launches this Age of Darkness and destroys the dragons.
Yeah. And I want to talk about one of these in the chat. Miriam, do you feel like Sam would join Dany and Marine before going back to the Wall? Absolutely.
Yes.
We have actually talked about this. Sam is not happy with Jon. He is not happy with Jon. He has this whole thought process after he, realizes about the baby swap, where he's like, he wondered when Jon's heart had turned to stone, which also Lady Stoneheart, come on. So he like reflects on that, and Aemon, he, says as much to Aemon, and Aemon is like, well, when you made him Lord Commander, like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen?
Exactly.
Like,
that's the moment he stopped becoming your friend the moment you thrust him into leadership.
Exactly. And so with Aemon's like dying words and dying request to be for Sam to find Dany and help Dany, I absolutely think that he will honor that request. Absolutely. I think that his loyalty is to Aemon over Jon at this point, and to Gilly. So that's how I feel about that. And I cannot wait for Sam and Dany to team up, because Sam is the kind of fucking advisor that Dany deserves. Yeah, and exactly. If I'm correct, and fucking that baby is sacrificed to bring Jon back, Sam will never forgive for that. He'll never forgive for that.
Yeah. I loved looking up the name, because in the show they named him Little Sam, so they gave him a name. But then I was like looking up the name. I was like, what do they name the baby?
Nothing.
Monster. They name him Monster.
Because you're not supposed to name wildling babies for like 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because of obvious reasons.
And Gilly, she even like begs Jon. She's like, don't fucking name my baby. Don't name him. And don't turn him into a crow, which is exactly what he's like thinking he's gonna do, is like
Exactly.
groom him to be a part of the Night's Watch, which is like explicitly against Gilly's wishes. I don't know how people think that is not gonna come fucking full circle. It literally dominates Jon's narrative throughout Dance. The baby swap.
Well, we have to look at the baby swap twice, don't we? And I think that comes from that's one thing that the tandem read that we're doing is kind of like, because they are 2 books, we essentially have like double the chapters that are just catching people up on what happened. So we literally have the same events happen in both Sam's POV and
I
Jon's
actually
POV.
loved that. I loved that. It was like
I think it's bad.
It was,
it's
okay,
done already.
hear me out,
It's done already. I think it's a waste.
Hear
of
me
it.
out. It was redundant, and I definitely like skimmed. But having the difference in the perspective was really fucking telling. And like, I thought it was really interesting to read Sam's perspective of it before Jon's, because it's just him making these stupid ass guesses. Like, he's just like like him fumbling to try and explain like these what am I trying to say? Like, expressions that Jon has, and like why is Gilly weeping? Like, why is she so scared of the trip, and you know, all these different things. And then you go immediately to Jon's chapter where he's like, well, this is what happens. But I agree that like the literal actual events were redundant, but I appreciated
So Brooke said Sam with Dany would be wonderful. He's a good one. So I've said this before and I'll say it again. Every Frodo needs their Sam. And since Dany is the Frodo of the story, the titular character, the protagonist, she needs her Sam. So Jon doesn't need Sam anymore because Jon's an asshole. So Dany, as the titular character, needs her Sam. And he's coming.
Someone said, so him meeting up with Dany could lead her to learning more about the prophecy. Yes, but I think that McQuarrie will get to her first, and that's where most of her information about the prophecy is going to come from.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm very, very curious to see Dany's reaction to that, because she is very skeptical of prophecy, and she is very skeptical of the Red Priests, and specifically of a religion that believes that there are only 2 gods that are eternally at war. She talks about how awful that is and how she could never imagine that.
But do we think that when she hears this prophecy, she's going to be like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, I think
she's going to be like, oh, check. Oh.
I think that she'll see the logic of it. I think that she'll be resistant to it at first because of her experiences with Miri and the House of the Undying. She's going to be very, very like, you know, suspicious of it. But I think that it's indisputable when you're presented with the facts. Like, it's indisputable that she fulfilled the prophecy. Like,
and and it seems obvious to look back now that once George had this idea for like the prophecy, like he wrote it backwards with what he already had with Daenerys. He was definitely thinking about this at the end of Thrones, because a lot of the early chapters from Clash were supposed to be in Thrones. So it's kind of funny that the whole series started out that way, of delaying chapters as he wrote too much, because we're having that same problem now.
Yeah.
We have, G asked, why didn't they put Maelor in the show? I don't think that Maelor is going to be in the show at all. And I think that's because one blood and cheese was enough. Now, I could be wrong. She could be pregnant right now. There could be a baby in a separate nursery. I don't know. it's just Maylor's death is really, really brutal. I mean, I even thought, even reading Fire and Blood, and Fire and like the dance being such a small part, still reading that was very upsetting. And I didn't even know that character.
I'll
It
be
was
honest,
very upsetting.
Maylor's death kind of upset me more than Blood and Cheese.
1000%. One
It
fucking
really did.
1000%.
It really did. Maylor's death was horrific. So I don't think that they want to. They've already done enough with the Blood and Cheese thing. I don't know if they're going to want to push that any further. And I don't know if there's really even a point. Like, I don't know. I think
in the book,
Maylor obviously wasn't needed for Blood and Cheese this time because that she's a dreamer, and that being kind of a factor in there, she didn't really need to choose because she already knew that it had to be Jaehaerys. So there was no need for a choice when she knew it was going to be him. So I think that if they disclude Maylor, I won't be mad. I will say that, because I don't need to see a child die that way. Or have it even hinted at to have a child die that way. I don't need that.
I always saw the Maylor death as it's about like the desperation of people during wartime. Yeah. So it's like that to me, he doesn't need to be like a toddler, or he doesn't need to understand what's going on for it to have that message. I think it would be, I know this is just a theory, but there is a theory that Helena would be pregnant with Maelor right now. So then that would happen to an infant essentially later on. I don't know. We'll see what they have planned for Helena. It's just weird because I had to look this up. Maelor is in the intro. That's what's weird. He's in the intro blood timeline thing in season 1. So where is he?
Well, so maybe I wonder if they dropped that in the new intro.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he was not needed for Blood and Cheese. So he could still be here. But I can understand why they did not include him in Blood and Cheese, because it wasn't necessary to have him there. But we'll see how it goes moving forward. I know that personally, I don't need to see that death scene. I would rather just hear about it. I would rather than just be like, oh yeah, he died. I don't need to see that. But I also think that it goes back to Rhaenyra making like more and more mistakes as she gets further on in the dance, and losing her path as she loses more. Well, and like that whole thing of taking out a bounty on Maelor was a mistake.
Yeah. That's the whole thing.
She did not intend for him to die that way, but she inadvertently caused his death by saying, hey, I'm putting a bounty on the toddler.
Yeah, and it's the desperation of the town because they're all undecided on what to do. You know, that do we honor the queen who's way down in King's Landing, or do we go talk to the Hightowers who are like just over the hill? What do you do? What happens if you don't get to the city before the Hightowers realize what happened? Yeah. It's an impossible situation.
I think that it definitely goes to show because Rhaenyra, I love how they are going with her character in the show, how she starts off so logical, and every decision she makes a lot of sense as an adult. But then you're going to see her experience more loss, and as we get further into her story, a lot less of her decisions are going to make sense anymore. And that's just going to be how it happens. So if they do include Maelor, I understand to an extent, because that is inadvertently her fault.
I'm curious about this comment. We need to quit saying Fire and Blood is unreliable for everything too. We know that. But do you all understand propaganda? Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean?
Yeah, I would like to understand that as well, please.
Like what propaganda? Like Fire and Blood is the propaganda.
It is, yeah. It's Team Green propaganda. It's anti-Targaryen propaganda.
For me, it's not even Team Green versus.
It's anti-Targaryen propaganda. Oh, sorry.
Not even like anti-Targaryen. It's like anti-women. And I try to state this over and over again because, you know, we get this portrayal of Alicent that she's this evil stepmother who has all this power and control and agency going into it. She facilitates this whole fucking thing because of some beef she has with a little child, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I don't know. I'm just curious.
I do think that, heck, I mean, I used to think that Alicent was the evil stepmother of the story, which shame on me because
right.
we also like.
What I was
But
getting
I
at is
mean,
like,
it's because I thought that it was written as a like to make the Greens look as good as possible, and yes, it is. But it's more about making Aegon the Second look as good as possible
it's about
and
making men
demonizing the women. Like,
look
oh,
better.
all of this happened because of Alicent's beef with Rhaenyra, and if Alicent wasn't such an asshole, like none of this would have ever happened.
Right. So what you walk away from in Fire and Blood is that this war happened because of two women. That's why. It happened because of decisions made by these two women who, let's be fucking serious, in this world did not have the agency to make those decisions that you're saying they made. Like, they just don't. And so people get so mad, you know, they talk about the show stripping these characters of their agency, and I'm like, dude, they never had it.
No.
They never had it,
And
or
I
they
love,
wouldn't be fucking
like,
dead.
Look at what Rhaenyra said. It goes back to her saying, I want Aemon dead. I don't want anybody else dead. I want Aemon specifically. And yet that doesn't happen. She wouldn't have made the decision to take out Jaehaerys. Why on earth would she have wanted to kill a 5-year-old? Never, ever, ever would she have okayed that at any point in time. Oh, you can't find Aemon? Go back another day and look for him. Because no, absolutely not. She would not have ordered that at all in any way, shape, or form. And that's because she is a woman and things are being taken out of her control. If I don't know that he did, if he did say, you know, take out a son for a son, just make it happen. If you can't find Aemon, take out somebody's son, then that is Rhaenyra's choice being taken away from her because she said Aemon. So... And honestly, I can see if they had killed Aemon, if they had gotten to their original target.
I feel like you're, like, you want to argue, but I think we all agree. But, like, you're saying, but do we realize George himself has said that House of the Dragon and Fire and Blood are two separate canons? I say that every day.
Yeah, all the time. You got to separate.
Yeah, that's important.
Say all the time to separate the show from the book in order to be able to enjoy it.
Why I have to keep saying that it is unreliable is because a lot of people are saying that stuff that is not consistent and not actually like it's arguable in the book. They're trying to say that that's actually fact in canon, and they're being belligerent at the show writers and belligerent at anybody who believes the show is like doing a good job by saying they're like trying to argue from authority. Oh, you don't know the books because you don't know that this was actually a fact. And if it's not, the people arguing that typically so loudly are the ones who are really lost and not reading deeply.
Lost in the fucking sauce, so to speak. Like, I'm not going to stop saying that it's unreliable because of the fucking arguments that I get in on this app and in this fandom. Because exactly what Eric said, you have these people who come at you aggressively and they're telling you that this shit is fact when the introduction of the book is telling you, you got to figure it out for yourself. These are all the different accounts that we have. Do what you will with it.
No, yeah, and it's just kind of like it gets kind of frustrating when like you want to talk about something fun and all you have is just a litany of people saying, "Oh, well, that didn't happen in the books. Did you actually read the books?" It's like, did you? Because I'm here literally reading the book. I have quoted text behind me that we are interpreting right now. You are welcome to disagree, but to dismiss it outright and say, "Oh, the books are canon," like you're showing your ass. Like, and that's really the only reason I have to keep bringing up that it is unreliable, because it's not as if I need to say this because I need them for my theories to be true. I really just need to say it just so we can just talk, because other people want to they want it to be a Wikipedia article. They want it to just be true because it's way easier to digest that way.
Well, it's because
and for me, that's not fun. It's just not fun.
Show canon, can I just say that show canon and what actually happened, because we don't know what actually happened, that's still two different things.
Yes.
What is happening in the show is not what actually happened. So please do not take it that way.
It's an interpretation. It's an interpretation, just like every single one of the headcanons that each of us walk away from the book with. It's the same fucking thing. It's just their headcanons, their interpretation of what they read. Like, this idea that you could ever, with the nature of Fire and Blood, do a 1-to-1 adaptation, like, be serious. Be so fucking serious.
I don't think we are ever going to get the true story. I don't think George is going to do that. I think he's going to give us Fire and Blood Volume 2, but it's still going to be the history book. I know. I'm going to go put on my clown makeup now. I'm going to go put on my clown I'll be
And
right
just to be
back.
clear.
I'm going to go put on my clown face.
Just,
But he said it, okay? But like...
and to be clear, we're not coming at anybody in the chat right now.
No.
We think we all agree with kind of the way we're nailing stuff down. But it is the experience. It is like the daily experience of most of us who create content and listen to other people talk at us about this stuff. It's just it gets a little.
Yeah.
It gets a little. It's just not fun.
Daenerys Targaryen, like, this is not like at you, like, just so we're really clear about that. It just prompted a larger conversation about.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Where we are kind of frustrated. So yeah, no, I'm definitely not coming for anybody. But Short Giraffe, who is also one of my favorite creators on this app, said, I fear Helena may become pregnant post Blood and Cheese as Aegon wants another heir. Yes, I think to further traumatize your wife by getting her pregnant again. Yes, I actually, as much as I hate that for Helena, that makes sense. I can see that happening.
I agree. Lucky Leo 8 says, I just hate people people pick and choose what is unreliable. I get that. Like, my approach is very much everything is unreliable. Yep. The information we're given about Team Black, the information we're given about Team Green, it's all fucking unreliable. But I agree that there are people who want to very selectively apply what's unreliable, what's most likely, that kind of shit. Like, that happens a lot.
There's only a few things in Fire and Blood that I kind of think of as for sure. Like, Aegon II having a 12-year-old paramour, only because Septon Eustace, who is supposed to be on his side, confirms this, but he's like, oh, but she was well taken care of. I promise you guys, he was super nice to her. Like, yes, he does. Yes, she was a child, but I promise, like, she was so well taken care of. I promise you, like,
it's one of those things where, like, he answers the wrong challenge. It's like, you hear like Aegon was in the child pits and he was getting fighting pits and he was getting pleasured by a child. It's like, how dare you say that? She was not in the fighting pits. She was the daughter of a merchant.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it didn't happen, but get your facts straight.
Exactly.
That's just one of those things that I see as a for sure thing. There's a couple of things in Fire and Blood where I'm like, you know what? I 100% believe that this is how it went down. But that is one of those things where I'm like, okay, this guy's supposed to be on your side, and even he can't back you out of this corner. Like, right?
Eustace is overall mostly honest. I mean, he's the only one of them, including Mushroom, that believes that Rhaenyra's kids are legitimate. He's the only one that doesn't doesn't just fall into that rumor.
Well, I think, for me, it regardless of whether they're legitimate or not, I know that George says that they are not, that they are Harwins. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. And I think that it goes to show if Alicent's children are truly Viserys' children, which, I mean, they are. I think that what really matters is that Rhaenyra raised her children to be very different people. I mean, we see it with Aegon and how he's ruling. We see it in how he's raising his son to be. And then we see Rhaenyra doing the opposite in the final episode of season 1, where she is adamantly teaching her sons to speak High Valyrian. She's teaching them about the histories. She's going, their learning is so important and vital to her. Whereas Aegon's like, come here, 5-year-old who doesn't understand anything about the small council. Let's go fuck off and disturb.
Ride this Lannister like a pony. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
That was a funny scene.
Dude,
everybody was so good in it.
Like, this guy is so smart and he's got your back and you are treating him with such disrespect. What? Because he doesn't want your fucking son all over him? Like, come on.
And I love Tyland having to put up with that, knowing that they were all scheming behind their backs to make this exact thing happen.
You got what you wanted.
You got exactly what you
wish
wanted.
for.
Exactly.
Okay, so there's a comment that I actually agree with. My only peeve is how they made it so clear that Rhaenyra's kids aren't Laenor's. Like, I have zero complaints about the Velaryons being black. I just wish that she had had the same plausible deniability that she had in the book.
Harwin should have been black. Harwin should have been black. I'm sorry.
Exactly. If
Harwin should have been black.
Harwin should have been black.
And then, okay, so if you make Harwin black and you give Rhaenys her proper black hair with like that silver stripe, everything becomes, okay, well, prove it. Prove it. Prove it. Because you can't at that point.
But then you can't have fucking young Aegon being like, just look at them. We all know.
Yeah. And that's the point, is that it
And
does.
Viserys is like, one time I had some horses. Like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. God.
This is why Tylan was so nice to Aegon 3. He hated Aegon's son. He was nice to him. That's true. Yeah, Tylan does. Well, it's written down that Tylan was really went to bat for Aegon 3 and helped them out.
Because he was actually a good kid, not a punk ass little. I mean, Aegon the Third. He may have been remembered as not the best king, but I gotta tell you, he was like, to be a king in the middle of a plague and to still go down with like the lowest of your people to like the highest of lords. It didn't matter to him, and to be there for those people, like, that is another one of those accounts that I truly do believe in, because I think that at that point, Aegon III was so desensitized to death and he just didn't care if he died. So he went down there and tried to be there for his people in the only way that he knew how. And it is even said that a lot of times he didn't even talk to them. He just sat with them. And that alone was enough to bring people out of their sorrows. And so I think that that's another one of those things in Fire and Blood that actually did happen.
Let's see. Miriam brings up exactly. Jaehaerys is half black and is whiter than milk. This is an interesting thing that I've been meaning to bring up with you, Ashley, because I'm pretty sure we have no issue with it. But I think, given the family tree, there's a possibility that the Blackfires could be black, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, that would be interesting. Some black Blackfires.
I mean,
I had always said.
okay. So wait. Because, okay, so there's two theories. It's obviously Dana is his mother, but the theory is that it could be Baelor's, that is the father, Baelor the Blessed, or Aegon the Fourth. And I think that the theory that it's Baelor the Blessed, and the reason why she kept it quiet is because he starved himself to death because he felt guilty about what he did. So I don't know. Like, I definitely wouldn't mind some Blackfires, but how would they be?
It would be because Dana is the daughter of Daenerys.
Yeah. So that he would at least be.
And then like, Aegon, who's Aegon's mother? I'm trying to remember who's Aegon's mother. Aegon the Fourth.
I will say, I think someone said something in the comments about this. I did think it was kind of weird that we had that scene of Jace, like, as how old is he in the show? Like, last season.
Okay.
Last season, wouldn't he be like?
Anyway, I just felt like, as old as he was, it was weird for him to be struggling with Valyrian. Like, I would have thought that was something that they spoke, like, since they've been speaking.
He would have been 14, 15 years old.
I think he's supposed to be 15 or 16 maybe, but like 14 to 16.
Yeah, so anyone else think that's kind of weird? Like, I feel like Rhaenyra's kids were all going to be speaking Valyrian, especially because her and Daemon, like, almost exclusively speak to each other in Valyrian. No, that's kind of true, because that's true of because like High Valyrian is, like, for them would be even more important, but even in the time of the main series, High Valyrian is like Latin. So it's like rich kids learn it. Like, Quentin knows it, Tyrion knows it. Everybody gets taught. Like, if you're the son of a noble, you get taught High Valyrian. Danny's fucking fluid.
That was an odd choice, because he should know it really well, especially because when we open up with Rhaenyra in the pilot of season 1, like, she's his age and speaking very well in High Valyrian.
Yeah, like masterfully.
Right.
It's one of those things. Like, did they just have the conflict of the scene written before they thought about it?
Why don't you have him struggling to learn all of his family history, not High Valyrian? It makes no sense for him to not know High Valyrian.
Yeah, true. And also this commenter says even Luke speaks it fluently. Like the way that Luke speaks to his dragon just before he dies, like he's got a master on that tongue. Even he sounds better than fucking Aemon.
I would say that maybe. So the thing that I think about, at least because I've thought about that point specifically, is that Luke is mostly doing dragon talk. So we didn't see, because Jace is not doing like dragon talk. He's like trying to like recount how a battle was fought when they cut trees down and walked the tree. You know what I mean? He's doing something a little more.
Commands are not the same as like fluently knowing the language.
Right. You would expect that entire conversation between Daemon and Jace that goes down in the final episode to be entirely in High Valyrian.
I would have liked to have seen that. It's very curious to me. Yeah, it's really curious to me. Something. What was it? Oh God, I keep thinking of these things and then losing them. I'm getting so irritated with myself.
Ellen did a great job. Yeah, I mean, I think you did too. I think that High Valyrian was done really well.
I think about a lot because I just rewatched the first season. Like, we really miss out on seeing the bond that would have developed between Luke and Arax. Like, they had such a sweet little bond. Like the way that he like not coaxes, but like comforts, because it's raining and all that shit. Like, and he wanted to listen. Like Arax wanted to listen. He was scared, and like just watching that whole because he was a baby. And I remember the first time watching. As the three of them leave Dragonstone, Rhaenys, Jace, and Luke all leave at the same time, and he's like barely in the sky, like that dragon can barely hold his weight. Like,
that's one of the terrifying. That's one of the really cool, like scary shots is of
Vagar.
When we're looking up at Arax, and then you get Vagar's like outline.
Doesn't make sense either. Can someone please explain to me how Aemond would have gotten on that dragon so quickly? Because I'm sorry. A dragon that big, it's going to at least take you 2 hours to get all the way up there.
She's like an airplane, right? Like she needs like a runway. Like she needs some space to get in the air.
There's no way. All those ropes hanging down from her, it's going to take you a minimum 2 hours to get up there. I mean, I'm sorry, but ain't no fucking way.
So Miriam says also, why did they make Aemon indifferent to Luke's death after, we hear him know Vagar, the whole thing. And I kind of called this last season is like, there was absolutely no fucking way he was going to come back to King's Landing and tell the truth about what happened, that he lost control of his dragon. Like he was never, ever going to admit that. So the safest, surest route is to lean into it was intentional. I did it on purpose. I'm a fucking villain. And that's what we're going to see from here on out from him.
Can you not see the change in Aemon's demeanor? Because I see it. I see a somber, like not very happy person. He seems miserable.
He's very cold.
He's very openly, like, he does not look like a happy individual. He does not look proud of himself. He's very cut off and distant from everyone. And it seems like the only person that he's really talking to or interested in talking to is Crispy. And I feel like Aemond is sad and he's masquerading it as like, I don't care. But yeah. He cares. And you can tell he cares. He's
like two poles basically holding himself up right now.
He's
trying to be sturdy.
He feels really bad about what he did, while at the same time trying to pretend like he doesn't feel bad about what he did.
So someone said, I'm curious what y'all think about Aemon killing Lucerys being accidental. We've talked about this before because, like, calling it accidental is generous. Like, he wanted it. He wanted Luke dead. He did. But he didn't want to do it, Like, once it started to happen and he was like, this is happening, oh fuck, this is happening, I think he panicked. But like Vagar was picking up on his vibe. Also, like, it's a lesson in this, like, dragons are not pets. They're not fucking like something that you just use for your fucking amusement and entertainment to chase around your fucking nephew. Like, these are living sentient beings capable of massive destruction and death. Like,
If they
and
are
I think
connected,
I liked it being, you know, quote, accidental because it shows that. And I think that that's something that's going to end up being really important in Dany's story. And I always try to, you know, tack what is happening on screen back to how does this serve Dany's narrative? Because that's the entire point of every single one of these fucking characters is to somehow support, provide context, you know, provide something to invert in Dany's story.
Plus, it adds
also
some
emotionally
complications to the dragon lore.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
we know they
I
bring it
think-
up in the show.
wanted.
Alisane's dragon didn't fly across the wall. Like, people look at the
I
magic
don't-
of the wall, but that's also a dragon refusing an order from its rider. So it's like,
I don't
it's
think
happened before.
No, I don't think that she was capable. I literally think that that magic is separated because of the wall. I don't think it was possible for her to cross. So I don't think that that was really a choice. It was, I cannot physically do this.
Well, okay, like we see it with Dany and Drogon, right? Dany, in the end of Dance, she wants to go back to Marine. And Drogon is like, no, we're not going back to fucking Marine. But he's not disobeying her. He does everything else that she wants him to do. He goes easily enough. She doesn't have to use the whip anymore. All of these things. And it's because he knows Marine is not where they need to be. He's like, dude, everyone just tried to kill us. And you want to go back?
No.
And then he sees the fucking Dothraki. The fucking, I said that like Braun. Sees the Dothraki and is like, oh yeah, to go forward, you must go back, bitch. We got to go to Vaes Dothrak.
Yeah.
Drogon's just like, Dany, I don't think those people are your friends. They were throwing spears at you.
And what you see over and over again with their relationship is Drogon is who keeps Dany on track. Like in the House of the Undying, every time that she gets distracted, he's like smacking her upside the head, like, we're going, get your ass moving, mom, let's go. And then
I don't think that's the first time. I don't think it's the last time we're going to see a dragon subconsciously making a decision. I think that Vhagar is going to do it again with what happens with Aegon. I think Vhagar knows that Aemond wants what Aegon has. I think that she knows.
I like that.
I think that it's going to be oops, we're not going to help him right away, or oops, let's tear off Sunfire's wing. Oops, that was an accident. Maylees did it. Maylees did it.
What if it's like one of those things where, like, so we saw with Arax and Vhagar, like he shoots off some flame and it hits Vhagar. What if it's like Sunfire shoots off something and it hits Vhagar instead of Maylees, or Vhagar thinks that the fire that came from Maylees actually came from Sunfire. Like, there are all these fucking things that could go wrong. Like, that, it's literally the dragons danced and the dragons died. Like,
I really like. I was not.
When you involve dragons, and that's why she doesn't want to do it, because as soon as you involve dragons, everything's gonna burn.
Yep.
Everything's gonna burn.
It's not
in the fucking main series, in Tyrion's chapters, and even some of Dany's chapters, they talk about how because of the fire and blood of Old Valyria, there are places that food doesn't grow, the land is scorched, it turned to fucking desert. Like, this is not destruction that only lasts for a generation. The kind of destruction that dragons do to the environment lasts generations. Fucking generations. And like, everyone's like, Rhaenyra is so like, why won't she make action? Why won't she do this? Because she thinks that like the prince who was promised, like her job is to keep everybody together and like do all of these things, and she doesn't want the dragons to die out. Like, she's the only one who makes any fucking sense. The tragedy of Rhaenyra is as she loses more people, that is why you're going to get her making less sense. So she starts off as being this commander that's very capable queen who could have ruled Westeros in a way that was great, like a golden age. But instead, they take everything from her, and you get this descent into her making decisions that are not the right ones anymore. Yeah. And I think a lot of people like are disappointed with this sort of recurrent thing in the show where these things are accidental, right? Like, or misunderstandings, or, you know, they have changed a lot of that to where it's much less a decision being made and more like people being reactive to what's in front of them. And I personally do not take issue with this, because that is realistic. And that is the fucking tragedy. That's the tragedy, is that at every turn, decisions could have been made, better communication could have been had, and this could have been avoided. There's like over and over until the end of the dance, there are these fucking off ramps that you could take get off this fucking highway, get off. But they don't, and that's the fucking tragedy of it. So it works for me personally. Like
I agree. That's to me. This is about everybody running right up to the edge and expecting they can stop on time, and then everything starts. Everything that should be working the way it doesn't, and it just makes everything worse. It snowballs, and you end up with having to marry. Spoiler alert: having to marry the kids of the two sides because everybody's dead.
Oh, Jon Snow isn't the prince that was promised, but he will be a king.
Yeah, some kind of king.
He'll be a king. He'll be a king with pretty blue eyes.
Laenor hopped off
or a
Mr.
red eye.
Bones'
Or a
wild
red
ride.
eye. There might be a red eye in there somewhere. I think there will be a blue and a red eye. I think it's going to be really fun. I think you'll like it. Stick around.
Shout out. Oh, you just read that. That's so funny. Hopping off Mr. Bones' wild ride.
Yes.
That's what everybody should have been doing, but
Stop
nobody
Mr.
knows.
Bones' wild ride. I want to get off, said Laenor.
The prince who was promised. I mean, okay, prove it.
He'll be
Make
a
a
king.
video and prove
I'm
it.
telling you guys, he's going to
We'll
be
see. I mean, Winds is going to come out soon, right? Y'all heard there's a dragon cake.
JJ, we are clearly not talking about Game of Thrones shop. Okay?
But yeah, aren't y'all convinced that because George ordered a dragon cake that the Winds is coming?
I can't let myself believe in this kind of stuff.
I'm not gonna
I
believe
always
it
say
because
that. I always say that, but I'm excited.
why wouldn't he have a
I'm
dragon cake?
excited.
Why wouldn't he have a dragon cake for the premiere of season 2?
House of the Dragon. That's what I thought. Like,
So it could be anything. Like whatever. He could have a dragon cake for his birthday. I don't fucking know. I don't
I'm
even want
still
to.
I'm still clowning just because I can clown.
Fire and Blood too. That's a good point.
If it's Fire and Blood Volume 2, I'm literally just going to throw my phone out the window. And I'm going to be like, you know what, George? Bye. But also, I'll buy my copy.
But also I'll buy it. It's
Yeah,
like
screw you. I'm still gonna read it though.
fuck you. Yeah.
I'm going to be like, fuck
Also,
you, George.
Susan-
Fuck you. And then, yeah, I'm going to go buy it now.
Yeah, even though I know how it ends, I always hope for a different outcome for Rhaenyra. I mean, I get it. Same, but literally that is the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And that's the power of the story.
You know what? It's crazy because it's not even about Rhaenyra for me. I mean, yes, I am very sad that she dies. I'm more sad about the dragons. I'm gonna be totally honest. Like, I'm gonna be like, I think that it is very sad that Rhaenyra dies, especially for Aegon III, because imagine like losing your mother that way. But also at the same time, I'm sadder about the dragons. Damn it! Like,
That's so funny. Someone, what is this? I am no longer Hunter. What is it? How do you say it? Demoy? Like the site that reported that George was having this case. They're like reported Jon Snow as a prince was promised.
That's true.
listen, having a dragon cake made because he's announcing wins. I'm gonna go ahead and put on my clown makeup and just clown. I always say I'm not gonna get excited.
Guys, look, don't argue with these liberal feminists. How dare you? I'm a leftist.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
How
really
dare you
fucking
call us
offended.
liberals? What's your problem?
I'm not a liberal. Get with it.
No, I'm an anarchist.
Like, and how dare us be feminists, you know, women who are interested in their own best interests.
Oh
But
my
also, what are you
God.
talking about? George has, like, somebody did the numbers. It's 40% women POVs in the entire series. So, like,
He's
why are you,
literally,
why
wanna
are you
talk
even
about
here?
a fucking liberal? George is a fucking liberal deadhead, hippie. Like, be so
Yeah.
fucking serious right now.
He made his hero, his titular character of his story, a woman in the 90s.
In the 90s.
In the fucking 90s, man. And he was always intending for his Aragorn to ultimately be an asshole. Like, that's always been his plan for John, is for him to end up being horrible.
That's so, God, I love people who are just so, like, unintentionally ironic like that. To be
I'm a
like,
communist.
don't listen to these liberals. Don't read the fucking series written by an old liberal white guy. How about that? It was made for us, not for you. So, like,
Yeah, that's funny. It's probably rage bait, but also just some people are like that. I've met them. I've met those people. Say SA exists to criticize patriarchy and then get pissed when people. Yeah.
yep.
Exactly.
You're like, George fetishizes sexual assault. No, he fucking doesn't. He's making commentary. Like, this is why media literacy is fucking dead.
Yep.
No, JJ, that's right. It was made for everyone, including you. You're just not getting it.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I hate
What
how
does that
people
mean? Stop it. Stop. What does that mean? It was not made for everyone. It was made for everyone, not just an audience. What?
how.
How? You need an Let's
Please
it's
explain
literally what it's made
yourself.
for. Like,
I'm really curious. Please explain. Daenerys' story is the perfect one for a promised prince. Exactly. She is the prince of promise. She's the stallion who mounts the world. She's Azor Ahai, the amethyst empress come again. She's all the fucking things, goddammit. She's all of the things. That's the entire point, is that all of these prophecies and legends and foreshadowing and like all of these things that these different characters, these dreamers see. I even think that Daemon Blackfire II saw Daenerys. All of these visions and dreams, and it all comes down to
no, it's not made for a specific audience. Dude, I have something really difficult to tell you about how media is made. Because it definitely is made for specific fucking audiences, dude. Like,
it 100%.
It doesn't mean that not everyone can watch it. Everyone can watch it, but it's not tailored to everyone. You are wrong. And if we're talking furthermore, if we're talking about the show was tailored to soccer moms and football players, which is why they reduced all the fantasy and made Daenerys crazy.
Yep. And
So-
I mean that's what it is. George is a liberal atheist. So just so everybody knows that.
Mm-hmm.
He's out to prove that war is garbage, honor is shit, and gods are not real.
I also don't understand people who don't think that this is like a criticism of monarchy. Like that people think that this is going to end with someone on the Iron Throne.
It's the Iron Throne.
You
what
haven't
I
presented
love-
a
what I
single
love,
fact,
listen,
JJ.
this
Not a
is
single
why I
fact.
love that Cersei is going to do it. I don't like Cersei is a bad person. Okay, like if you're talking about if you are going to compare yourself to Cersei, be prepared to call yourself like the narcissist because this is not a good person in any way, shape, or form. To align yourself with that person is wild. But at the same time, Cersei burning King's Landing is so vital because she is taking out what people think is important. The Iron Throne will be gone. The Red Keep gone. King's Landing gone. All of this stuff that the Targaryens built to establish this monarchy over the people and lord themselves over the small folk, it's all gone due to Cersei. Just like Euron taking out Old Town. Even though Euron is not a good person, him taking out Old Town is so necessary. Cersei taking out King's Landing is so necessary because it puts your main focus on what really matters. And the fact of the matter is that Dany already realized.
Oh God, here we go.
Dany already doesn't care about the throne anymore. So.
I wanted to answer this question. Where do you guys think House of the Dragon Season 2 will end based on the timeline of the book? I have now been convinced because of how much they're bringing up the gullet in episode 1 that that's where we're going to end, especially with the casting announcement of Abigail Thorne, who is Philosophy Tube on YouTube. Great channel. You should watch them. She has been cast as Sharako Lohar, who is the Lysini admiral that discovers Viserys after the Battle of the Gullet.
Oh.
And it was in the book. It's a man, right?
Well, they're Lysini. They're Lysini, and I think they're going to do it's because Abigail is a trans woman, so I think they're definitely doing something with gender there. I don't know if they made her specifically a woman, but I'm not sure.
Look, JJ, there isn't a single thing you could say to me in a debate that is going to change my mind.
That's true. That's true.
Not one single thing. So.
Yeah, ain't nobody trying to exactly, Dove. Nobody's trying to debate you, JJ.
This is a debate that is one-sided. Like nobody's interested in having this debate.
But that's the thing. It's also not a debate. We're taking questions, so we get to pick how we talk.
You're wrong. You're just wrong. Do you guys talk about? Did we talk about Allison and Kristen Cole? Yeah, we did.
We did a while. It's been 3 hours, y'all.
It's
been
really,
a while.
It's not really even something to debate on. If people see a hypocrite doing hypocritical things and you're surprised, then I don't know what to tell you because That's literally a hypocrite being.
JJ,
I
it's
think
because
it's a good
I'm telling you, JJ, that there isn't a single thing that you could say to me that I have not heard before. Not
Mhm.
one. I
Yep.
promise. I pinky promise. And so I don't need to hear the same regurgitated facts and thought points because they're wrong.
It's
So
true.
are you done? You can't be having a good time here, my guy.
No, I can't imagine that you like. I mean, I would just step out. But yeah, I mean, I also don't begrudge Allison like having a relationship with somebody who is her own age, like especially after being with that fossil for as long as she was. But also at the same time, it's who she picks specifically that makes her such a hypocrite.
Okay,
Guys,
JJ,
guys,
real quick. Hallowed Harpy has a ton of playlists that explain everything. You will have about 30 minutes to an hour of stuff. Go watch it and come back. If we're still on, then you can talk to us.
yeah, for real. I have every reason in the world.
Yeah.
I've got videos on how she fulfills the prophecy. I've got videos on the parallels that exist between her birthing of the dragons and the original forging of Lightbringer. I make a distinction between the mythos and the prophecy. I talk about how Rhaegal and Viserion are the failed attempts of forging Lightbringer with Drogon
but
being...
where's John's side? Please tell me, like, this is what I always say about George R. R. Martin that makes him so brilliant. He gives you every single bit of evidence that it is all Daenerys.
JJ, there are many people that explain John's side as well. You asked for the info. We gave it to you. Now go get it yourself. All you want to do is argue.
That's literally all you want to do. And I'm telling you that all of these people who explain John's side are wrong, and I've seen them all. I've seen Alt Shift X. I've watched them all. Like, you are not going to surprise me. You're not going to get
The only thing
me.
that they have for John, the only thing that John Snowboys and like have for John is the snow bit. And that's just, and oh, he's going to do this and wins, and he's going to do this and wins, and he's going to do this and wins. This is what I hear people who love Jon Snow always regurgitate. He's going to do this and wins. Are you talking to George? Like, are you
People
guys
like this.
getting
Maybe they're a Cowboys fan. You never know.
you this? Like, this is actually fucking crazy because you are basing your entire argument on what he's possibly going to do and wins a book that we don't even have yet. Whereas Daenerys has already done everything in the first book. The first book, where, like, this is where George is so brilliant because he capitalizes on people's misogyny. He counted on most of you just saying, oh, yeah, it's John, based on one word.
Also, when they start talking about Jon being the prince who was promised in the show, shut the fuck up. There was no prince who was promised in the show. Arya kills the Night King to, like, no narrative purpose whatsoever. Also, like, they mentioned the prince who was promised, like, 3 times in the whole fucking series. Like, there is no prince who was promised in the show because they didn't care enough about that narrative.
And apparently Bran had the coolest story even though he did nothing. Like, the three-eyed crow did nothing. The three-eyed crow was a completely pointless story. So I never saw any of it.
Anyway, it's so frustrating because, like, and then people will say it's just rage bait. These are people who are just, oh, here we go.
No,
Clearly haven't watched the show.
That's
Oh
a
my
new one.
God,
Actually,
I didn't
I have
watch-
constantly been told that I've never read the books. Haven't watched the show. That's a new one.
Just go away. Didn't you say you were leaving? Be gone.
Wasn't it? Okay, listen. The show is not okay. The show is very loosely canon up until season 4. After that,
canon
it's
until season
completely season 5 to season 8 is
God,
completely,
another one.
completely off the rails. There is nothing about seasons 5 through 8 except for Cersei's walk of shame.
Yeah, how do you keep people out of the live?
I got it.
Cool. Because this is getting old.
But how is it?
It is. We've had our fun. They're not fun anymore.
Why are you so hostile? Oh.
How is it hostile? We are just literally.
No, I'm
explaining-
hostile. That's fine. I'm hostile. JJ got me hostile.
What would you think would happen in the book with Bran and the Three-Eyed Raven? Well, I think they're the same thing.
Me too.
But that's a big theory. That's a lot.
Eric, I'm like convinced. Like, I have a little section in my annotation notes that are like, Bloodraven never refers to himself as Three-Eyed Crow.
No.
And when Bran asks him, "Are you the Three-Eyed Crow?" He like stops and he's like, "Well, I guess I was a Night's Watchman, so yeah." Like, he doesn't know what Bran is talking about because the Three-Eyed Crow is Bran.
It's one of them ideas. It's just one of those things. Like what is it, the not consequences, the implications of that for the rest of the story, as well as the story we've already seen, are huge. So it's just
Okay, so wait a minute. So Bloodraven has been working through the Ravens specifically, right?
Ravens,
but it's
not crows.
But it's been a crow. A crow has been appearing in Bran's dreams.
Yep.
So it's
exactly.
always been Bran. So
And
yeah,
I think so. People have this theory that Bloodraven is like a failed, or excuse me, Euron is a failed Bloodraven experiment. But I think that that actually has something to do with time traveling Bran, because he calls himself Crow's Eye, not Raven's Eye, none of that. Like, I'm just saying, there's something weird. And like, what turned Euron onto magic? Like, what got him on that Bloodstone Emperor like mindset and path? Like,
oh, and I mean, don't forget everybody that Dario runs a militant group called the Storm Crows.
Storm Crows.
mm-hmm.
And Euron says things like, "I am the storm, my lord, the first and the last."
Well, guess
and
what? Daenerys is Stormborn, bitch. Like, that's how I feel about it.
Listen, this man, I am so excited because I need you to read A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, because I need a Maynard Plum, and you will understand this, Eric. I need a Maynard Plum entrance for Euron Dario. I need,
Oh my gosh, people thought that JJ person was JJ.
I need like the eye to flash, and then the glamour to kind of slowly come off. And Danny's like,
What the fuck?
I need the glamour to like slowly fade away.
Darren! We're still here.
We're still here,
How are
Taryn.
you live? How are you still live? Listen, I don't know. I don't know why we are still live.
Okay, wait.
Conversation, because we're having too much fun.
Do you
Oh my
think
god, my
Bran?
camera's still weird. Y'all are still going.
Do you need to
Oh my
clean
god,
it?
I've already
Does it have-
like had
See if you
to.
can wipe it.
Is it your screen protector?
Wipe it.
No, I know what it is.
Just like, shut up. I know what it is.
Jeremy ordered a phone screen protector for his phone, and he has a 15, 14, and the hole cut out for the cameras on the other side.
Is off.
It's on the other side of my camera, so I have one ordered. It's coming. It'll be here today.
That's proper.
Well, I was just gonna say, it looks kind of, you look just a little more dreamier than usual.
Yeah.
Look, I wiped it for you.
You're giving like Quaith coming in my dreams kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I find this topic really interesting. Do you think Bran was there when Aerys was repeating "burn them all"? I think the show implied that, definitely. I don't know about the books.
So the thing about what I think is going to be most tragic about Bran is we're going to find out that, because like there's also those crows that are at the Red Wedding. Like, I think that's a big event, but I think Bran is going to have tried to stop all of these events and realize that they're all losing chess moves. So he's going to have to do the Red Wedding, essentially. He's going to have to kill Ned every time that he keeps going back.
Oh my god. That's so fucking sad. What really got me onto that theory was the dream he has with all the bodies below him, you know, and these are all the times he couldn't wake himself up, all the times he couldn't open his third eye. Like, I love that shit. I eat it for breakfast.
Yeah, and then I love the fan fiction is going this route, and they've already written that scene where when he witnesses all the dead dreamers, they're all at different ages too. So it's like implying that he went north like when he was older at a certain point, and then he eventually gets there when he's a kid. And it's like it's just, there's so much to think about. Like, one of the fan fiction things I want to do is write the first timeline, like, because Bran wouldn't go, like, some things like Bran wouldn't go north. I think Robb would not be at the Red Wedding. I think there's a ton of things that would be different. Yeah. But everyone eventually loses in the end, because obviously that's the point of the story.
Except Viserion.
The legacy.
Viserion's not losing in the end.
First dreams are him seeing the danger of his family is in it. Yes, Sam. And not being able to help.
Yep. Oh, and I caught this time reading that when he's seeing, you know, where everybody is, he sees Jon and he's cold, and then he's seeing Sansa and Arya's holding her secrets in her heart and all that kind of stuff. He also describes Jaime and the Mountain, because he talks about a man like armored in gold, which is Jaime, and then like basically a beast who, when you open his visor, it's full of like black blood, which is the Mountain. And like I just never caught that reading it before.
Yeah, it's a good it's a really cool image. Just like the stone armor and then the blackness sorry, excuse me, in under the helmet.
What cup are they talking about?
Oh, yeah. Chelsea, where did you get that cup?
Oh, well, the cup doesn't matter, but the stickers I got on Etsy. And it was so sweet because when I ordered it the first time, I ended up with 2 Rhaegals instead of Viserion, and like I was like, what? And so I sent her a message and I was like, but Viserion's my favorite. So she sent me 3 Viserions.
Oh, that's nice.
So nice. I have those.
Viserions all over the place.
Those are still saved in my cart. I should get them.
They're really cute. Vendor was super sweet. We're like cheap.
Speaking of Etsy stuff in carts, I still have those eyeball lemons in my cart.
Oh,
those are cool.
Take them out. I'm gonna make you one. I am now free to make more stuff. My fingernail. Oh my god! Stop. My fingernail has grown back.
It's finally back.
It's back, so I can start making stuff again. That was the deal. I had to take a break. That
was still the weirdest thing. Was when you just contacted us to be like, so I think I sliced part of my finger off.
I was in shock. I mean, literally half of my fingernail was gone. Y'all saw, I showed you the not safe for work images and held up the piece.
Shut up. It's like a little flap.
Yeah, but it's gone. It's back now, guys. It's on, bitches.
Yeah, okay, Tampa Bay Rum is, talking about one of my favorite things in the whole world. Danny said Viserion would do what Viserys couldn't. I know. Carry on that legacy. I know. It's so sad and beautiful and poignant.
Mm-hmm. Do we think Jon potentially becomes the Night's King? Will his lover be Val? That's a possibility. For one thing, the Night's King story makes a little more sense if it's a wildling. And it opens up implications about like what's going on with Craster, connections between like Bloodraven and Craster maybe, and like what was the Night's Watch set up for originally, and there's a lot to it. So I totally think that like the Corpse Queen was a wildling, and Val definitely would fit with that.
Oh my god, that's my headcanon that Val's gonna be Night King Darth Jon's 2.0 Corpse Queen, and they're gonna have shadow babies.
And then one of those babies is gonna be like a nuke, and Jaime's just gonna fucking hug it and scream Lightbringer as he throws it, and that's gonna end the long night. And then Jon will be in the corner helicoptering his magical penis. And it scares away the others, and peace is won.
Long night ended.
I swear to God, that's how some of these men want this story to end.
It's boring. Boring. I think we have that story, so you can go read it somewhere else.
Will Jon and Dany ever be romantically involved in the book? So I actually don't know where you guys necessarily fall on that. I personally think that yes, they will. But I think it's going to be fucking riddled with tragedy.
Wait, what's the question?
Will Jon and Dany ever be romantically involved?
Not if he's with Val.
I mean, I think if he gets with Val, Val's doomed. She's gonna die.
Yeah, because she's got to be a corpse bride somehow.
Well, and I mean, even like I feel like the narrative has to dispose of her somehow. If
I think
because I mean, there's too much foreshadowing of some kind of union between Jon and Dany, because when she sees the chink in the ice wall with the blue flower, that's in the set of prophecies, the 3 that are Bride of Fire. So they're all related to marriages or marriage pacts that are going to be made.
I think there's going to be something there, but with how we know, sorry, I've lost my light. So how we know, like, and how we've guessed how Daenerys' end is going to be, with sacrificing herself.
Not that.
I think before they get to that like they might be betrothed, like, okay, we're going to marry each other. I don't think it'll be concluded because she's going to be the savior Azor Ahai in the long night.
Yeah, so I think that because I've also been noticing, so something one of the annotations I've been doing is like characters that I think have the appropriate mindset to understand that the answer is equilibrium and not eradication. So like automatically that rules out fucking Stannis and Melisandre because they're so black and white. It's an evil god and a good god, and that's it. That's all there is to it. But then you have characters like Jojen Reed, who talks a lot about if fire and ice can meet and hate and love can mate. Like, you know, he talks about all these different things about, he's one of the only characters that explicitly mentions fire and ice. And it's done in this way that's very like about balance, about equilibrium. Then you have Dany in the House of the Undying. They tell her to drink from the cup of ice and drink from the cup of fire. Like, this is about balance and equilibrium. And I have been noticing now that Jon has become Lord Commander, I'm seeing a lot more traits and examples where I think that that's something that he could very much understand, right? Because of his position with the wildlings, and the wildlings are really no different than anybody else, and all this kind of stuff. And he's also not particularly religious on, you know, he does adhere to the old gods, but he's not like fervent in his religion. And so for me, that really reinforces that him and Dany collectively are going to understand that it's some kind of, there's a compromise that has to be made. And, you know, I I refer to that compromise a lot as like a mutual like self-sacrifice. Like it has to be a decision that they both make, and it's going to require both of them, and like that kind of a thing. Like, and so when I say it's going to be tragic, that's what I mean, is like they're going to love each other, and that love is going to save the world, but it's not going to save them. Because I also very much see Jon and Dany as, you know, by the end of the story, the maiden maid of light and the lion of the night. Because to me, that's the appropriate, like, characterization for fire and ice. It's not the great other and the red god. It's the maiden maid of light and the lion of the night. And what we know of them, it's not about good and evil. The lion of the night was not evil. It's because the maiden maid of light turned her back on the world, fire removed itself from the world, and ice ran rampant. That's just what happens.
Dany is probably dying at the end. What about Jon? So I'm not, it depends on what you mean, because I kind of think that we are headed for like an epilogue chapter that would take place in the future. My fan fiction headcanon would be like, it would be like some woman Frey who is being accepted into something like the Citadel, essentially. So it's like all the institutions essentially get fixed, and we're on the way to like getting beyond these cycles. So it's like, I think all the characters would be gone at that point, but you know,
except for Bran.
I think, well, that's the thing.
But
another thing that I had was that you would have an epilogue with someone who was really old, and the last thing they would do is be like added to the collective. So we would see Bran at the very end. But these are just my little ideas. I think Jon's gonna die off page.
I don't think he's dead. Like, him and Dany are both dead.
Are we even going to get a Jon POV? I don't even think we're going to get Jon POVs.
Yeah, Jon is dead anyway, so.
I've always said that, like, the most just fucking backhanded thing that George could do is let's just not bring him back. Just keep him dead.
Personal fan cast of any of the characters. I don't have any that are useful. I will say that I am now imagining like a 20-year-old Luis Guzman as Quentin.
I love that.
So I feel like I try to find, it's a shame because he started his career kind of like when he was already almost 30.
Yeah.
So there's not a whole lot of young pictures of him. But I found one and I was like, yeah, he's kind of Quentin. I'm going to picture him as Quentin.
He's Quentin coded.
Y'all like my background?
Yes, we were.
Yeah, what is the background? What
Beanie Babies?
Even
but is it real?
Is it participating in House of the Dragon? They put this out yesterday, and I was like, "That's freaking hilarious!" We got Tessarion and I don't know, Vagar and Drogon with a unicorn horn. I don't know, sure.
Okay. Do y'all think Drogon will melt the Iron Throne in the book? No. Or do you think Drogon's story ends differently? He ends with Dany. They died together.
Yes.
Yeah, that seems like
Maybe
it
a
would fit.
Battle Above the God's Eye 2.0.
I think it has something to do with the compromise at the end. And freeing the dragons of the blood bond. I think it has something to do with that.
Yeah. And I do think the throne is going to get destroyed, but probably not by Drogon.
Not by a dragon.
There's other very hot
Wildfire.
things in the vicinity
Wildfire.
of King's Landing right now.
Also, I just read John Conn's chapter and just the maddening cacophony of bells. Like, fuck off. Like, I cannot believe that they just gave so many plot points of young Griff and John Conn to Dany. I hate it so much. Like Jorah getting grayscale, like fucking all of it. Like they were just like, well, we don't want to introduce this character who's headed for trouble, so we're just gonna give it to Dany. Like, cool. Thank you for nothing.
You know, there's something good when you can adapt something and like combine characters when it like solves problems, but sometimes it's just like it's not solving a problem, it's just making new ones. So it's like, why?
Made a new problem. I'm the new problem it made. Me.
I'm
Ask
back.
JJ. How do you think Melisandre would do in the situation of reviving Jon into an almost other? Do you mean like how she'll respond to him being like not what she thought? Is that what you mean? Or do you mean like what machinations is she going to use? Because I think she's going to sacrifice Gilly's baby.
Yeah. Now, personally, I think her response to Daenerys is going to be more funny than her response to Jon, because she's going to be like, God damn it!
Yeah.
She's going to be like, are you kidding? Like, are you joking right now? Are you clowning me right now? Like, yeah, after putting all of that effort and work into everything to ultimately end up being like somebody that she didn't even realize existed, she's going to be so frustrated.
Oh yeah, Dove, we've talked about this before. The most ominous thing George could do is revive Jon but give him no chapters. I mean, that's what happened to Catelyn. So there's precedent for that. And I think it would be really interesting to see a darker character or a darker Jon, but only from other character POVs. So like we are in the dark about.
Okay, as someone who frequently reads the Ice Dragon because my child loves the story, Ice Dragons are described as the silent death. They do not roar. They do not make any sound. They approach it in a, like, there's no listening to them. You cannot, they didn't make no sound whatsoever. So Jon being the silent death, the metaphorical ice dragon, it makes the most possible sense. He's the one who thinks about ice dragons the most. He is the one who is compared to the pool in Winterfell that it appears to be where the ice dragon died. And remembering that ice dragons don't really die, they melt and they stay dormant until they are ready to be reawakened. And I think that that is Jon being awakened as the ice dragon. So he will be the silent death.
Okay, so Chloe Money is like, what do you think of the theory that George is writing Dany's story as dramatic irony? I saw that video too, and it was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. The dramatic irony is Jon. Like all of this shit that everyone wants to like push on to Dany, it is Jon who was born in the shadow of forced prophecy. It was Jon who was supposed to be Rhaegar's daughter and ended up being Rhaegar's son. It's like all of this, it's Jon who has no fucking agency over his life. He goes to the wall and is, you know, under false pretenses, has no idea what he's actually going to end up doing up there. He gets there, he's made Lord Commander against his will. His entire fucking story is about lack of agency and this forced prophecy. He's going to be brought back under the pretenses of a forced prophecy. The dramatic irony is Jon. It is not Dany. And there is nothing, absolutely fucking nothing, dramatically ironic about the Mad King's daughter being mad.
What, can I ask what video you're talking about?
No, because I don't want to put anybody on blast after I just so aggressively said I hated it.
Okay, well, text it to me.
Yeah, I will. Because it was very clear that this person did not understand, like, the definition of dramatic irony. Like, it's not just because it's like someone meets a flipped narrative like ending. That's not what dramatic irony is. Dramatic irony is a relationship between the audience, because dramatic irony stems from Greek plays, in which the audience has more information than the characters do. So what this guy is getting at is that the audience knows that Dany's mad, but Dany doesn't know that Dany's mad. That's what he was saying was the dramatic irony, which again is not dramatic irony.
I think dramatic irony is the Aragorn of the story, the one that we are all rooting for and hoping for a better ending for, ultimately ends up becoming the villain. Like,
Sorry,
so we don't expect Aragorn to turn against Frodo and all of a sudden align himself with Sauron. Like, that's not what's supposed to happen. And that's
someone's talking about mute. Like, I'm a huge proponent of mute John. He's coming back mute. He's not.
Yes.
Even if we get his POV and we know what he's thinking, he's not speaking. And there are so many. I'm going to do a video on it because there's so much fucking foreshadowing about that. About how Ghost is mute. About how John is silent and moves in the shadows. Like what Ashley was talking about, the ice dragon. Like, I am fully convinced that John will be mute when he comes back.
I have an entire Ice Dragon series. The first video is pinned to the top of my profile, but I talk about like the idea of a physical ice dragon, and then I go into the likelihood of the metaphorical ice dragon, and that is to say that John will become the silent death. He will no longer speak. He will no longer have any sort of, he may have an inner monologue, but we won't get anything else from him. At least until if Dany is able to save him. But I mean, even then, he may still not really say anything anymore. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I've seen a couple questions about like Melisandre and Dany, and I do think that their paths will cross, and I do think that Melisandre is going to have some kind of realization about how, you know, it's actually been Dany the whole time, and it follows the child of three, two failed forgings, a successful forging thing, and that, you know, originally she thought it was Stannis, then she's going to think it's Jon, and then finally on the third attempt she's going to successfully realize that it's Dany. So yeah, I do think
Somebody said tongueless Tyrion. I think Bronn called that when he said it in, where does he say it? He says it in Clash, correct?
I mean, so many people say it. I don't even know if it was Bronn. Like,
no, yeah.
I think it is. Maybe it's in Thrones even.
Bronn originally tells Tyrion in Clash that he's going to, like, he runs his mouth and he's eventually going to lose his tongue for it.
I think that's in Thrones. I really think that's happening when Tyrion and him are talking when they're out in the Vale.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I could be wrong. I'm by vibes. I know that's like.
The first two books. It's either in A Game of Thrones or it's in Clash, and Bronn tells him from the very beginning that. And I think it's crazy how these side characters ultimately end up like predicting some of this stuff. And I really do. I actually believe, and I told you guys this, I think it's going to be young Griff who does it or has it done. Because Tyrion's going to look at Daenerys and be like, see what I told you? And it's going to be this whole thing. And Griff is going to be like, oh, really? And it's going to be kind of ironic because this is the kid that Tyrion risked his life to save. And it's going to be the same person who's going to order to have his tongue cut out.
Someone asked, I'm low-key kind of obsessed with Melisandre. What's her purpose? And I would say that her purpose is a cautionary tale, both about prophecy and about being a religious zealot. I think that that's literally her purpose in the story. I also, I very much see her as like this inverse Cassandra from Greek mythology. Cassandra is an oracle. And she was basically cursed that her visions would always be true, but no one would believe her. And so like it ties into the fall of Troy, like she saw the fall of Troy, but nobody believed her, like all that kind of stuff. And what we see with Melisandre, which Melisandre, Cassandra, they sound similar, is an inversion of that in which her visions are always wrong. She's always interpreting them wrong, but the people around her believe her blindly. Like, and so that's a really interesting play on that tragic character of Cassandra, because that's what she is. She's one of the most tragic characters in, you know, Greek literature. But yeah, Melisandre is fucked up in a different way. And I love how George does so many inverted parallels. Like the man leaves me speechless, really, with some of just how thorough he is. Like, oh my God, realizing that the fucking shadows that Dany sees in Miri's tent, the great wolf and the man wreathed in fire, are in A Dance with Dragons. It's fucking summer and a white on fire. Like, how did he get those two things to come together like that? You know, because he wrote that so much later. He's an impressive man.
We actually do have a Discord. Duh, we have a Discord.
Yes, it's not public right now, but
At the end of the day, John will always be a dragon seed. His storyline is that he's a bastard. Regardless, he's a bastard. So, and
yeah,
he's,
I really am just so like, to me the show did some damage to the fandom when it introduced the idea that they got annulled and then got remarried, because then that makes Jon a Targaryen. Like, who cares? Who actually cares? Outside and within the series, because the whole point of making him a legit Targ would be to introduce some conflict between him and Daenerys, but they never do that. There's never two different factions of armies that fight each other over who should be in charge, Daenerys or Jon. They dealt with it so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous and so lackluster. It was just like, why?
it's so
Oh,
stupid.
this too. Someone down in the comments said, what gets me. Oh, sorry, Ashley, you're cutting out. I didn't realize you were talking.
Oh, no, you're fine. It's just that Elia gave Rhaegar 2 legitimate children. Nobody's going to annul that marriage, especially. I mean, Rhaegar has no dragons. They weren't even willing to do it. Maegor got banned for trying to have multiple wives and do that whole thing. So no one is allowing Rhaegar to annul his marriage, nor do I believe he wanted to. So,
It's also just people who are fixated on this narrative you fell for the red herring. Like, why are you talking about who's going to be king, who's going to sit on the Iron Throne? It doesn't fucking matter. That's not the point.
It's a fucking side story.
It's literally meant to be a distraction, and you're falling for it just as bad as all the fucking characters in the story. Like,
Yeah,
congratulations, you played yourself.
The thing in the books is that this kind of divide has to lead to like opposing like religious movements. One that thinks Daenerys is the prophesized hero, and one that thinks Jon is, and that's going to drive them apart. Like, that's what we were talking earlier about, are they going to meet and are they going to be romantically connected? I think so, because this kind of thing is going to divide them up real quick, and it's going to be very, sad.
See, a lot of people are like, they're going to be, like, lovers first, and then they're going to become enemies. But I see it the other way. I think they're going to be enemies first.
Enemies to lovers.
I mean, that's just how I see it, because for me, the end has to be some kind of compromise and agreement between the two of them. They are the crux of the story. He is the ice, not in the way that people want him to be, and she is the fire. Like, it's so funny when people are like, get on me, like they think I don't think Jon is important. Like, I very much think Jon is very fucking important, but he has his own story that isn't Dany's, right? And it's going to boil down to the two of them. Like, that's what this whole fucking thing has been building to, right? Like, we're going to be left with Bran, but the narrative is Jon and Dany. That's the fucking narrative. And so, like, for me, the tragedy can't be that they fall in love and then everything gets in the way. It's that they were enemies, they fall in love, and they realize that their love is, sacrificing that love is truly the only thing to save the world, which is also, an inversion of Nisa Nisa, because it's both of them and it's willing.
And it also just doesn't make sense to talk about Jon as a Targaryen. Like, that's insulting to his character, because he's a Stark. I mean, that's everything about Jon is a Stark. He's more Stark than the legitimate Stark children. It does not get any more Stark than Jon Snow.
It's so weird to me, because it's like, what do people think? He's going to come back, he's going to learn he's Targaryen, and like some switch is going to flip. Like, all of a sudden he's Targaryen, man. He knows all about Targaryen history, and like
he's going to be so shocked his hair will turn white.
Yeah, exactly.
But when he does come back, he has like a little silver strand.
I want red eyes. I really want the red eyes, because I'm like, it's Jost. It's Jon and Ghost that's coming back to Jon's body.
Well, we need one red, one blue. We need one red, one blue, please.
Yes.
I want him to be kind of freaking crazy looking, to be honest. With the
he'd be scary.
And with that white streak, he's gonna have his like Anna from Frozen moment, because he's gonna have like that piece.
And Dany's gonna eat that shit up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She loves her bad boys. Her that's where her age shows the most for me, is her taste in men and like what she thinks of men. I'm like, yeah, you are fucking 15, aren't you? Oh, fuck. In the comments, someone said, that's what gets me, like, why make both Viserys and Dany mad? What's the point? Exactly.
Yeah, it's repetitive.
Everyone thinks that George is just telling this fucking circular story. Like, what is the point of that? Like, oh, he's posing the question, does history just repeat itself? No, he's answering the question. Like, he's not.
This is the first time in the story where history is not going to repeat itself.
That's the point. That's the point.
That's what makes that's why we're telling the story. Otherwise,
that's why we're telling the story.
That's why it's not that's why it's the main series and it's not backstory.
Thank you so much.
Breaker of lies, breaker of chains. Like, she's meant to destroy all of this. Like, it ends with Paris.
And like that people, okay, so the whole like Dany's not the prince who was promised, like, explain this to me then. She is the breaker of chains. What are the whites if not slaves?
Yeah. And it's also reflective of, like, you know, feudalism. Do all those people choose to be in the armies? You know,
Exactly.
They're beyond just having a draft. You know, that's in the news recently about, you know, there was a draft bill, I think, that got passed Congress right now. So it's like that's even beyond that, because it's like you really have no choice. You serve the Lord or you don't.
I think Dove, if they ever do an A Song of Ice and Fire show reboot, it's going to be if all of the books are released. And I don't know if it's going to be with real people or like an anime type thing. I think anime would be cooler because you could show it in a better way. You could show the magic in a better way. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if George finishes the books all the way. We'll see if we can get to that point.
I would like to see an animated version, but yeah,
Me too.
If the books ever get finished, they're definitely going to try and do it again. I mean, look, they're doing Harry Potter again, despite how iconic the original series of movies that was.
I'm not even bothering with that shit because like I can't see like the original cast is.
Yes. Oh, sorry. There's a comment that says he, meaning George, is posing that it takes sacrifice and selflessness to avoid history's mistakes. Yes, exactly. And that we see that recurring theme. You do see it to some extent with Jon, but it's really Dany. That she is Nisa Nisa. She was her own Nisa Nisa in the Forging of Lightbringer. Because agency. Dany's whole entire story is about agency. Jon's whole entire story is about lack of agency.
Exactly.
Well, we see Jon repeatedly losing agency. We watch Dany taking her fucking agency.
Exactly.
And so to have Jon's like final decision be a true act of agency, of selfless sacrifice, a decision that he actually truly made, beautiful.
Yeah, you can't get any more specific than petrified stone into dragons. I
Oh my
mean,
god, I can't even have this. When people start talking about the stone dragon being Jon finding out his identity in the crypts of Winterfell, I want to throw myself off a fucking cliff.
you're literally that's like, and I told you, I think
You muted, Eric. Can't hear you.
No, but see, he's a Targaryen. He's secretly a Targaryen, and right now he's dead. So he's rock hard. So he's.
Oh my god.
he's a stone-
Oh,
They're gonna
God.
wake the stone dragon.
You left, but people have said this to me.
I know. I've kind of heard something like it's not. I was trying to make it a joke, but it's not very.
stone
very far.
dragon. But guys, remember the stone dragon is his magical king.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the dragon that's gonna wake, bitch.
Well, because his name is Aegon, so they'll name him Aegon the Dragon Cock, like
The
they did
dragon
in the show.
oh my god. Right?
Okay, can we also be so fucking for real that Rhaegar would not name two of his children Aegon?
No, we can't. I don't even want it.
We're not going there.
Yeah, John's name is Viserys. At that point.
Yeah, because it's the female Visenya. Oh my god, which actually, holy shit, just made me think of, okay, so we've talked about this in the group chat, but if the Conquerors, right, if they hadn't done the weird male thing, like male inheritance, Visenya should have been queen in her own right. And then Aegon and Rhaenys should have been her consorts, right? And so at the end of the story, you have Viserion, which is a masculine, but a variation of the name Visenya, right? Becoming the new legacy. It's like correcting that history, because that's where things start going wrong, is when they start adopting Westerosi practices like male inheritance and shit like that. And it's when they start fucking female Targaryens, like metaphorically, and like harming them and shit, that it all goes wrong. And so I just like made that connection the other day. I was like, Viserion is Visenya. And then I was like, oh wait. And I just had this like moment of like, correction, the correct mother.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah. This is all I think about all day long.
Like, this rereading has definitely consumed me. And now the show actually being good is like really gonna it's gonna be my entire life.
And now we're gonna get a show every year if everything works out.
I am so excited, but Chelsea, please. Like, before the show is released.
Please.
You guys act like I'm like actively resisting it. It's
It
not
seems like you
Aren't
are.
you?
I need to get through the main series. You guys, I have like 200 pages of annotation notes and all these things I want to talk about, and I can't talk about them until I finish this fucking series. And so I'm like, I gotta get through the series.
I need you to understand my obsession.
You know, Duncan Egg is part of the series too.
Yes.
Fine.
Why I think about Dunk and Egg all the time, why I am in love with Lady Rohan and Dunk and the relationship between them and the tragedy of it all. I need you to understand. I also need you to understand Rohan, because I feel like you're going to read Rohan Weber and you're going to be like, I fucking love this bitch.
That's me.
Inherit.
I love her. Like, and I truly do. I love her so much. And the things that she's, oh my gosh. I can't give any of it away because I don't want to tell you because I want you to experience it.
I'm almost done. Well, okay, that's a lie. I'm halfway through each of the books in the tandem read. So I have like one book left to read.
Here's a question. What inheritance laws did they have in Old Valyria? Is that known? I don't think that's known, but due to their opposition to the Roynish, I would think that they had something different than they had. That's just going on vibes. I think they probably were big on like male primogeniture because that's not what the Roynish were into.
I don't know. I feel the opposite because I think that the Valyrians knew about the connection between women and dragons.
No, but it's so that's one of the things. It's like it really depends on like, because I think it's such an open question. It really depends on what story you want to tell, you know, because there's a certain amount of like control that's going on in the main series right now. I think it would be similar. And that's why it was so easily, why I think the Targaryen dudes are like so easily wrapped into what the Faith of the Seven were dishing out, how they could make it work. Because I think it was somewhat similar, a little different. But I think we're in completely like speculative territory.
Oh,
so like
sure.
my thing is like not really like, I'm not saying, this is just my idea.
Yeah, and same for what I'm about to say. I think that there was, I don't want to call it equality in Valyria between men and women, but I think that women were seen as an asset because they could be dragon riders, and it was a consolidation of power. And so I think that women were treated with respect in that way. I don't necessarily think that equates to like, you know, what you're saying, Roynar, like inheritance, how it was when, you know, whatever child was born first. Like, I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that they did anything different than male inheritance. But I do think that there was more recognition in Valyrian culture of the power of women than there was in Westerosi culture. But I think that that stems from the dragons rather than true gender equality.
So yeah, it was all about power.
Exactly. And it's like, well, if I have a daughter who can ride a dragon, cool. Like, that's fine.
Yeah, you need them because you're just going to barbecue an entire civilization.
Yeah, right. I need you to go pick me up 1,000 slaves to put in the bowels of hell. Can you do that with your dragon really quick?
But yeah.
Also, there's something to, and I know that there are actually a lot of theories around why they actually fled before the doom. But if you go by what we're told, which is just that, you know, Aenar's daughter, Daenerys, tells him she had this dream, like, the assumption then is he just believed her. So I feel like women were taken more seriously. Because, like, right, if Helena said that, they'd be like, you're weird, right? You're quirky.
Yeah.
Like, isn't she endearing?
The queen is an enduring mystery.
Oh, God. But people thought that was cute. If someone said that to me, I'd punch him. Like,
See,
and then
I thought it was
mystery you. Like,
I thought it was like funny because it was like comically like shitty to say.
Okay, so if I had to look at it from Aegon's perspective, I hate that I'm even trying to give him even an ounce of credit here, but if people thought it was endearing in any way, even in the smallest way, maybe he was trying to cover up her being weird and trying to be like, oh, like she's just being quirky, like don't, like it's fine. And maybe he was trying to make it look like he wasn't crazy. But I would like to not give Aegon that much credit.
I mean, the other thing,
I think it really just, he was just being a dick. But I think for the people who look at it as, oh, he was trying to be like, maybe he's trying to protect her from people thinking he's nuts.
This is a good point. Going back to the how was Valerian's socially structured?
I got the
If the
Star
Valerians.
Wars.
What is that?
They're the Star Wars Oreos.
If the Valerians don't even have gender exclusive language, why would they use male inheritance? Like, that's a good point. Like, they don't have, but I mean, yeah, I think that's a good point.
It is a very good point.
Also, the one below it says Aegon inherited Dragonstone over Visenya, which says a lot about Valerian inheritance, which is also a fair point.
Dana were abolitionists who saw Valyria as a great evil. See, I don't know. I just kind of like, once again, it's about vibes. It's what story do you want to tell? To me, the story is that we constantly get told these instances in which women are very important, and the lesson should be learned that we should probably listen to them, but nobody learns the lesson. So it's like, to me, like, the story of the dream gets given more importance than it was given at the time, because I think the Targaryens were like lower on the totem pole.
They were. That's like
and
confirmed.
they basically, they may have just had to leave because it was like a decade, right? It was like 12 years later after
I think it was
doom
12,
happened.
yeah.
So it's like, you know, I think a better story is that, oh yeah, my daughter had this dream and we left, rather than like, we actually couldn't hang around them anymore.
We weren't cool enough and they booted us.
So I don't know. Once again, it's all speculation. To me, that's the story of the Targaryens. Is just that, like, they get a chance to learn the lessons and they don't, which is why we get another 300 years of that history in Westeros.
Well, right, exactly like what I was talking about earlier with the Blackfire Rebellions. That happens because no one made Dana queen. So after Daeron gets killed in Dorne for being an idiot, and then we have Baelor, the psychopath, who fasts himself to death very mysteriously. I really think that it's because he gave in to his worldly sin and had relations with his wife because, that makes me such a sinner. And he couldn't help himself. She got out of the maiden vault and he just couldn't help himself. He couldn't resist. And I think that he is truly Daemon's father. So I think that the reason why we have the Blackfire Rebellions is because Dana should have been queen after Baelor died. But instead, it went to Viserys II, Rhaenyra's son, who was aware. Like, that's the worst part, is he knew. He knew that his mother was usurped because she was a woman. And you still, like, fuck you, Viserys. Fuck all the way off. Because you knew. And you still went over your niece, even though you knew that it was rightfully hers, and you took it for yourself. So screw you. And then you had the audacity after you died, leaving it to your son, Aegon the Unworthy, literally in his fucking name, Aegon the Unworthy, and he screws everything up, and we get the Blackfire Rebellions 8 years later, after he dies. So it's all the Blackfire Rebellions happen not because of Aegon IV. They happen because Dana was overlooked as the rightful heir.
Yeah, I mean, that's
and the Targaryens didn't learn. And the worst part is it was Rhaenyra's son who didn't learn that lesson.
There's a comment that I want to address because I have a very strong opinion about it. It's oh shit, where did it go? Why is the focus in House of the Dragon? Why is the focus on the dream when they know it meant nothing in the end of Game of Thrones? And I 100% believe that this is George trying to retcon. I think that we were devastated by the end of Game of Thrones. I cannot imagine how George felt. I truly cannot imagine how that felt to watch your life's work absolutely demolished on
The
screen.
#1 show in the
I mean, I was
world.
telling my mom, like, there's going to be fucking documentaries about the phenomenon of Game of Thrones and how it was the thing. Like, it was a cultural fucking phenomenon, and then it just fell the fuck off. And no one likes it. No one wants to talk about it. Everybody pans it.
Nope.
Like, it's wild. And there will totally be, like, studies and documentaries about it. I guarantee it. But I also feel like George choosing to tell this story, Rhaenyra's story, is also in direct response to Dany's ending in the show of Game of Thrones. He's saying, this is why Dany's story cannot end the same way, because we already told this story.
Yep.
Definitely the dance is linked to Daenerys' story. I mean, there's a lot of mirrors. I mean,
So many.
almost to the point that I'm at the point where I'm trying to analyze the dance's story to try and predict what's going to happen to Daenerys, or at least to come up with
because
ideas.
it does predict what's going to happen to Dany 100%. Let's see, what else do we got in here?
Also, guys, I'm gonna have
This
to
was-
get off at 4 because I promised the kids I was gonna take them to the pool.
4? What time is it?
Uh-oh.
It's 3:53 Texas time, so it's
Oh my
due-
God.
Girl,
about
we've
to
been
be
on for
4
almost
hours.
5 hours.
Oh
We've been
my
alive for
gosh.
almost
So
5
do we
hours.
want to, all right,
Should we be
let's
embarrassed?
do a last round of,
off 3 times.
Should we be embarrassed?
let's do a,
No,
we're just
we're
good.
not,
We're just
but,
good at
like-
this. We're really good at this. So why don't we
I
just
did,
do a
okay.
last round of any last topics? I have one. There was a comment way back. I don't know who said it, but they were asking about Red Wedding 2.0. I don't think that's going to happen.
No, there's
Ooh,
nothing ever going to
unpopular
be close
opinion.
to Red Point.
It is unpopular,
Red
but I
Wedding.
think
That is an unpopular opinion, Eric.
I
That
think
is
the
it.
phrase
Listen,
are
I
headed
have
for.
to disagree with you on that too. So this is where
I want to hear,
this is
Eric.
where
What
we
do you
sometimes disagree in this group.
Well, I think a fray civil war is more likely going to happen than
I would
something
love
about.
the phrase to destroy themselves. I do love
And then
that.
I just think Kat's story has way more to do with Jamie, Brienne, and Arya that we
That's
can't.
fair.
I don't think we have time. But that's just I could go into more detail, but
It's not
just
bad.
let's move on. Who's that?
That's Colby.
Yes, please. We don't want to get.
He's just trying to show you his
banned.
butthole. He's like, best buddies? Best buddies?
Butthole. That whole time.
Okay. Who's next? Last round of topics.
Yes. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, like we have enjoyed it too, clearly, because we've been on here for 5 hours.
Seriously, thank you guys for hanging out and
Yeah.
listening to
Yeah,
us.
Seriously,
Like,
y'all.
what?
I cannot believe how many people we've had in this chat. So thank you guys
Like-
so much for coming to hang out with us and talk with us about stuff we're obsessed with.
It's
I mean,
so
the
fun.
comments are like we love talking, but the comments are really like y'all
Yeah.
are wild.
Honestly, yeah.
drives the conversation.
For real, because like we're
Davos,
having
Okay,
these
What is
conversations
gonna
with
be
each other
whose role?
anyway.
what is going to be whose role now? Sir Davos. Oh!
Sir Davos is
Onion Lord.
finding
Because
little
remember,
Rickon.
he's not the Onion Knight. He is the Onion Lord. And what I would really like in my fantasy world where Jon and Lady Stoneheart meet, Lord Davos becomes King Davos. But that's obviously the Onion King. The Onion King is unpopular and probably not going to happen.
No one thinks
I
it's gonna
get it.
happen.
I want it to happen though. Okay, so a lot of things are going on with Davos right now. The main thing is that he is going to Skagos or Skagos, however you want to say it.
Yeah.
To find the wild thornberry / Hannibal King. because when I think of Rickon Stark, I don't know if there are any millennials in the chat who remember the cartoon Wild Thornberries. The wild little kid that can't speak.
Donnie.
All
Is
he
Donnie.
does- so, yeah, all he does is mumble and go crazy. So imagine that kid, but with a bone in his hand and eating people. And I think
like a
that's
foot sticking out of his mouth. Like
That's
A
what I think
unicorn,
will happen
rabid unicorn.
with Rickon, and I think that you are going to see Davos trying to navigate that and figure out what's going on there. I do think that before Stannis dies, I think that Davos is going to realize what he has already known from the very beginning, and that's that Stannis is full of shit. and
he's gonna abandon Stannis after he kills Shireen.
Yeah,
Davos
I
says.
think. Well, actually, I kind of have this theory that Stannis, as soon as he burns Shireen and sees that it does absolutely nothing, I think Stannis is going to walk in the fire. Which good. Kill yourself, dude. Like
Seriously, jump off a cliff.
Stannis the trash canis.
Fall on your sword, which is on fire.
Which is on
that's
fire,
how
by the way. But puts off no heat. Okay.
That's how Stanny's going down. But I really hope that we see Davos, the Onion Lord, distancing himself from Stanny before that ultimately happens.
I think that's something that the show did get right, is kind of this alignment with Davos and Jon. And I could even see Davos being very involved in the conflict that I see manifesting between Rickon and his like Skagosi, because I think that the people of Skagos are known to be like, you know, a bit more tribal. And like what we've seen in these cultures, these tribal cultures, is they tend to be like very superstitious. You know, they have like these old school beliefs. And we know how the North feels, like the North, like beyond the wall, feels about wargs. And I think that Rickon is a very powerful warg. And I think that the people of Skagos are going to have known that. They will have seen that. And so I think he's going to have like a lot of support from those people. And I think it's going to be a problem. And I think that Davos is going to be the one that tries to like pull these Starks back together, right? Who's trying, because
I don't think that Davos, I would like to see Davos join Dany, but I don't think he's going to. I think that I don't think he's going to be a bad guy though. I think Davos is a good man. And I think he's going to do, I think he's got a main story coming, because obviously he would not be a POV character if his story was not important. And I don't think that Davos' story ends with Stannis. I think that, I mean, it's obvious. If Stannis was the main character, if Davos was a part of Stannis' story, Stannis would be the POV character. Stanny is a part of Davos' story right now, temporarily. Right. So that is why we are going to see Davos move past Stannis' story.
Agreed. Because same with Melisandre. Same with Melisandre. She's going to move past Stannis' story.
Exactly. So like that's what's really important to me, is that we see Davos go a lot further in the story. I would love to see him live all the way until the end and be with his wife that he loves so much.
Let's see. There was one that was like, who do you think Dany can trust? And I'm going to say nobody, but also yes, nobody, but I think that she's wise, because she says that whole bit about, you know, I think a queen who trusts no one is as foolish as a queen who trusts everyone. Like you're going to have to trust people if you want to do what she's trying to do. I think she can trust Barristan. I think that she can trust Missandei, and I think that she can trust Grey Worm, and that is about it. That is about it.
Okay, Quaid.
Oh, but I think
she can trust Quaid, Shira to an extent.
Like, to an extent. It's not that I say, I'm not saying she can't trust her, because I think that Quaid is bad. I think that Quaid has her own motivations, and that they are not necessarily in Dany's best interest. She's working towards something, right? Quaid is working towards something. And I even think that if Dany asked Quaid, should I trust you? She would say, no.
Probably not.
Like, I'm telling you, like, that's just the kind of person that Quaid is. Like, she's gonna be like, no, but you should listen to me. Don't trust me, but you should probably listen to me.
Quaid/Shira. But also remember, there's no...
Cold dead hands.
Quaid is at least Quaid is there's no blue in Quaid's character, so we know that she's all right. She's all right. She's all right.
I definitely don't think the more that I read about Marwyn, because he pops up a lot, actually. People talk about him a lot in other chapters. He's up to something, and I don't know. We'll see. I think he's the problem. I think he's going to be a problem.
I think he's a problem. I go back and forth. I think he's a problem. I think he might be partially a solution, but I also lean a lot on problem. Like there's a problem happening.
Well, and so like these people who are going to start, you know, amassing around Daenerys, it's going to be interesting to see how they interact with each other. Like I think about like Makoro and Marwyn. Like if they both, because they're headed to her at the same time, so we can almost assume that they'll get to her at the same time. That assuming she takes them into council, and assuming she takes Tyrion into council, she's going to have Makoro, Tyrion, and Marwyn. Like, what is that going to look like? What are the dynamics going to look like between those three?
Yeah.
I think Makoro is such an interesting character. I can't wait to know more about him.
Can you guys explain the Shira Koi thing? I'm going to give that to you, Chelsea, because that's more your thing than mine.
I mean, it's vibes. I don't have, there's no
Yeah.
evidence. There's no.
I have, yeah.
Listen, I can just tell you from World of Ice and Fire and from the Dunk and Egg series, we have no story. We have no ending for Shira. There's no confirmed death. There's no anything. All we know is that Shira, like, might be bathing in the blood of misogyny. Might be.
We know what that tells us is that she's a sorceress. Like, so we know that she has the ability to like do magic and like she could live longer. She could glamour herself. Like, we do know that she could do
that. That might be me projecting some of what, you know, myself on her, but I really want her to be a witch, god damn it. Like, I just want her to be what she is said to be. And I want Bloodraven to be like luring these men and okay. I'll go
and for me, like the theory itself, what makes that theory so appealing to me is the idea that Bloodraven and Shira were in love, that they have this shared common goal of wanting to bring about Azor Ahai, but they view it differently and how it's going to come about, with Quaithe knowing it needs to be a woman, Bloodraven not having that information, not caring about that information. And I just like the idea that they're on two different continents with our two characters, John and Dany, you know, potentially interfering and influencing and stuff. I just think that that's a cool narrative parallel, basically, to have it be.
I was going to say that's what the vibes are. Is just that they're paralleled because Dany and Bran are paralleled, and now we know that it's Bloodraven, and Bloodraven is kind of Shira, and it's just it would be a nice little wrapped up in a bow. But there's really who's Quaithe? Pick a name.
Oh,
there's not really a great like solid answer because it's just something that George hasn't written yet.
Yeah. I like this. I hadn't thought about this. I'm gonna have to like give this a lot of thought actually. What do we think about Griff, John Con, and the parallels he shares with Barristan? Both being guilt struck and searching for like the true heir and like the answer to their guilt, essentially. I hadn't put those two things together, but yeah, that's definitely a parallel. Yeah,
I mean, they're both working towards the same goal. Whereas, I mean, Barristan is actually finally getting it right, and unfortunately, John Connington, like the tragedy of John Con is that he's getting it wrong.
But he doesn't know. The genius of having, you know, young Griff and Griff be just as clueless. Like, I mean, I just think that's genius. And something that I noticed, this because I just read it, is when they arrive at the Golden Company and they reveal him, they say, oh, this is Aegon. And John Con realizes that they already knew, that the company already knew, they were expecting it, which tells us that there's communication and information being exchanged between the head of the Golden Company and Varys and Illyrio that John is not privy to. So I think it's very possible that the Golden Company knows he's Blackfire.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least
I'm dead set that Illyrio is of Aerion Bright Flame's line. I think that he is a dragon seed that came from Aerion Brightflame or from his son Maegor. So either way, I think that the visual that I'm getting when I like hear about a young Illyrio, and then when you see the art of young Illyrio, it looks so much like Aerion Brightflame. And then Varys, to me, is a very clear Blackfire. I mean, that is why he's shaving his head. That's why it seems like he's anti-Targaryen, but he's also anti-everybody else. I think that's where that storyline is going. And I think the reason why, because everybody always says, well, why does he say that Aegon is coming to Kevin because Kevin's a dead man? He says that because the little birds that are in the room are going to be the ones to spread the information that Aegon is coming.
Yeah. So the way that I think that young Griff is a Blackfire is actually, I think that he is Illyrio's son with Sarah, and that Sarah was a Blackfire. Like that her line is of that.
All right,
and that's how I think that. Because I mean, we're told that the male line died out.
Hi, Tyrion.
I replaced my screen protector while y'all were talking, and so that's why I'm normal again. But yeah, I gotta take these kids to the pool. This has been fun. 5 hours. Y'all keep going. I love it. I wish I could have like just the opportunity to be fully engaged and stay this whole time.
Yeah, we know
Because
you
I love
got
it.
shit.
But doing live with kids is really hard.
Yeah.
But I love you all. I love everybody in the chat. This is my final sign off. Unless y'all are still on in another hour.
Karen's
and I
gonna
get
come
out of
back.
the
Karen's
pool.
gonna come back, and it's gonna be like 8 o'clock at night, and we're still gonna be.
I'll just join again. All right, y'all have fun. Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Love you
Bye.
guys.
I think it is time to sign off here.
Yeah, Sam.
Yeah,
I like actually need
I
to do
think
work.
we need to, 'cause I've got so much shit that I've got to do, and it's ridiculous. Like,
Rory, real quick. So in the show, Laenor is called a king consort. So Daemon, with Rhaenyra being queen, he would also be a king consort. It's not written down, but that's just how it would be. It's because I know for the British monarchy, it's he would be a prince consort, but it's not. That's just one of the ways George changed it.
Yeah.
But anyways, I think that's it.
Thank you, guys.
Everybody, be
thank
sure to
you so
follow
much.
everybody
We
here.
will be here next Monday, same
Next
time.
Monday.
Yes.
Maybe not as
And
long,
with
but
all my thoughts on episode 2.
Yeah,
and
not as
also
long.
be on the lookout because we are going to be posting stuff on YouTube, which will include like complete streams. So if we can, we'll get all 5 hours on there.
Yeah.
We'll see what we can do. And by we,
Yeah,
I mean
exactly. I think we can. But till next time, which is next Monday, y'all. We'll see you then.
Bye. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Bye-bye,
you
everybody. Have a good day.
guys.
Have a good day.
So much fun.